Tech team, good? Excellent. It's 9 o'clock. It is Tuesday, August 11, 2020. We will call this meeting to order. I would ask that people, if you are willing and able, to rise for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is given by Pastor Fulton. Good morning, Pastor.
Shall we join in prayer? Good Lord, we thank Thee for this moment, freely given and created by Thee. We come to Thee echoing the prayer of Dag Hammarskjöld. For all that has been, we say thanks. For all that shall be, we say yes. We say thanks for the heritage of our community, our air capital, as we remember pioneering names of Cessna, Beech, and Boeing. They worked toward a vision of flight, soaring on the wings of eagles. We thank Thee for their vision and pray for their pioneering boldness as we engage the challenges of our day, challenges of pandemic, of race relations, of violence, substance abuse, and suicide. Lord, grant us boldness to soar on the winds of Your Spirit as we engage the issues of our day together with vision and collaboration. Dear Lord, bless this meeting, inspire those who lead, and move us toward a community where we do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with Thee. For all that has been, we say thanks. For all that shall be, we say yes and amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we'll move into the approval of the minutes for meeting on August 4th. Has every member had a chance to review the minutes? Is there any discussion or proposed amendments to the minutes? See none. With that, I'll make a motion to accept the minutes.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded by the Vice Mayor. If there's no discussion on the motion, clerk will open the roll. Members cast votes. The result is 7 yeas to 0 nays. The motion passes unanimously. Proclamations. We have two proclamations today. The first is Wind Energy Week. Now read it from the bench. Proclamation of the City of Wichita, Kansas, founded in 1870. Whereas the wind energy is the largest provider of renewable energy in the country. And whereas wind energy provides more energy for the state of Kansas than any other form of energy generated. Whereas the wind industry is a major economic driver in towns and counties all across Kansas, driving $11.4 billion in total capital investment to date and providing $36 million in annual lease payments to rural landlords in 2019 alone. And whereas Kansas is home to the 4 wind-related manufacturing facilities and 39 wind farms, providing more than 5,000 jobs for Kansans. And whereas the state ranks 4th in the nation for installed wind capacity, and with continued investment in renewable energy, can continue to power local communities and businesses for years to come. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Brandon Whipple, Mayor of the City of Wichita, Kansas, along with the Wichita City Council, do hereby proclaim August 9th through the 15th, 2020 as American Wind Week, and encourage its citizens to learn more about the benefits of wind energy in our community and celebrate Kansas leadership in renewable energy production. And the second proclamation and final proclamation for today is Save the Bees Day. Proclamation of the City of Wichita, Kansas, founded in 1870. Whereas North America is blessed with diverse wildlife and abundant natural resources, including more than 4,000 native bee species, honeybees, that are essential to our nation's agriculture and many other insect pollinators. Whereas bees are our most important and efficient pollinators, which are essential to the food supply for people and for wildlife. Whereas 1/3 of our nation's wildlife species are at risk of extinction in coming decades, including bees and pollinators like the rusty patch bumblebee that recently became the first bee species in the continental U.S. to be added to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's endangered species list. Whereas cities, towns, and counties play a critical role in helping save bees and pollinators by creating pollinator habitats at parks, municipal buildings, roadsides, and throughout the community where our citizens live, work, learn, play, and worship. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Brandon Whipple, Mayor of the City of Wichita, Kansas, along with the Wichita City Council, do hereby proclaim August 15th, 2020 as Save the Bees Day in the City of Wichita, and call upon all citizens and other city officials across our great nation to take a stand with me so that our nation's bees and wildlife will once again flourish across the continent. Madam Clerk.
Mayor, the first speaker has canceled, so I'll go to the second one. Marty Spence, health mandate and navigating the business side of it.
Excellent. We are in public agenda now. Marty, you have the floor.
All right, all yours. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you.
All right, Marty, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm unfamiliar with the technology here. My name is Marty Spence, and I come here this morning as a health-conscious business owner in this community. I wear several hats like many of us do. And I also am that anomaly that is working to exist amidst mandates and norms that don't fit. And I would first like to say thank you sincerely to those council members, Cindy Claycomb and James Clendenin, who have both worked with me to obtain information to better address customers and use inclusive language in my business as I've been trying to navigate the economic turmoils. I also have a health exception, and I am hoping that this morning, as you are looking at extending a mandate, that you will consider how this affects those people that maybe aren't so loud in the arena. Right now, I have a grandfather and a mother sitting in long-term care who haven't had hugs from myself or their grandchildren since February. Myself, I've been scrutinized for making declarations of inclusion to my community and told that the health conscious business that I worked so hard to maintain in Songbird Juice Company is now not health conscious anymore by public perception because I don't mandate that people wear masks when they come into my business. I don't know the language to use, but we're missing something somewhere. And I think that when we continue to use vague language, it is misguiding to the whole. I have several concerns about the place that we're at. Are we in an emergency or are we in a recovery state? How long will we be in this state of mandate? And how do we get out of this state of mandate? What is the measure? For every 10 articles we can find in support of a mask, we can find 10 more that are against it. We have a civil war on our homeland, and we're looking to leaders to embrace more than just one side of this health concern. We know in this community that we have more issues at hand than COVID-19. Suicide rates are soaring, and it's ignorant to not talk about it. 556 lives lost, according to statistics, in the last year, with a difference of maybe 3 or 4 in the years prior. Yet yesterday, the update was 387 lives lost to COVID-19. So how do we rank the importance of mental health under influenza. I just would love to have some clarification. And so on behalf of a community that is looking to our leaders right now, I aim to support you in your decision making. Divisiveness is not what we need. And right now, walking into a local Dillon's is hard for me. I would ask that you please look at more education, more accountability, more assessment of risk in the long term, and more representation on the other side. Your experts might not be my experts, and that's okay, but can we agree to disagree and find a place to coexist? Thank you.
Madam Clerk,
Mayor, I believe you have a speaker.
you want to ask a question. Councilmember Bubak.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Spence, for sharing that. Can you give me the suicide number again?
556 was the most current rate that I could find. I did contact the state program and the national program to obtain those statistics. I'd be more than happy to forward that on to you.
Okay.
I've also made those available to Councilman Clendenin.
Okay. Is that Wichita, Sedgwick County? Is that January 1? Just trying to understand the parameters.
As the 556 number was state, the 387 number for COVID-19 also state. As far as Sedgwick County, there was a Kansas.com article that came out a few months into COVID that was discussing the increase in suicides, Sedgwick County specifically being up about 10%.
Okay. If you'd reach out to me after the meeting, I'd like to discuss this with you further. Thank you very much for sharing that.
And
Thank
I
you.
guess I'll follow up with a question. Those are just raw numbers. That wasn't any study that was actually linked to COVID-19 or a mask mandate, which I think is what you're referring to. Those aren't linked to mask mandates, right?
Mr. Whipple, I have a really tough time with hearing as well. I'm so sorry. Is there any way I could see?
Well, I'm just asking a question. My line of thought is your presentation is about mask mandates. The numbers presented about mental health issues or suicides. Is there any linkage that in your data that shows that mask mandates have led to any of the mental health deaths that you referenced? Or are they just raw numbers?
I would be more than happy to provide some data that would display the impacts of the mask mandates. From a personal testimony, I have a counterpart in Denver, a business owner that reached out not so long ago, which is why I reached out to Councilwoman Claycomb, actually, looking for language for inclusion that had a counterpart that another business owner committed suicide in that state. And it started to inspire my curiosity about what this is doing. Mental health is no stranger to conversation. The numbers, while they're not related to suicide, Mr. Whipple, I think that they display an importance, and we're not ranking these accordingly. So when we're making decisions for the whole about a mandate, we're not talking about the repercussions that they have. And yes, I do believe that the statistics are going to continue to rise as the morale continues to deplete in your city.
Thanks a lot. Madam Clerk.
Todd Ramsey, Century 2, and the slap in the face of the non-petition signers.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Are you okay, Todd?
Am I okay?
We heard someone hit you. Is it
Oh,
slap in the
it's
face?
only a matter of time.
No, I meant the slap in the face comment. Go ahead, you have the floor.
When I leave this room, I will probably get slapped in the face.
I hope not. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes, my friend.
My name's Todd Ramsey. I live at 619 East William, 67202. I'm here in response to Celeste Rissette's presentation last week and the efforts of the Save Century 2 group in general. As a relatively young professional, I still have 2 years left to claim that designation. I am engaged in civic development here in Wichita, and it has become increasingly frustrating to sit back, listen to, and watch the Save C2 group regularly spread misinformation and half-truths in their efforts to save a building. Their efforts have shifted from architectural preservation of a specific building to anti-development in our city at large. And it's scary to me that they seem to have sway and pull, particularly with you, Mayor Whipple. I understand that 17,000 plus individuals signed the petition. That is an impressive feat, but the tactics used to collect many of those signatures were unfair and misleading, and the language of the petition broad and unbinding to the point of requiring a legal response from the city. Even you, Mayor, were on the receiving end of their dishonesty on their Facebook page last week. You've seen how they say whatever they want without retraction or acknowledgement. Save C2's cynicism and doubts about the city's intentions regarding the future of C2 are fair. Wichita has done a poor job historically communicating, listening, and being transparent in regards to its development efforts. But I refuse to allow past failures to define our future opportunities as a city. A few weekends ago, I visited the Gathering Place, a beautiful park built along Tulsa's riverfront. It was filled with people of all ages and ethnicities, socially distancing, but enjoying the outdoors and a free amenity for the entire community. I walked through it impressed, but immensely discouraged. We deserve something similar, something equally as welcoming and transformative for our East Bank. Celeste and Save C2 want to restrict our city's ability to build and grow. They want to place language on a ballot that will discourage development of our city of any kind in our downtown core. I know development is a dirty word to the Save C2 crowd, but it is a necessary component of economic growth and a city's evolution. I'm here today to ask you to consider the voice of those who did not sign the petition, who believe that our city is much more than a single architectural structure, who believe that the opportunities for the East Bank are greater than a single building, and who are watching and listening to you and making decisions about our future in the city too. Please, don't let Save C2 control the conversation. Stand up and speak out for us too. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk,
Consent agenda items 1 through 20.
has every member had a chance to review the consent agenda items? Is there any discussion or proposed changes to the consent agenda? If there is not, then I will make a motion to, pass consent agenda as presented.
Second?
Motion has been made and seconded. If there's no discussion on said motion, clerk will open the roll. Members cast the vote. The result of 7 yeas to 0 nays, the motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Report of Board of Bids and Contracts dated August 10th, 2020.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council.
Morning.
Melinda Walker, Purchasing Manager. First bid for engineering today is 2020 Cheney Pump Station, Ozone, Donlinger and Sons Construction, $290,550. Stormwater Sewer number 733 to serve Estancia Addition. Concept Inc., doing business as Kansas Paving for Group 1 and Group 2 with an aggregate total of $181,596.44. Paving 55th Street North to serve Northgate Addition. Concept Inc., doing business as Kansas Paving, $468,297.31. Stormwater Sewer number 740 to serve Jackson Heights Townhomes. Apex Excavating LLC, $199,753.15. Water Distribution and Sanitary Sewer to serve Falcons Fall 3rd Edition, Nowak Construction Company, Group 1 and Group 2 for an aggregate total of $84,621. Paving for Peregrine to serve Falcon Falls, 3rd edition, Pearson Construction LLC, $179,399.85. 2020 OP3 CIP concrete street repairs, Barclay Construction, $676,775. Purchasing, we have a 33,000 GVWR cabin chassis with a custom utility bid, Omaha Truck Center, with a base bid and option 1 for a total of $165,258. SCADA system maintenance, Utility HelpNet Inc. for $80,115.58. North Industrial Corridor Site groundwater pipeline, we're deferring to August 17th. The Palo Alto firewall and support maintenance renewals, Optiv Security Inc. for $109,414.68. This is our second quarter infrastructure bid awards that we have done for April, May, and June for a total of 35 bids for $26,959,844. And for the infrastructure for the funding sources, you can see the difference or the funding sources to make up that $26,959,844. So if you want, we have our new vendor self-service, so you're welcome to sign up to register to be a bidder for the city of Wichita, and our phone number is there. These are open requests for proposals, and approve the bids awards as recommended.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. One quick question. You had the summary of what was spent. Do you have a report out of the breakdown in regard to minority-owned businesses?
We do not. We are working on that report. We went live with our new Tyler Munis system. Okay. We are very close, and hopefully we'll have that within the next 3 weeks. And we'll have quarter 1 and quarter 2 that we can present at our Board of Bids with you shortly. So,
thank you.
Any further questions to the contrary? See none. Any public discussion about this item? I don't think so. I would have got a text message. See none. Discussion will come back to the bench. If there's no further discussion, we'll entertain a motion to accept, or I will make a motion to accept staff's recommended action. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded by the Vice Mayor. If there's no discussion on the motion, members will cast their vote. With the result of 7 yeas to 0 nays, the motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
2021 Annual Operating Budget and 2021-2030 Capital Improvement Program.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. Today is your final public hearing for the 2021 and 2022 operating budget. Also for the adoption of the 2021 to 2030 Capital Improvement Program. Just a reminder, both of these documents, the operating budget and the capital improvement program, have been significantly impacted by COVID-19, as we have discussed for the last several months. And a number of actions are necessary in order for us to have a balanced budget for the upcoming year. A reminder, when we started this process, you were confronted with an $11.5 million deficit for this year in the general fund, almost a $17 million deficit in 2021, and a $21.6 million deficit in 2022. Very significant financial dilemma or problem that we all faced. Just a few of the factors that contributed to our revenue shortfall. The four major categories are listed here. You have seen this both during your retreats as well as during earlier hearings. You had 3 retreats, and the last one was on May 26th. At that time, you were given 90 different options to look at for balancing the budget for this year and the next 2 years. The options were grouped in 4 tiers, and the information and feedback and direction that we received from you during that retreat was used to help shape the engagement process and the final recommended budget. You've seen this table now, or this chart, a number of times, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. Our total budget is $661,151, excuse me. On the left-hand side, you see our major revenue sources for the budget. On the right-hand side, our major expenditures. Salaries and benefits are the #1 expenditure item for the total budget, with debt service in second place. In the general fund, which is what I think most of the public focuses on, you'll notice that our recommended budget is at $247,774,267. The property tax is our major revenue source in the general fund, followed by franchise fees and the sales tax. Excuse me. In terms of expenditures, In terms of expenditures, you'll notice that what the public has consistently told us are our priorities. That's police, fire, and public works, comprise almost 75% of the total operating budget. If you break it down in terms of categories or types of expenditures, a majority of our budget, 76%, goes for salaries and benefits. In spite of the significant challenge that we were presented, the council gave us direction not to look at any kind of property tax increase for this year, and so for the 27th year, we will have no mill levy increase. We are moving a $0.5 mil from the capital improvement program to the general fund in order to balance the operating budget. Some actions that we took immediately when we were hit with COVID-19 went into a hiring freeze, and that hiring freeze remains in place through the end of the year and into next year. We have balanced the budget for 2021. There is a deficit projected still for 2022. Some of the major actions that were taken as a result of the retreats and the feedback we received from you and from the public, arts and cultural services was reduced by 5%, and then that funding level will remain flat for 21 and 22. We're looking at the contractual management of Century 2 operations in 2021. I will note that there has been, I think, a little misinformation out there regarding this concept. This is not to turn over or sell the building or turn it over to the private sector. Instead, it's for the city to maintain ownership and simply to bring in expertise that we currently do not have for management of the operation. The original budget also talked about animal shelter being confined for what we would call internal use, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute. We also budgeted savings from our reduced fuel expenses, as well as some energy efficiency measures that we implemented. And then we had some restructuring in the library system. That's it for an overview on the operating budget. I do have a number of slides to talk more about some topics that came up in the last hearing. But let me quickly shift over to the CIP. The recommended 10-year capital improvement program would amount to almost $2 billion worth of expenses. On the left-hand side, you'll see the major revenue sources for the capital improvement program. And because of our utility operations, water and sewer fees represent a significant part of that revenue, as well as special assessments for public improvements in residential subdivisions throughout the city. On the right-hand side, our expenditures reflect those revenue sources. Water and sewer comprise a significant part of the capital improvement program, as well as streets, which are funded through general obligation bonds as well as special assessments. In terms of the CIP process, the most important thing is that we have a sustainable document and that we follow the benchmarks that have been adopted by the council to control the amount of debt that we issue. Also, we're trying to leverage partnerships as much as possible, so we have outside resources that help us to achieve our infrastructure goals. Just like the operating budget, the capital improvement program was significantly impacted on the revenue side by COVID-19. We're projecting significant reductions in revenue from the sales tax, transient guest tax, as well as property tax for the debt service fund. Due to this revenue shortfall, working with you, we identified 18 projects that could be deferred, totaling $28 million. The deferral for these projects occurred mostly for a 1 to 3 year period. Street maintenance continues to be one of the most significant priorities for the capital improvement program, with $154 million earmarked for street maintenance projects. $101 million are earmarked for public safety improvements. We have money set aside for bike and pedestrian projects as well as for downtown street projects. I mentioned the council approved benchmarks to control our debt. This is the one chart that we always highlight for you. It's our GO at-large debt service as a percentage of property tax revenues. And you'll see that the recommended capital improvement program keeps us on target to stay under or at our benchmark level through the 10-year period. So that's it for an overview on the operating budget and the capital improvement program. I didn't want to spend a lot of time because you've had months actually of receiving this information and processing it. But what I do want to do now is to hone in on issues that were brought up by the council at the last hearing and provide the information that you requested, as well as going over to review a proposal that was discussed at the last hearing, and that has to do with animal control. If you remember, the operating budget, in order for us to be balanced in 20 and 21, proposed a $400,000 reduction. And we were going to do that by focusing on field services and reducing the intake of animals, actually limiting the intake of animals from the outside at the animal shelter. There was significant feedback from the public on that, from our partners, such as the Humane Society, as well as the rescues. And the council asked us to look at an alternative, and we're bringing back to you a plan that was briefly outlined at the last public hearing. Which will restore $390,000 of the $400,000. So we basically will be able to remain on budget with this new plan. The primary change is that we would continue to take in strays from the public. And under our memorandum of agreement with the Humane Society, they would continue to take animals from owners that are forfeiting those animals. We also would offset the additional cost associated with that by making some operational changes at the shelter and by increasing revenues into the program. On the revenue side, some of the changes we will be making is we're going to adjust our licensing period so we can get more in alignment with the rabies vaccine licensing or issuance of those tags. We're also going to cat licensing and looking at the uniform application of a number of fees that right now are applied in unique ways to match unique services. And we can talk more in detail if you have questions on that. On the operational side, we would reduce the number of days for the whole period for our animals, as well as make some operational changes in the care and feeding of the animals as recommended by the Humane Society. That's it on the animal control side. There were questions that were asked regarding the performance, really regarding the purpose and the performance of the Traffic Enforcement Division in the Police Department. We have some information for you that was requested. First of all, just a reminder, the unit is basically to target high traffic locations, high accident locations, and hotspots throughout the community. Right now, there are 18 officers that are budgeted. There are 16 motorcycles that are assigned to the unit, and these were purchased with grant funds from the Kansas Department of Transportation. Regarding performance, what we've seen is a stabilization of accidents and crashes during the period of time that the unit's been in place. There had been a significant rise in crashes prior to the unit being added, and that's now stabilized. The same can be said for fatalities. The numbers have remained fairly constant in terms of annual fatalities. I'll be honest, we had hoped to have better results and actually seen a drop in these numbers, but at least we did see a stabilization through the addition of this unit. I will note that there has also been significant activity in terms of DUI enforcement, and that is a significant accomplishment of this unit. So that's it in terms of issues, on two issues that the council asked for, information or wanted a new proposal. So we have the animal control and then traffic enforcement information. What I now want to do is transition to some community services information that the council requested. And I've got two presenters. Sally Stang is going to talk about social service partnerships and community programs that impact community policing as well as addressing significant social service issues in the community. And then Chief Gordon Ramsey is going to talk about the community programs that are wrapped into the police department already. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sally to talk about the community partnerships.
Good morning, members of council. Sally Stang, Housing and Community Services. Today, we're providing information requested at last week's budget hearing regarding community services provided through the Housing Department. We do leverage CDBG, CSBG, ESG, XYZ. No, I'm kidding. Add another acronym, right? We do leverage funding into multiple programs across the community. And as we talked about last week in summary, for example, in the area of homelessness, our annual funding into homelessness is a little over $3.5 million. We do have additional CARES Act funding, specifically targeting homelessness in the Emergency Solutions Grant, and we're allocating $1.5 million in this next year for those services. So we will be just over $5 million in services for homelessness. In addition, as part of our CDBG RFP allocation each year, we provide domestic violence and youth crime prevention services. And each year, for the last several years, we've allocated $250,000 specifically for domestic violence services. Because of the CARES Act funding, we've provided an additional $75,000 out of the program year 2019 funding, and then an additional $75,000 out of the program year 2020 funding for domestic violence. We also provide healthcare needs to the community. Our CSBG item last week was allocating $200,000 to Project Access for healthcare services for the uninsured in our community. And then we leverage just over $1.2 million. This is managed through municipal court, but this is the special liquor tax, and it goes out for alcohol abuse prevention and treatment programs in the community. So we're looking at a little over $5.2 million in annual funding and an additional $1.665 million in CARES funding. Just to break that down a little bit, some of the homeless funding that we receive passes from us directly to agencies in the community. We've listed out Harbor House, St. Anthony, Family Shelter, Humankind, Salvation Army, all of the players in the homeless service agencies. We also do homeless prevention. The best way to tackle homelessness is to prevent it in the first place, right? And fund Center of Hope and Salvation Army. And then we also fund the Homeless Management Information System, which helps us gather information in our community. We've received that additional CARES Act funding in the Emergency Solutions Grant. And for this year, we have $1.1 million allocated to multiple activities, including we expanded Humankind to stay open through May 31st. We activated a homeless case management caseworker program, the motel vouchers for homeless who are experiencing COVID symptoms, and then we have some unallocated funding there that's going to keep us nimble in being able to respond as needs arise in the community related to COVID, because we really just don't know what to expect, particularly in the homeless arena. Domestic violence and youth crime prevention, as I mentioned before, $250,000 for the domestic violence shelters. And then we also do $150,000 for youth programs that help to, again, prevent crime. We fund the YMCA, Big Brothers Big Sisters, and Real Men, Real Heroes. So again, just to summarize, the funding that is going into both domestic violence and youth crime prevention. And then we have the funding that's provided through the liquor tax. So $173,000 of that is, again, for programs specifically targeting youth to avoid alcohol abuse. And then we fund a multitude of agencies and alcohol and drug treatment out of that funding. And the $200,000 again for Project Access. So we have, again, multiple community service programs. Short-term rental assistance through rapid rehousing, the Wichita Sedgwick County Community Action Program, which provides individual and family development to lead to self-sufficiency, the homeless outreach team through WPD, which interacts with our department a lot, crisis intervention training, ICT-1, day reporting center, drug court, weekend intervention programs, and then housing assistance for homeless veterans and other homeless individuals in our community. And then with that, I stand for any questions you may have about those community programs.
I do have a question. It's been said that if someone who is an addict approached a police officer and said that I'm an addict and I'm resorting to crime to keep my habit going, that we don't have resources to put that person into treatment, that tool isn't in the toolbox. Is that true, or is one of the many social services that you just showed actually, if someone came up to the chief and said, you know, what I just described, the chief could point him towards or her towards one of those services?
It could definitely be pointed towards one of those services, but there's a tremendous lack in our community for mental health and substance abuse. That's why the establishment of the coalition, the work to try to find additional funding sources, we could definitely use additional detox beds in our community. It's something we look at from many different lenses, but definitely need an expansion in our community.
So right now, we would need to expand so that someone like the chief would have the ability to do what was just described.
Right. I mean, especially in a substance abuse situation, my first call, of course, would be the Substance Abuse Center of Kansas. Them having a bed available is a challenge. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. So it just depends on the demand at that moment.
Thank you. Council member, Vice Mayor Claycomb.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sally, for giving us all that information today. I want to go back to the mayor's question, and I think that if I understand that correctly, some of that or much of that has to do with facilities, not so much with services. I mean, obviously, if we had facilities, we'd need to, the region would have to expand their services too, but it's that we don't have the facilities right now.
It's a lack of caseworkers too. I mean, it's, you know, the Access Care Task Force is discussing ways to expand training to get more people into counseling and casework. There's a lack of caseworkers also.
So it's really systemic. It's not like we could just throw money at it and would solve the problem, because there's a lot of pieces to this to make it work.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Unless we hire case managers and expanded facilities, right?
Right.
And
Which
train them.
Do other cities hire case managers or social workers?
Not generally. That's usually handled through the healthcare agency, which comes through Sedgwick County.
Okay, so if we were to have an influx of funding and we offered them funding, they could then expand caseworkers and facilities. That's not unheard of?
It's not unheard of. I mean, we do try where we can. So like in our individual family and development program, we have partnerships with Wichita State to try and we actually fund people's training, and we do have healthcare-related training available. We've been having conversations with many of the community partners about how do we expand services, whether it's physical campus space, facility space, or caseworkers, or even just using a different methodology.
But there's a need for it at this point.
Continues to grow.
Continues to grow. Councilmember Clendon.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just to put maybe 2 cents worth in, and that's probably about all it's worth, but working a little bit more intimately with Substance Abuse Center of Kansas, I've sent people over there, and they do have a waiting list, and it's not all about space, really. A lot of times there isn't space, but also my community services representative, Maddie, she used to be over at CompCare. She used to deal with a lot of this population. And also on my trip to Texas to look at some of the things that they were doing down there, the problem is it's so hard for caseworkers to be in this. They don't last very long. It's a very tough thing to do. And we are asking our police to do about exactly the same thing that some of these caseworkers are doing. And so getting people to go through school and stay in that line of work is really almost impossible. I think 3 years is like the average for a caseworker in this situation. So it definitely doesn't, there isn't a quick fix for sure. And we just need to keep plugging away at it. Thanks.
I would just follow up with that if you know more about this. When I was a legislator, case managers didn't get a pay raise for I think about 8 years. By the time they did get a pay raise, it's because a lobbyist came to people's offices and said that across the street from the Capitol, Pizza Hut had a sign up that said $15 an hour or $14 an hour, and drivers for Pizza Hut were getting paid more than the case managers who are to pay for, or who are serving our most vulnerable citizens. So to assume that there's not much of much we can do about it, I think there's a linkage to pay. Do you know by chance how Kansas or Wichita, how we fare when it comes to pay of social workers or case managers compared to other cities, let's say in Des Moines, Iowa, or other cities that are comparable?
I'd have to research that specifically, but compared to other cities I've worked in, it's pretty consistent. Unfortunately, they're not paid very well. It is a high stress, high burnout type of position. Yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Welcome, Chief.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Just a little review on where we stand with community policing. This department has a long history of extensive community policing that has been recognized nationally for our work. Several years ago, there was debate over what is our actual appropriate staffing level. An independent study was done and determined that field officers did not have enough time to be proactive, and it was ultimately hurting our community policing efforts. The staffing study recommendations were designed to increase proactive time for all field officers. One of the things we've really been focusing on is trying to create positive interactions rather than just responding to calls over and over again. An area of particular concern and change has been juveniles and the criminal justice system. I can tell you that over the last 10 or so years that we have significantly reduced the amount of juveniles that are in detention. And it's something that our organization is very proud of, as well as our partner agencies in the county. We continue to evolve and try to improve our response to the concerns over juveniles and incarceration. And we have focused more on a proactive effort. We recently have created a juvenile intervention unit and have one officer assigned right now, and we'll be assigning more officers in the future. But that is intended to divert kids from the criminal justice system and get at them when they are still, when we can still make an impact on their life. Coaching, guiding, mentoring, and diverting kids from the criminal justice system is the focus of that unit. and has been very well received and has been done in partnership with many different community groups who are also very supportive. Homeless outreach is an issue. Homelessness also has fallen on the backs of our police officers. And in many ways, it is a result of decreased funding for mental health and chemical dependency treatment. Our officers work hand in hand with community partners. They don't do this alone. They work with ComCare and other critical housing, other critical agencies within our city to make sure that we are getting people the help they need. And for those that want to be housed and stabilized, they have an incredible success rate. This team is a model for the country. They don't do it alone, and I think that's one thing that has come up in the whole issue of what's the police department's role in this. Oftentimes they act as a conduit, as well as they assist, and sometimes you have to use some leverage to get people the help they need when they are spinning out on mental health or chemical addiction issues, and they work with the courts as well and leverage the courts to get people into mandated treatment as part of a deferral program through the criminal justice system, and it works. We've also been focusing on what we can improve on as far as our response to mental health. Last year, we, in partnership with some other community agencies, we created the ICT-1 group. It has been phenomenal in reducing ER visits, reducing repeat calls for service. Mental health calls take 2 to 3 times longer than your average police call. And when there's calls waiting, officers sometimes feel rushed to get to the next call to provide good service. ICT-1 has time allotted to work on these cases without that next call waiting. We hope to continue to build on the success of that team as well. We have focused on, social workers are an important part of reducing the mental health issues that we face. We have sought grants for the last 4 years to embed social workers inside the department. They have been unsuccessful to date. I'm feeling optimistic about our latest application. But 911 is the feeder system for the mental health issues that we face. Oftentimes it comes in as a disturbance, odd behavior, something that is causing someone to fear or be concerned for someone's welfare. So that is how that belt works as far as our involvement with mental health. And what I would like to do and what the models show is that embedding social workers within the PD to get the information on suicide threats, repeat 911 calls, disturbances that are mental health related, we can more quickly assist those individuals that are in crisis by creating that partnership. We have been meeting with ComCare that if our grant is not successful, we're looking at a pilot project where we'll embed one social worker in a bureau to more quickly address our mental health, suddenly acute cases in the community. All of our officers have had, at a minimum, mental health first aid. Our recruits all now get the more in-depth crisis intervention training, and so all officers have a baseline of mental health training in the community. So that's just a little overview of where we're at and where we're trying to get. A lot of it boils down to the funding issues and the more pressure that is put on cities to deal with cuts that have been made at the federal and state level with regard to mental health and chemical dependency. That's all I had for you, Mayor.
Questions about this section? Vice Mayor Clickham.
Thank you, Chief, for being here today and highlighting these programs. Could you speak just a little bit just about your philosophy of community policing?
Absolutely. Thanks for the question. To be successful, oftentimes police get in that 911 response mode. And when we can get officers that connect with the community, we are more successful at reducing crime. They get to know neighbors. We know that as they get to know neighbors, they get more information on who's doing what and where the problem houses are. It's that partnership that really helps improve our response, the city's response to issues. And because oftentimes police are the face of the city in these community policing efforts, and you all know this through your meetings, that we deal with potholes or lights out or other issues that aren't even police related, but people know their neighborhood cops and they feel comfortable talking to them about these issues. So not only are we that conduit between other city departments, but we also are successful at reducing crime. We get that information. When people know they're police officers, they feel safer. Our officers are safer when they know their neighbors. We know that neighbors, if an officer is in trouble, we've had neighbors come out to help officers because they're worried for the officer's safety. If they don't know their officers, they're less likely to do that. So not only are our neighborhoods safer, but our officers are safer and we reduce crime. It is who I am as a police chief. Community policing is what I'm about. It's been how I got to this position. And this department has embodied that philosophy for several decades. Oftentimes the issues are with staffing and having enough people to take the time to go to meetings, get to know people, and spend that time on resolving problems that are important to our neighborhoods. And that's why that we have been seeking that increase in staffing so that we can be more responsive to our neighborhoods and more successful.
Councilmember, I'm sorry.
No, okay.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, received a few emails just talking about police engagement, like in regard to de-escalation. Can you talk to kind of some of your thoughts on that and maybe some steps we've implemented as a department and how that's fared out for us?
Well, obviously, we don't want to create a crisis by responding. We have changed our response to people that are only threatening self-harm. That is, we are not rushing into those situations. And ultimately, if someone is only threatening self-harm and not threatening anybody else, in many cases, we've offered to provide resources and do as much as we can. But eventually, if they do not want to come out of their house or whatever, we have left the scene. And that is a change from past police practices. We have not had officer-involved shootings with people who have been suicidal over the last 4 years. And so that is one example of de-escalation. The other one is taking time. I share our cases with you where we do have someone who is in type of a barricaded situation, and for whatever reason, they are not safe to just allow them to stay there. So we take our time on those cases. We've tripled our number of negotiators to communicate that are specially trained in dealing with situations that are volatile, involving people that are under the influence or have mental health issues. That keeps everybody safer, our cops and the people we're dealing with. And we have had, that model has been very successful for us, and we will continue to build on that. But we're also training the street cops just to slow down, wait for your backup. We know that nationally, officer-involved shootings, 65% or so involve one officer. So waiting for backup, slowing things down, using good tactics has been our focus. And, we've seen a reduction in fatal officer-involved shootings over the last 4 years.
Awesome. Thanks, Mayor.
Other questions for the chief? I have one about, really about drug addiction services. Do you feel we could be doing a better job at those who are turning to crime to support a drug habit, empowering our police to put them into a program that could help them with their addiction and thus reduce crime?
Mayor, that's a lot of what we deal with is people that are suffering from mental health, chemical addiction, and there needs to be more resources. The biggest area of cuts that we've seen came at the state level in the early 90s when there was thousands more beds for mental health. And what has happened is it's fallen on the backs of our municipalities. And that now is why we are the face of the mental health issues of our community.
Other questions for the chief? See none, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to note that after the Ferguson, Missouri issues that were experienced, I think about 5 or 6 years ago, there was a national task force put together to talk about police reform and about the 21st century policing. And if you look at what's been done in our police department over the last 4 to 5 years, you will see that we have followed that blueprint and that we are in what I consider to be a much more progressive position regarding 21st century policing than many other departments of similar size throughout the country. It's not just in terms of the activities described by Chief Ramsey, but also the wraparound social services that are being provided as they were outlined by Sally. And I think we've taken a comprehensive approach to addressing the root causes of poverty, as well as some of the issues that lead to crime in our community. And I'm really proud of the work that's been done to this point. We know we have more work to do. The chief would be the first one to tell you that, but I think we have a really solid base to build on. So I wanted to finish that part of the discussion. Hopefully also you're comfortable with the recommendations we're making for revisions to the animal control program. I think we'll come out of this stronger and better as a result of that. Going forward, we are going to continue to monitor the impact of COVID-19. We don't, what we're doing is projecting based on the best information we have to date. If there continues to be some lag in our economic activity, that could impact us as we get further into 2021 and into 2022. Again, a reminder, we're about $2.5 million out of balance for 2022, and we'll have to monitor our finances closely as we get into next year's budget process. During the retreat, we also talked to the council about continuing to look at our fee structure. The mayor has talked about a proposal on a business fee, and I'll let him address that issue. That's just one of many issues that could be addressed as we look at our license and user fees.
Actually, my understanding was the information for that was asked at the same time with the information to be presented with social services, and I think also the information for the traffic unit is staff ready.
I do have some information from that. I was under the impression that you were going to make more general comments about it, but I can give you.
I was hoping that there was because it was presented or proposed, and I was just looking for that information on the slide. If not, we could do it later, but I wasn't.
No, I've got it. We did have on the slide. We took the slide out, but I do have that data, and I'll provide that in just a second.
Apologies, I wasn't.
Yep, I'm sorry, Mayor, for the confusion in that regard. And then we're also going to continue to follow your process, started with zero-based budgeting, and staying true to our priorities as we go forward and trying to protect those services that you consider to be most vital. Do you have that slide? That information? If you give us just a second.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Bob, real quick, to the mayor's point earlier and to what Chief Ramsey said, the city has recognized mental health as a key issue, and the county did too, and we both had that as our #1 legislative priority. Have we heard any feedback from the legislature on what that might look like next session? I know they're going to have some budget issues as well, but have we heard anything?
Not yet. We're going to sit down with our lobbying team much earlier than we have in the past. We're looking at doing it probably here in August or early September, and talk about that as well as some of the other legislative priorities.
Okay, thank you.
And we may also do a workshop with council so we can have some early discussions as well.
Councilmember Frye.
Thank you. I guess while we're waiting, we'll just tap dance here a little bit more. So I know last week Mark Eby with Kansas Humane Society came forth and made some comments and quite a few suggestions about licensing and fee adjustments, and as well as operating efficiency. So they have been a great partner of ours for the last several years. I appreciate staff working with them to make these adjustments to get to a point where we can operate it in a better manner. I know that some of those fees might be an adjustment for folks, but at the end of the day, we'll be able to continue to do what we've been doing and taking care of our animals. So I just want to thank staff for working with Humane Society on that.
Mayor, as I understand your proposal, it would be for a $20 annual fee for businesses located in Wichita. We estimate that to be approximately 31,400 businesses. We believe that the purpose of that was to help gather data about existing business so that we could have appropriate engagement, to also possibly to implement a small business program. I'll let you talk more about that. So it's not just data gathering, but it's also for possibly micro loans and for other assistance to develop small business in the community. There would be about $150,000 implementation costs. That's what we estimated. And the fee is estimated to generate approximately $628,000. So that's
Just for clarification, I know that with this item, it's not included in the budget, and we'll probably visit at a later date. Just for clarification, we have no database of businesses in Wichita that's managed by the city at this point. We have no licenses or administrative fees or anything along those lines.
That is correct. We have certain requirements for certain categories of businesses, and so we have license information for those businesses, but not for all businesses located in Wichita. It's a fairly complicated issue too, as you can imagine.
And do other cities that we're comparable to have some type of business license or administrative fees so that they can maintain a database?
We did some initial research and found it was kind of all over the board. There are some cities that do not do anything, or they're similar to us, and there are some cities that have implemented fees. I'm trying to remember the cities. Thank you. Kansas City, Kansas has an occupation tax that it imposes on businesses in the community.
And what's the tax price?
The fee's based on a number of factors, including employees, square footage of a facility, or it could be even a flat fee depending on the type of business. The tax can vary anywhere from $102 to $6,200 annually. Lenexa has a business license requirement. It's a one-year license. Fees vary, but they go anywhere from $87 to $115. There's a maximum fee of $1,500, but it doesn't appear that anyone maxes out. Olathe requires all businesses to register with the city, but there's no fee attached to that. And then Bonner Springs has a license tax, and its annual fee is $75.
So $20 would be the cheapest on besides having no fee at everyone who does it fee. $20 would be the cheapest out of the data that was presented.
Out of those cities in Kansas that we've identified that have a fee. We've also seen general business licensing requirements in Columbia, Missouri, Lee Summit, Missouri, St. Louis, St. Joe, Colorado Springs, Aurora, Colorado, and Denver, Colorado.
So, Councilmember Bluebog.
Thank you, Mayor. Manager, can you tell me of the 31,400 business, what's the definition of a business? Is it someone that's licensed with the city? Is it anyone that has an S corp? Is it anyone that has an LLC? I'm just trying to understand what the definition of a business is.
It's based on census information, and I don't have that definition.
And we don't know what their definition is?
No, I don't. No, we can get that for you.
Of all the cities that you just mentioned, do you know what they use that additional tax for?
I do not.
Okay.
No.
So for the purposes of what we're looking at, we've got a lot of businesses hurting right now, a lot of them under county restriction, they can't even be open, but we're gonna take from those businesses and make loans to new businesses to get started? Is that the intention?
No, and from your comment, when you asked if there was a business license, if that's how we're determining, the point is there is no business license, there is no database. We have no way to measure what businesses, as you refer to, the small businesses that might be hurting, if they're still in business next year, because we have no data to compare it to. So that's...
Can you say that again?
Yes, so I think that in your statement, there's a bit of a disconnect where you asked if we are, that number is based on the amount of businesses that have registered with the city. The point is, we have no registration with the city. We have no way to determine what businesses are in the city. And because of that, to your next point, with COVID, we have no way to figure out what businesses from this year re-registered next year so that we can identify a trend to see if this hits some industries harder than others. to see if those businesses would need some support. And this proposal right now is just informational, it's not in the budget, so we're not our community and what other communities have done who have lower numbers than we do in those areas to help serve citizens so that we can avoid some of this, some of the other hardships that I think come with mental health, addiction, and domestic violence. Is there any objection? Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I guess if you don't mind, Bob, I'd like to add to that, if we could potentially also see what the needs are from local businesses, maybe working with the regional chamber, the Hispanic chamber, the Heartland Black Chamber, and the mayor's business advisory council that he has, just to see what businesses would like to see out of potential funds and what a potential position would look like and how it can best serve them.
And I got a couple people on the list, but just to add on to that, I'd like to know the fees for each of those organizations as well. Since we're looking at a $20 fee versus the fees to join those other organizations. If we're doing research in those organizations, I'd like to know if they charge an annual fee as well to their members. Councilmember Claycomb. Excuse me, Vice Mayor Claycomb, apologies.
That's all right,
It's like
thank you,
third time
Mayor.
today.
Along with that analysis on the general business licensing, I'd also want to make sure that we look at the partnerships that we already have with WEBA, Kansas Global, and the Greater Wichita Partnership in terms of what their contracts are with us and what services they are providing. It may be a matter of having them, next time their contracts are up, maybe there are some tweaks we want to make to that, and I'd like that to be part of the analysis. And along with mental health and substance abuse, I know that, Manager, you're aware of this, but all of the reports that have already been done with through the Mental Health Coalition in terms of facilities, the strategic plan for the coalition, and all of that needs to be part of that, brought into that analysis. Thank you.
Is there any objection? If not, then staff will assume that they've been directed to receive this information by the council. Now we're onward to our any more discussion about the the operational budget or capital improvement plan from the bench before we open it up to public discussion? See none. Megan, over at Century 2, is there anybody who's willing to speak to the budget from the public? Oh, no. Representative Helgerson, how are you, sir?
Mayor, it's
Well,
good
before
seeing you.
before we get started with Representative, I want to put on some, I was supposed to do this, but I got excited when I saw you. For everyone who is to speak publicly, I want to remind everyone that they have 5 minutes. We won't cut you off, but please be respectful of the time, particularly for the person behind you. Please don't ask council members questions because that could actually take up your time if council members are to answer those questions. Please, if someone makes the same point you made and there's a long list of coverage or people would like to talk, please limit your 5 minutes to the points, the new points that you would like to make so that we can make the most out of this discussion. With that, the chair recognizes Representative Helgerson for 5 minutes.
Mayor, thank you very much. Council members, city manager, staff. I am here today. First of all, my address is 2900 South Hydraulic. That's my business address. I own Henry Helgerson Company and a company called the Image Resources Group. We are currently under contract with the city of Wichita to provide decorator services here in this building. But that's part of the reason I'm here. As of January 1, those individuals that need decorator services, when I say decorator services, I'm talking about pipe, drapes, carpet, the conventions that come into this building are going to see a 20% increase because that was the slowly stage-in period that we had talked about. However, with the COVID-19 disruptions that we have seen, this year we have seen conventions cancel one right after the other, and many of them are going to have a hard time starting next year. I ask that you sometime revisit that provision that you have in our contract and work with the promoters, the associations in trying to change that or delay that for a several-year period. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't have another opportunity to say a couple other things. First, I want to thank you very much for your service and the hard work that you're going through right now. It's not easy. Cutting $10 or $20 million out of the budget is not a fun project. Believe me, I'm going to have that same opportunity in a few months, I believe. But it's something that has to happen. Henry Helgerson Company has been in Century 2 in the old form for over 80 years. We have taken care of the needs of our customers and your customers at the same time. And throughout the discussion that has gone on, there has been a lot of comments about tearing down this building or it's not working. Well, I don't think there's another company in Wichita that has had more experience dealing with your buildings and providing services throughout the community. And I'll tell you now that when the time comes that you want to come up with realistic solutions, we can help you solve those. There are financial decisions that are difficult to make, but that we can make them with you and probably succeed as opposed to the two camps that we now have. I hope that you have a prosperous day, and when the time comes for you to deal with who's ever going to be in charge of running Century 2, that you put in mind that we need to revisit the contract so that associations and conventions don't see a 20% increase, because that'll just means that you have fewer of them coming in to rent the facility. Be happy to stand for questions, but I appreciate the time and wish you good luck in your discussions.
Any questions for Representative Helgerson? See none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Good morning. Hi. Celeste Rissette, 2239 North Teton Court. First, I want to say I spoke back on March 17th about the quality of life issues that are more important than giving properties to Golden Boy developers. It was interesting listening to Todd Ramsey, who speaks for Riverfront Legacy, attack me and attack the 17,000 citizens who signed the petition. We're not against development. We're against runaway development where the Golden Boys that favor development get to buy property for $1 an acre or get contracts that are skewed towards their favoritism. So I want to refute his point before I begin, but thank you for letting us speak. First of all, visit Wichita, and I used real numbers, unlike Todd Ramsey. I'm an accountant, so I use real numbers from the city's documents. They're receiving $8 million in convention and tourism promotion. We have paid them so much that on their financial records, they've got over $1 million in cash and over $1 million in investments from money we have paid them to manage tourism in Wichita. Why are they sitting on excess funds that have come out of our pockets and out of our transient guest tax? Obviously, they're overpaid. This contract needs to be bidded out, and we need to get a new third party to look at their contract. Second, privatization. Why would you consider privatization of Century 2 and lay off 29 people who take care of Century 2? You've made big mistakes with privatization. You've done a 99-year lease of Water Walk to Jack DeBoer, and you still owe money on the development. Stephen brothers, Brandon and Rodney Stephen, run the ice center. The ice rink is poorly maintained with plywood covering broken glass. Is this how you do privatization of public assets? Third, King of Freight and Gander Mountain enforced their contract. From filing KRAs, I found out we have not received the 400 new jobs promised, paying $50,000 a year. We have not received any of the promised $60,000 annual parking garage rent income, and now the building is up for sale. I requested the insurance on the property in a KRA and received it yesterday. Interestingly enough, the date of the insurance policy was yesterday. So did they get insurance on our building because of my request? Where is contract oversight? Administrative Regulation 2.1 provides for contract oversight by the internal auditor. But wait, there isn't an internal auditor. So you're in violation of your own administrative regulations. So me, the public, has to remind you of contract obligations. And no, I'm not specifically attacking any party. Brandon Whipple, you were elected mayor because Longwell had shown corruption and privatism to folks that he played golf with. I don't care what party you are, I'm nonpartisan. I just want what's right for the citizens of Wichita, including quality of life. Fourth, Century 2. Why is it that downtown business developers can get 25% in state tax credits for renovations, and you haven't done this yet for Century 2? Why are you leaving money on the table that won't cost taxpayers a dime? Downtown developers have built condos, hotels like the Ambassador, and they are smart enough to get tax credits. Why aren't we doing the same thing with Century 2? Is it because the public owns these buildings and you don't care about fixing them up? Renovation of Century 2 would be considerably less on our budget than spending $1.2 billion to tear it down and build new. And finally, the transient guest tax should not be your piggy bank to pay for hotels like you did with the Fairfield Inn. Here's their contract. I was stunned to find that the city of Wichita paid $2.5 billion to build the Fairfield Inn Hotel and pulled that money out of the transient guest tax, which is to pay for renovations on Century 2. Are we paying for hotels for your favorite developers? This is unconscionable. And speaking of debt, the public service debt is what's breaking our budget right now. You have gotten around the recent debt service on the new ballpark by keeping it closed for another year. But if property tax assessments keep going up as planned, you're going to hit our assessed values. That affects people on fixed income and others who have been impacted by COVID and are struggling to pay bills. You are also counting on higher local sales tax to fund TIF debt. You know I've talked about TIF debt. How will we pay off all of this debt if people don't start spending again? I'm against runaway development that costs us in debt, that takes funds out of our general fund, just like those 18 properties around the river ballpark development that George Laham, Jerry Jones, Wells, and Burke had bought ahead of time and flipped back to us at double the price. That was $3 million that came out of the general fund. I'm all for homelessness, animal control, neighborhood pools, helping our schools, and doing things that improve the quality of life of Wichita. We don't need a 1.2 swimming pool in the Arkansas River. Stop new expensive development deals, renovate Century 2 using state tax credits, and cut back, for heaven's sake, on Visit Wichita funds. Monitor third-party contracts and open them up to bidding. It's not rocket science. It's your job, and it's what we elected you for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Oh, should I have my mask? I'm sorry. Do you have questions? I can't even hear him.
No, we're good. We're looking for the next speaker. My understanding is a long list. Thank you, though, for being here.
Can I lay this up here?
Yes, sir. Hey, John, please state your name and also remember you got 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of Wichita City Council. My name is John Todd. I live at 1559 North Payne Avenue here in Wichita, Shelby County, Kansas. I am opposed to the additional business license tax that the manager talked about. The political timing is wrong for the City Council to include privatizing Century 2 management into the 2021 Wichita City budget. This is a red flag to your constituents. Many of us view it as little more than a smooth political maneuver to circumvent a future vote of the people relating to Century 2 and other important buildings downtown. Having personal involvement in the Save Century 2 petition issue, I can tell you that people of Wichita are tired of what they view as business as usual at City Hall that enriches the same old special interest groups. The lack of transparency, backroom deals, dollar an acre land sales, and the endless taxpayer subsidies that enrich the inside group and leave any losses naturally to be paid for out of the public treasury. They viewed the Riverfront Legacy Group as the spokesperson or agent for this same old redevelopment group. Many thought the outcome that involved tearing down Century 2 had been predetermined in advance, and that little, if any, consideration was made to repurpose our beloved Century 2 icon. Many of the over 17,265,000 people who signed the petition because lack of trust in downtown redevelopment, particularly involving the fate of their beloved iconic Century 2 and the former Wichita Public Library. The baseball sports complex was the last straw. There was no public vote on that project and no voter approval of the financing involved in paying for it. No one objected to the possibility of a new baseball sports complex, but the method used to achieve it angered people and caused Mayor Jeff Longwell to lose his bid for re-election. The petition initiative was a backlash on this method of downtown redevelopment. And when Century 2 issue emerged, people said enough is enough. Many of them risked their personal health to come down to our Save Century 2 office in downtown Wichita to sign the petition. That's how passionate they were about this issue. And now you're fighting your 17,265 constituents in the 8th Judicial District Court. You are trying to deny them their right to petition and their right to vote, no less, on the fate of historic and architecturally important publicly owned buildings like Century 2 and the former Wichita Public Library. So through the efforts of your taxpayer-funded Wichita city attorneys, you may win the battle against your own Wichita citizens in court. However, in my opinion, I'm telling you advisedly, that I believe you will lose in the court of public opinion. So today I ask you to drop your lawsuit against the 17,265 of your own citizens. I ask you today to initiate a city council vote to drop the lawsuit. And I ask which one of the council members are willing to stand up and make this action come true. I believe it's time to bring public trust back to City Hall, and you can do it today. It is the right thing to do. And by the way, the market timing is wrong to sign a long-term management agreement on Century 2 or any other publicly owned building. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
John, I have a quick question for you. Were the Save Century 2 people aware that there might have been legal problems with the language before our city attorneys pointed that out?
We had the county attorney. They approved the language. We had an attorney approve the language. We feel real confident that we're on safe ground.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Not really a question. I just want to, again, highlight that we have committed to a public vote. We've said that from the beginning. We are going to continue to commit to a public vote on the future of the riverfront, Century 2, the library, and all of that. And I just want to make sure that's clear, although it's been said that that's not the case.
In fact, I believe that meeting will happen next week due to the direction of the council, and we hope that these Save Century 2 folks will be here in support of really the victory of the 17,000 folks through a compromised piece of legislation. I believe that's all for questions. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, council members. My name is LaWanda DeShazer, 2707 North Terrace Drive. I know you have decisions to make, and in particular, I am here in regards to the budget and specifically the WPD budget. I have said in meetings, I have gone to rallies, and overwhelmingly, the conversation has been to reform police departments across the country and right here in Wichita, Kansas. At every meeting I attended, the police representatives all say we have a lot of hats to wear. We have become social workers, mental health workers, homeless care workers, which has resulted in longer response times to actual crime calls. I've also been told that part of the increase in the budget is due to contractual agreements, and you have to honor that agreement in fair faith. And I absolutely understand that. You have to honor that in fair faith. But with that in mind, how about elected officials' contractual agreement to the people? How about the contractual agreements to actually listen to the people and the contractual agreement to do the will of the people? Increasing the budget by $7 million is a slap in the face of democracy. I ask you to keep the budget flat, continue with conversations with all the groups that even you have formed to talk about police reform. One thing that could be done today, you want to do something right now today, I say cut the budget of the SRO officers in our schools. That's about a $900,000 budget. Cut it in half. Take that $400,000 budget and use it for mental health. Use it for the homeless. There are people that are going to be losing water, electricity. They're going to be evicted from their homes. Use that $400,000 right now today to actually help the citizens of Wichita. You have a contractual agreement, and you should act in fair faith, not just for the police department, but for the citizens that you represent all across Wichita, Kansas. I ask you to take a step back today and listen to the people. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm here to speak in support of the not the Postal Service, excuse me, but speak in support of our police force. please bear with me. Think of our society as a brick wall. And that brick wall is made up of individuals, families, it's made up of businesses, many different colors and shapes. But that brick wall is built on a foundation. That foundation is the foundation of law and order. Now, that brick wall would fall apart without that strong foundation. But within that wall, there's mortar, and that mortar is our police department. And without a strong and vibrant police department, our wall will begin to crumble. We have examples of that daily in the national news, Portland, Seattle, Chicago, and other locations. I encourage you to strongly support support our law enforcement individuals, their departments, and please fund them liberally. Thank you. My name is Kenneth McKnight, and I live at 1521 North Judith. Thank you for your time. Good day.
Thank you, Kenneth. And I just want to make a reminder that we're asking speakers to say their names when they speak for our clerk to record. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Dale. I don't have an address. I'm an artist, designer, community organizer, advocate for the arts. I'm formerly homeless, and I come from a broken family living in a broken system. What counts as realistic, what seems possible at any point in the social field, is defined by a set of political determinations. An ideological position can never be really successful until it is naturalized, and it cannot be naturalized while it is still thought as a value rather than as a fact. Accordingly, neoliberalism has sought to eliminate the very category of value in every ethical sense. Over the past 30 years in the United States and in Wichita, we've seen the successful installation of a business ontology. We're literally here talking about money and how it equates to the
Dale,
value.
you have to speak to the budget. Can you speak to the budget, not in generals? Thanks. You have
The United States has an extreme budget commitment to prisons, guns, warplanes, drones, jails, prison systems, and to law and order that is meted and vetted out discriminately rather than indiscriminately. It has an equally extreme budget deficit to food support, aid for teenage parents, help for the homeless, child care for working families, safe housing, and so on. It feeds the former and starves the latter. Wichita is no exception to this structure. The proposed budget is evident of that. Our history is evident of that. Not even 60 years ago, the McAdams and Dunbar neighborhoods were systematically dismantled and destroyed under the state and the U.S. Highway Defense Act. That is businesses, homes, churches, schools, to supposedly pave the way for progress. It was not even 30 years ago that the National Guard and the WPD marched down neighborhoods in North Wichita with tanks and machine guns. That's real, you can look it up. All because people were out in the streets protesting the corrupt police department that was selling drugs in neighborhood. This is documented information. It was not even 15 years ago since Wichita experienced an increasing in the criminalization of homelessness and poverty, an increase in police violence and police brutality in our communities, and an active system that worked to defund community resources while increasing police funding. This has nothing to do with public safety. More police do not equal less crime. And in the past few months, we have seen an increase in violence and hate, and more importantly, contempt perpetuated by our police force. Despite the performative displays of allyship by our chief of police, peaceful protesters have been arrested, beaten with batons, tear gassed, shot at with rubber bullets, followed home after protests by on-duty and off-duty police officers, arrested for drawing with chalk on public property. That is a violation of the First Amendment. There are laws for this. People want to talk about law and order, yet our police department can't even follow its own laws and regulations under state, city, and federal law. Why is this? What is the disconnect? We are in an economical crisis. We're in a health crisis and a political crisis. These numbers are comparative to Wichita and the US. What I want to know is why we need more police officers, new vehicles, new police precincts. Why do we need to spend almost $700,000 on iPhones? Why do we need any of these things when our communities are suffering? We are in dire need of assistance, not policing. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to remind the people who are speaking to the budget, your comments have to be what we call germane or on topic to the budget. We have an open forum section of the agenda where we can have stuff that's not consistent with the budget. I think Dale made his more consistent towards the end, but I do want to remind people, we're talking about the budget right now. Please keep your comments focused on the budget, as that is the topic of debate. Thank you. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Melissa Olson. My address is 200 East Park. I would like to let you know that I support in defunding police. I don't feel that throwing more police on the street is going to solve a structural problem, and defunding the police is definitely the way to go. Reallocating funding to other sectors would be equally as effective and less violent with less deaths on our hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Council. My name is Joshua Montgomery. I live at 10026 West Haskell Court. Thank you so much for your time this morning. As many have mentioned, it is a goal to lower the amount of money spent on the Wichita Police Department. As a lifetime member of Wichita, I definitely see a merit to a police force. That being said, I think that it is overburdened with too many functions. As the world has gone into an era of globalization, the need for more specialized fields has become evident. In our doctor practices, in our engineering, each field has got more and more specific as time has gone on. That is the consequence and the benefit of globalization. With that being said, the Wichita Police Department has been overburdened and under-specialized to meet the specific needs that are presented with our social issues. If I were to have a toothache, I would go to a dentist, not a general physician. Likewise, if I were to get a brain surgery, I would go to a brain surgeon and not a general physician. If I needed to get running shoes as a professional athlete, I would go to a running store and not to a Walmart where they wouldn't be able to adequately fit me. Not every shoe will be able to fit every person, and not every police department will be able to solve every single social issue that arises. I think this is where police departments come up short. And this is tied to the budget because I believe that the budget should be not necessarily reduced for the police force, but definitely not increased. I know that the Wichita Police Department has armored vehicles that are seen in combat overseas in Iraq and Iran. The maintenance and acquisition of these vehicles is unnecessary and detracts from the real issues that the community faces. I believe that more intricate, more specific task force working in tandem with the police force are a necessary part that allow the police force to specialize on policing very effectively. I know Police Chief Ramsey said that they have had a basis of training with mental health issues. This is definitely a good start, but it doesn't actually get to the main issue at hand. The real issue is that these people will never have specialized treatment for mental health calls. This is where funds need to be diverted onto social problems to both prevent and respond to these issues that arise. I won't ramble on much longer, but I am reminded by a quote from Mark Twain. To a man with a hammer, everything looks like a nail. In this sense, let us move away from the fallacious thinking that a gun and a badge can solve every societal issue. Let us move towards the thinking that funding societal programs that help and prevent crime ahead of time are the way to go. Thank you, Commission, for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council.
Welcome.
My name is Mark Easter. I live at 9412 West Briarwood Avenue here in Wichita. And I am still appreciative of the welcome home I received, along with my unit, the 731st Transportation Company, when we returned from Iraq in 2011. I understand there's a lot of problems dealing with the budget issues, and it's a tough issue. I understand that. Kansas values are not East Coast or West Coast issues. We fought in the beginning to keep this a free state. We did not want slavery in this country, in this state, and that is still so today. Kansas common sense should prevail. We want to represent all people. We want the budget to reflect that. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater by cutting the services of the Wichita Police Department. Right now, the breadth of responsibilities that have been laid upon the Wichita Police Department is simply unreal. It's just like that across the entire country. They have a great burden to carry, and they deserve our support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And guys, I hear noise in the background. I just want to remind people that though we're at Century 2 because of COVID, this is still a public meeting and it's a governing meeting. And I would ask people to please be courteous and not to, interrupt speakers. Thank you. Ma'am, you have 5 minutes.
My name is Michaela Reason. I live at 3232 South Clifton Avenue here in Wichita. I'm here to call for the defunding of our militarized police department. When someone is diagnosed with a disease, there are multiple treatment options. The first step would be treating symptoms, but ultimately we try to eradicate the disease altogether by treating it directly. Crime is a symptom of poverty in our city. Why do we keep funneling money into the nursing of an upset stomach when we could remedy the cancer itself? It makes no sense to give the Wichita Police Department more money when we could directly address the diseases plaguing our city. Homelessness, unemployment, disenfranchisement of minorities, the list goes on, as you well know. I, as a Wichita citizen, require the financial increase to the Wichita Police Department be funneled back into our community through mental health, domestic violence, and homelessness prevention programs. No disease is cured by treating solely its symptoms. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, I'm Alex Rickard, 550 West Central, apartment 714. My stance on the budget is to remove the $6 million you're asking for. No more budget increase for Wichita Police Department. We should put money into social services. I don't care about training cops. This issue is structural, not individual, and training cannot fix that. I am not here to call for a reform. The very nature of prison is one of reform because the bourgeois, those who steal from the poor to maintain socioeconomic privilege, think of class, gender, and racial antagonisms as something that can be ameliorated by the state. The state gained its power through settler colonialism. It will never be able to make the slave equal to the master, no matter how much time has passed since the scandalous act of the Middle Passage and chattel slavery. To say that police give us order is to accept the domination of the bourgeoisie and ignorantly attempt to make black, white, and red equal despite the incompatibility of these classes. Being an ally doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you're still protecting your whiteness. To those that fear a resurgence of crime when I say abolish the police, I have several questions. What is preventing crime from happening right now? When I had black mold in my apartment, I wasn't able to call the police to make them push my landlord into being a decent person and fixing my apartment. It is generally thought that the police act as a deterrent, but if I'm hungry, I'm going to try to eat. Combined with things like familial abandonment and redlining, black and brown queer people in closer proximity to violence due to the lack of protections for sex workers. The police, in these instances, through things like quality of life policing, such as the Eyes on the River program, make black, brown, queer people more likely to be incarcerated for just trying to survive. How does more police protect them? It doesn't. It protects the bourgeoisie. It protects property values due to the stigma associated with people trying to survive loitering in public areas. Police value orders above people. Only the people value people, which is why we desire abolition and community self-defense along the line of from the people and to the people. The problem is more than bad apples and lack of training. The police enforce the conditions of bourgeois society and ensure social mobility remains kaput so that the rich can maintain their power. Police are not vestiges of equality. They stand in the way of democracy and freedom by keeping classes in their place. This is why crises are inevitable and so persistent under capitalism. You want equality, but we have incompatible relations. Stop killing us with impossible. Go for abolition and bring the power back to the people. Police are seen as protecting the public when they arrest homeless people having a mental health crisis. But how is this protection? Those people are the public. Instead of taking millions, caging them, and enforcing rigorous policies to keep them out of public spaces, we can invest in safe and affordable housing and healthcare for people. You heard it from the policymaker. Our social services are strapped for money while the police get $6 million more, over $100 million a year. Please, this is the looting that you should be worried about. Imagine $6 million invested in getting people off the streets and into good homes. That would significantly reduce crime. Crime is caused by poverty, not the other way around. We know the police are class traitors, and we know that racial equality is a conundrum meant to keep white for as long as possible. Equality can only come about through abolition of settler colonial standing army. Here are some demands among many. First, remove all SROs from schools and replace them with counselors not bound to mandatory reporting so we can effectively dismantle the school to prison pipeline that endangers black and brown students and keeps them from learning in our schools. Eliminate the criminalization of survival work and invest in social services to help people attain secure housing and healthcare. This will significantly reduce crime as well as the instances of violence against homeless people that your Eyes on the River program is trying to accomplish. Eliminate the mounted patrol and police officers that hang outside bars for DUI arrests. Instead, invest this money in a free taxi service for inebriated drivers to get home safely. This is a form of community empowerment, not more policing. And cut WPD's budget by at least $12 million since y'all had the audacity to ask for more in your bloated budget. $100 million is not a baby, please. That's a spoiled adult and he needs to be trained, not trained. Accountability comes from the people, not from a cage. Remember this when you beg for our vote. Dare to struggle, dare to win.
Next, please. I would again ask that people stay focused on the budget.
I don't see myself.
I think we have some technical, we got the wrong video on. Can we put it back on, Pastor Mo?
You said something else.
My name is Maurice W. Evans, also known
Pastor
as
Mo, if you
Pastor
could
Mo.
just hold for 1 second. The video feed for
Sure.
you seems to not be working. We will obviously reset your time.
Okay.
But I want to make sure you get the full attention of the council.
John Hale, we're looking at you.
Yeah, John. John, can you go ahead and walk that laptop over and put it in front of Pastor Mo?
You need to adjust the volume on the laptop itself. Try a headset or headphones. Next. Ready?
Actually, not yet. We have, the video is of a wall right now, so I'm trying to get the video back on you, and I see on our shared screen, it looks like the mouse is clicking around. I think they're trying to fix this for you. So I would ask that we just give it about another minute, and I'll let you know once you're on our screen.
Is it something they're doing there? Yeah, I think he's coming up. Yeah. Good to see you.
Is there a way we can confirm? Tyler, do you have ears and ear? They're working on that, right? Thank you.
There we go.
Pastor Mo, we can see you now. The floor is yours, and obviously you get the full 5 minutes.
Got it? You good? Okay. My name is Maurice W. Evans, also known as Pastor Mo, 1108 North Oliver, speaking for the people of Wichita and the World Justice Now movement. The proposed Wichita budget must not pass today. You may feel like there is no time to delay the budget, but delay it we must. Here is just a top of the head option: institute some sort of temporary budget, just enough to cover a few months. Allocate disputed funds to a special account, I don't know, 10, 20 million, whatever it takes. Then let's talk about how to allocate or not to different areas. Maybe the people want it to go to WPD. Maybe they don't. But this is clearly not a decision that should be made hastily during such controversy. Many of us are even wondering if this is even something that should be handled by one singular individual, an individual who it was necessary, vacations are important, but inconvenient for it to be unavailable this week. Speaking of an individual handling all of our money, and it is our money, why does it take an entire council to run the city, yet only one person handles all the money? $57,389. That's the average employee salary for the city of Wichita in 2017. That's 9.8% lower than the national average for government employees and 15.4% lower than other cities. $34,133. That's the average annual salary for a worker in Wichita, if they're working right now. That comes to $16.41 an hour. The cost of living in Wichita is 8% higher than the national average. One person who makes a salary equivalent to 4 city workers, the equivalent of 7 average citizens. Is this person, a wealthy, white, heterosexual male, the best individual to make decisions on how the entire city is handled? Can we count on him to be versed with, count on him to be familiar with, count on him to be compassionate towards, and count on him to empathize for the needs that do not fit into his socioeconomic perspective personally? Women's health issues, LGBTQ, homeless, people who cannot afford childcare, people who have family members with mental health needs but cannot afford specialized care, people who have children in foster care and trying to recover them. How many Latino, Black, or Indigenous families does he personally know and spend time around? Who knows? Maybe he is the best person. What we do know is we do not have enough funding for these groups. Maybe we need to create a budgetary council, a diverse group of people who can truly represent the diversity of our great city. I don't know. I would like to talk to you, sir, Mayor Whipple. You made it a point to emphasize you created a special civil rights council. Granted, had a white nationalist, fake doctor, not a lot of power, but thank you for that effort, seriously. You also made a point recently on social that you proposed $400K to go towards domestic violence and addiction. Thank you for that. You see, Mayor Whipple, I voted for you, and you may recall some of our social media interactions. On Independence Day 2020, Brennan Whipple wrote, "A protest has been organized at our home today over the mask ordinance. The Facebook event has over 100 RSVPs. I am thankful for the right to protest. For those gathering, please stay safe. We stocked a cooler with drinks for you. Stay hydrated. Happy Independence Day, everyone." Curious about how council works like it does currently with the budget, I asked, I'm just curious, Mayor Whipple, how many people have to show up for you to call another meeting to revote, or does it not matter? You replied and said, the vote's over. So I'd recommend folks to show up on August 11th, today, where we have to decide to extend the order or not, but we have lots of other stuff people can come speak on. Let's go back at a further time. November 5th, 2019, I congratulated you on your win because August 6th, 2019, I tagged you in a post regarding the police over-aggressive handling of a Black man. I actually offered to help personally or refer training the police in this area. You didn't respond to that at all. Neither did the chief of police. Let's go back further. While you were still running, July 16, 2019, you wrote, "Our police department needs more than just more officers." This is what you wrote on Facebook. "They also need full-time police social workers to help de-escalate mental health crises, coordinate treatment, and also to serve people who are the victims of domestic violence." Then you close saying, "As your mayor, I will make City Hall prioritize the safety of our community." On July 18, 2 days later, I asked you, how about ongoing training? You said, "Hi, Maurice, thanks for posting." Ongoing training is a part of a solid improvement plan, particularly with building stronger relationships within the community. However, my first priority is to equip them with the proper amount of officers and social workers so they will not be stretched so thin throughout the city. When they are not able to take the time needed to build relationships and implement community policing. I responded, thanks for the reply, "I would like to encourage you to consider a both and approach rather than an either or. Instead of this first and then that, consider an at the same time approach." I say this because merely adding more officers to a broken culture just brings more dysfunction in larger quantities. Culture in organizations is by default or by design. We need more officers for sure. However, without proper ongoing leadership training, the underlying issues will simply be picked up by the new recruits. You said, "You make a good point, Maurice. I agree we can work towards both goals at the same time." Thanks for adding to the discussion. Mayor Whipple, I present to you, you and I have been having this same conversation since before you were elected. I've brought the same issues to your attention directly, indirectly, publicly, though never in any private setting. Neither my position nor my passion on these matters have changed, nor will they in the future. If nothing else, you should know I'm persisting. From holding town halls, to stopping looters, to hosting rallies, to inspiring protest groups, I'm always actively fighting for the people. As you all know, I'm part of no fraternity or society. I owe no one any favors, and I am totally unaffiliated and independent of any political party. I know you're getting a lot of flack lately. The police donated, the police union donated $2,500 to your wife's political action committee, Wichita Future PAC. While some point to that, I'm not concerned about that. Why? Because, Mayor Whipple, if we go to your social media profile today, it has the same tagline you ran under. It says, "Together, we will build a Wichita that works for everyone." Mayor Whipple, right now, Wichita is not working for everyone. The lack of budgetary infusion for social services and the over-budgeting of the police department, that lack of training and support for officers is not working for everyone. We have people here who back the blue. I also back the blue, just not above the people in social services. Officers are doing too much. It's not fair to the officers, and that makes it oppressive to the citizens automatically. Mayor Whipple, I implore you to use your influence to keep your promises. I implore you to use that influence today. Show us you are the man we voted for. Show us you are the man of integrity you said we should vote for. I don't speak for myself today, I speak for the citizens of our great city. To those present here today, I'm sure that they are feeling what I am saying. I'm asking that you understand that what you see is not me. I am not me. I am we, and we is us, and right now, us is fed up. If you, Mayor Whipple, members of the City Council, and city leadership have any aspirations in politics beyond this day, please listen to us now, or you will find yourself listening to us later. We may not live in Mays or Andover or be millionaires, but we are registered voters. Your future, if any, particularly in this city, rests in the hands of the people here today. Say no to this budget. Let's talk some more and work this out. Do it because our city demands. Do it because our city deserves, nothing less. My name is Pastor Mo, speaking on behalf of the people of Wichita. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Next speaker, please. Councilmember Bluebog. Before the next speaker, we have Councilmember Bluebog who'd like to.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask,
comment.
does everybody have unlimited time today?
No, you have 5 minutes, but if you go over a couple minutes, I'm not going to shut anyone off for obvious reasons. I'm not sure that we have an argument right now about transparency and ensuring that everyone has a voice, so if people aren't taking advantage of the time, then of course, I will let them finish their thought.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Manager, we have nothing scheduled for today, right? This meeting is it, right?
We have WAMPO at 3.
We have what?
Four of us have WAMPO at 3.
WAMPO is at 3?
Yep.
Okay, well, if we go beyond 3, I guess we can, guess what we would just ask legal what to do. I think we would just recess until after WAMPO. Ma'am, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
My name is Shalise. I live in 362 North Holyoke Plain. I'm not very good at public speaking, so I'm here for all those people who want to speak but can't. Council members, I am a Wichita citizen, and I came here today to state my support for calls to defund our increasingly militarized police, and instead relocate the funding to social services and communities. Police are being asked to do too much in our societies. And I believe many responsibilities they have can be better performed by other specialized professionals. We know that most crime is a result of poverty and need, and that the safest communities are the ones with the most resources, not the police. For instance, involving counselors and stuff like that with issues of mental illness. I heard our police chief say if there is a self-harm person that calls in, they will come see if they need help, and then if they don't, we'll just leave. That's not the proper way to help. Public safety is incredibly important. Defunding does not mean less safety. There's more public safety than policing. Defunding is a call for new thinking and to stop spending on something that is not working. Wichita leaders like to think this city is a place for innovative ideas that generate growth. So I urge you to act on what we know. Let's start to remodel our civil services so we break this expensive and inhumane cycle of punishment and incarceration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I'll have it noted that that saved 3 minutes of her 5-minute time, and therefore this usually balances out. Next speaker, please.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kylie, and I reside at 67218. I am here to demand that both funds be reallocated from the Wichita Police Department into social services that directly benefit our communities. Law enforcement is directly rooted from slave control, making discrimination towards people of color from law enforcement quite inevitable. Despite the shortfall of funds due to the ongoing pandemic, it is proposed to fund WPD an extra $6 million in the year prior. This is putting the power directly into the hands of the oppressor if things do not change. Nationally, the Department of Health, Homelessness Assistance, Youth Community Development, as well as House Development and Preservation combined, still get less funding than law enforcement alone. Change can start here in Wichita. Poverty is correlated with crime. That is why government funding being in the right areas is extremely important when trying to form a stronger and better community for all. Data collected from the Federal Reserve Department of Justice shows that the last 60 years of increase in police funding is not correlated with the decrease of crime. We need to address spatially driven oppression at the point by defunding an institution that directly terrorizes communities as well as oppressing those who reside there. Some direct social services to fund instead include homelessness assistance, drug and alcohol rehabilitation, domestic violence and sexual assault intervention programs, and funding volunteer-based groups that can respond to struggles within our communities that officers are not intended for. More money given to WPD means increased incarceration of nonviolent crimes, increased poverty and crime, and lack of education resources in our community. Please think of the long-term effects of the power you intend Wichita Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Jack Johnson, and I live at 841 North Holyoke. All of the points that I wanted to touch on today have already been addressed by the previous speakers in regards to defunding the police. So in order to minimize the time that we spend here today, I will just conclude my speech to the people that are here in support of the over-bloated police budget are not happy with what the police do for them. They're happy with what the police do to others. Thank you.
That took 30 seconds. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Tina Stokes-Solis. I was born and live here in Wichita, Kansas. As a biracial person and living in the north end of Wichita, I would like to say how much I appreciate our police department and all that they do for our community. Throughout the years of my growing up, I remember a very devastating crime, the shooters on top of the Holiday Inn, just here across the street. In August 11, 1976, Mike Hill was a Wichita police lieutenant who shot a sniper who was shooting at people from atop of the Holiday Inn in downtown Wichita. Hill saved many people that day and was later elected sheriff of Sedgwick County. This city has been protected by our great officers of Sedgwick County. And if you are concerned about finances, taxes paid to support our police department, I suggest you take a look at Minneapolis, Oregon, and Chicago and see all of the devastation and destruction of their cities because of the stand-down orders of the police officers from their governors and the so-called defunding proposals of the police department. Their city is now destroyed, and there will be many businesses who will be filing for insurance claims, lawsuits against their city commissioners and counties and states, which will run into millions of dollars, which will raise taxes in their cities even greater. My vote is no. Do not defund our police department. My vote is defend our police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Judy Gerolds. I live on North Amadon here in Wichita. I was born and raised here. This is our city, our country. You have been given and entrusted with the finances and the directions of our city for a while. All people have made mistakes, especially in the heat of a moment. But if defunding our police is about a wrongful death of a Black brother, it was truly wrong. But this is not what the BLM, defunding our police, is really about. Things are changing, but we want it changed for the better. I reject the movement of the Black Lives Matter wanting to defund our police and promote what they want. What do they want? They promote anarchy. They do not represent a care for our Black brothers and sisters. They represent, with a raised fist, chaos, destruction, anarchy. Therefore, they want to defund our police. The difference they want is for us to submit to a communistic, socialistic spirit. We support our police force and want them fully funded so they can do their job. And we thank God for Gordon Ramsay, our police chief. We love all nationalities, but we became Americans. We are not Scottish Americans, Irish Americans, Hispanic Americans, African Americans, but we are Americans. Americans, all for America. I desire with multiple thousands of others who want our American heritage to be brought back. We love our country. We love our state. We love our city. Okay. We are one nation under God. We need love with law and order. Our police force intact for that. And I appreciate you hearing me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. My name is Marie Flores, and I live at 9200 West Suncrest Street in 67212. I'm here today to speak in opposition against the proposed budget. I believe that there are better ways to prevent crime in our community than giving more money to police. I have had nothing but bad experiences with police officers. One of those experiences was when I was 8, and it's the most notable I have. My mother dealt with a number of mental health issues when I was younger. Oftentimes, police were called despite the fact that she not once was violent. All she did was have psychiatric issues in her home or in public without being violent to anyone. And I remember when my mother was put down on the ground or beaten by police officers. I remember when she got black eyes or busted lips. I remember when police tackled her to the ground and put her in the back of a police car as she was beating her head against the window and did nothing to stop it. I watched all of this when I was 8 years old, and the police did nothing in order to prevent me from seeing it or to call anyone else to help me or to put me in a safer situation. That is what I've dealt with WPD. I don't want increased funding for more police to be in schools to perpetuate the school to prison pipeline. I do not want more police to turn over my neighbors to ICE. I do not want more police to have more money to pull over my Black friends for existing. And I do not want homeless people punished for existing in public spaces simply for being poor. I do not believe that all of these new police initiatives that were announced will change anything. All of these reasons are why I'm here today speaking against increased funding for WPD. I think that there are better alternatives that funds can be allocated to in order to prevent crime. Funding social programs, especially those that prevent homelessness, would reduce crime rates. These social services are now more necessary than ever given the increased hardships due to COVID-19. The funding allocated to alleviate these hardships is not enough. I think social programs that have people who specialize in alleviating hardships, such as addiction or mental health, is a better alternative because police are not a one-size-fits-all option for every single issue in society. Police officers are simply that, police officers. They're not mental health professionals, and they're not people who specialize in addiction services. They're not people who specialize in how to get people off the streets for homelessness other than putting them in jail. And those are the reasons why we need to fund better things in order to prevent crime in the first place. Thank you, Black Lives Matter, and I stand to defund the police.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Just put it here.
Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
I want to thank you for this opportunity to address the City Council and the Mayor and the City Council. I am an ordained and licensed bishop and chaplain at a local community organization named WOC, or Working Men in Christ. And our purpose, goal, and mission is to go into the local prisons and state correctional facilities to ultimately help reduce the recidivism rate and the crime rate in Sedgwick County and throughout the state of Kansas. I was a pastor before I began this ministry over on the Northeast side, and I've been in the prison ministry for 15 to 20 years. We like to think of ourselves at Working Men in Christ as providing local community service along with the WPD Police Department, again, to help keep the crime rate low and the streets safe in the city of Wichita and in Sedgwick County. Now, my purpose, or our purpose for being here, is to address any counterintuitive, absurd, and ludicrous demands from any organizations like BLM, Black Lives Matter, and in particular, any demands like defunding, disbanding, and dismantling the Wichita Police Department. Some of the most fundamental necessary parts and glue that hold our local community, our government, and our society together throughout the state of Kansas. If we seriously think about it, the Wichita Police Department, the Sheriff's Department, and the prison system are the necessary parts and glue that keep our local community and society from reverting back to 100 years ago, a wild, wild west type scenario with lawlessness in the street and a time of Wyatt Earp and Doc Holliday. If the defunding, disbanding, and dismantling of any law enforcement agency in Wichita or Sedgwick County is carried out, I got one question for the entire city council and the mayor. Now, heaven forbid that any of you ever have a home invasion, a family member assaulted and or robbed, but if it did happen and the police department was dismantled, who are you gonna call? Ghostbusters? And finally, in closing, what it all boils down to is that the defunding, disbanding, and dismantling of our police department or any law enforcement agency is anti-biblical, anti-Christian, and just plain dangerous or destructive to our local and state governmental structure. I say that in full belief and confidence because Romans 13, verse 1 through 4 in the NLT says, everyone must submit to governing authorities, for all authorities come from God, and those in positions of authority have been placed there by God. So anyone who rebels against authority is rebelling against what God has instituted, and they will be punished. For the authorities do not strike fear in people who are doing right, but in those who are doing wrong. Would you like to live without fear of the authorities? Do what is right, and they will honor you. The authorities are God's servants, sent for your good. But if you are doing wrong, of course you should be afraid, for they have the power to punish you. They are God's servants, sent for the very purpose of punishing those who do wrong. I thank you for the opportunity to address the city council.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
My name's Christopher Parashow. Trying to back up here so you can see me. I'm here to speak on a number of issues today. First off, with regard to Century 2, I'd like to echo what both Celeste and John Todd said. I don't want to take up too much time on that. On the issue of the business tax or fee, whatever you want to call it, if that's purely for the purpose of trying to collect data, why couldn't you call the Secretary of State and say, can you please generate a list of all the businesses that are registered in the city limits of Wichita? It'd probably be a lot cheaper and a lot easier to get the information you want that way. Lastly, I'm here to support funding of the police department. Unlike what previous speakers have said, if you defund the police, the city will be less safe. And unfortunately, it will be the minority communities that get hurt most by the danger of defunding the police. They are the ones that will be hit worse. And I don't want to see any community, including their community, be endangered by defunding the police. If there are issues with the police, how they operate, policies, bad officers, let's deal with those issues. Let's actually have an open, honest conversation and not just try to say, hey, we don't like what's going on, so let's just defund it and get rid of it. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Welcome, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is William Stout, and I think most of the council knows who I am, as I have a tendency to email you on occasion, although I've also noticed most of you don't reply. Nevertheless, I think I have a unique perspective. I've been a lifelong Wichitan in Northwest Wichita. My father retired from WPD after 23 years as a deputy chief. I served with the Sedgwick County Sheriff's Department. And I've noticed a recurring theme today, and that has been social workers and domestic violence. And I had a lot of other things I wanted to talk about, but I think this is probably the one that is most relevant. In 1997, when I was working for the Sheriff's Department, I was dispatched to a call in the 4900 block of South Juniper. in Oak Lawn, just outside our city. And the reason I bring this up is I keep hearing people talk about how it's not the job of police to be social workers. I tend to agree. However, it's not the job of social workers to respond to 911 calls. In that fateful early morning, just after midnight, 4 of us were sent to a single address for multiple reasons. And the end result was the death of a good friend of mine, Kenny Snyder, who was murdered in cold blood by the person that some people seem to rather have a social worker go talk to, which makes absolutely no sense to me. Law enforcement is charged with enforcing the law, not with enforcing your feelings. If you're upset about the way law enforcement does things, then by all means, take that up with the individual law enforcement officer or hopefully their supervisor. But don't try to disband or defund the police because you don't like the actions of one individual. That just makes no sense to me. I'm disgusted even by the words defund the police. And the idea that someone would call 911 with the expectation of hearing the words, "Don't worry, just wait, we'll send out a social worker," makes no sense. It's just ludicrous. I've also heard today some other things that really upset me, mostly specific comments, but the one comment I'd like to address more than any was at the very beginning of all of this today when our city manager spoke, and he used these words, "What Republicans want." I'm very disappointed. This shouldn't be a political issue. We shouldn't be deciding how we spend money in our city based on political party. And when the city manager is using those words, that's extremely disappointing. It's time to remember that you are our employees, not our rulers. And those of us that stand here today in opposition to the idea of taking money away from the police want you to remember that we are citizens and we do care about the law. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to clear that up really quick. City manager did not say anything partisan in regard to a political party. What you're referring to is probably what he said, what the public wants. And that could, through some of the audio issues in Century 2, sound like Republican, but there's no place for partisanship in this discussion.
I'll add that when you bring up partisan elections, the manager usually starts sweating in a very nervous way because partisanship is not something that really we discuss here at City Hall. So that must have been a audio issue. So I thank the councilman for bringing that up. Next speaker, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Jeff. Thank you, council, for letting me come in today and speak to you. I hope I'm not too divisive, but I just wrote down a few things before I came here, wanting to express my opinion. And there's a couple things that I looked at today. I see this Project ICT letter and this thing that Black Lives Matter is pushing. There's a couple things I want to just go through here. First, there is some aspects of policing that I think we can go through. It bothers me that we talk about defunding because eventually, in other cities, have you been noticed lately in the past 3 months that have talked about defunding and stuff like that, crime has risen. So to me, that bothers me, especially for here in Wichita. There is some few things the police could work on, de-escalation, more empathy, stuff like that, that I think that works, needs some help with I don't know, God in our lives. Without God, we don't get anywhere. The there's some less lethal alternatives for the police, I think, that can be looked into. But again, most of these things cost more money. So, which means you can't defund the police, really. Those are the things I'm pretty much for. I'm mainly against defunding the police, mainly for my family, my daughter, and people that really can't help themselves here in the city. This Project ICT letter seems to be pushed by Black Lives Matter. Now, I've looked into Black Lives Matter. They are really a front group for the Democratic National Committee, and they are funded by the Democratic National Committee and George Soros. Now, to me, you follow the money. So this money from BLM going everywhere in the United States, you would think that goes to defunding the police. Well, look where it's getting: looting, more killing. I mean, just the rioting and stuff. People are getting tired of it. There's a lot of people here that are tired of it. That goes to defunding the police. In the history of the BLM is to me racist in itself, but I'm not going to. There's a few things that the BLM is backed by, and that is George Soros, who worked for Hitler in 1933. Now, to me, that's totally crazy. Anyway, and also whoever is with BLM CARE. That is an Islamist organization too that aligns with BLM. BLM is also run by Patrice Cullors. Now, Patrice Cullors is an avowed Marxist. Now Marxism, I will just, what is Marxism? Marxism is a social, political, and economic philosophy named after Karl Marx, which examines the effect of capitalism on labor, productivity, and economic development, and argues for a worker revolution to overturn capitalism in favor of communism. Marxism posts that the struggle between social classes, specifically between the bourgeoisie or capitalists and the proletariat or workers, defines economic relations in a capitalist economy, and will inevitably, a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, will lead to revolutionary communism. As we all know, communism does not work anywhere. The history of it is anti-God. And there are a few stats I'd like to bring up. The stats just don't
Please
bear out.
finish your thought if you can. We got your 5 minutes is up, so please just finish the thought if you can.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I do have one thing I'd like to say. This will take just 1 second, please.
Of course.
We are, this is from a certain General Flynn. I'm sure you've heard his name this past few years. We are witnessing a vicious assault by enemies of all that is good, and our president is having to act in ways unprecedented in decades, maybe centuries. The biblical nature of good versus evil cannot be discounted as we examine what is happening on the streets of America. It's Marxism in the form of Antifa and the Black Lives Matter movement versus our very capable and very underappreciated law enforcement professionals, the vast majority of whom are fighting to prevent us safe and secure homes, streets, and communities. When the destiny of the United States is at stake, and it is, the very future of the entire world is threatened. As Christians, shouldn't we act? We recognize the divine providence is the ultimate judge of our destiny. Achieving our destiny as a freedom-loving nation, providence compels us to do our part in our communities. It encouraged us in the battle against the forces of evil to face our fears head on. No enemy on earth is stronger than the united forces of God-fearing, freedom-loving people. We can no longer pretend that these dark forces are going to go away by mere prayer alone. Prayers matter, but action is required. The action is needed at the local, state, and federal levels. Action is also required in the economic, media, clerical, and ecclesiastical realms. Decide how you can act within your abilities. Stand up and state your beliefs. Be proud of who you are and what you stand for, and face head on those community leaders who are willing to allow dark forces to go beyond peaceful protests and destroy and violate your safety and security.
Thank you, sir.
Churches and houses of good is always more powerful and will prevail over evil. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would just like to remind everyone we want to stay focused on the budget. That's the item that we're talking about. So if your part of your commentary is to put a piece of the budget in perspective, that's appropriate. Also, the 5 minutes, we'll let people go over if they're completing a thought. We're going to ask people not to start a new thought. Really, it's not just for us as a council, but it's really for the folks who came out today and want to make sure their voices are heard. We want to be courteous to everyone. Sir, you have the floor and you have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Terry Chrysler. I grew up here in Wichita, Kansas, a block north of the old courthouse. Grew up here, watched them build Century 2, rode my bike down every day to watch it. The reason I'm here today, I'm not really a good speaker, but I am here today to talk about the people that they're wanting to lay off for the Century 2 people, to basically bring it down to the point where we bring in cheaper people, not as professional. Do you realize how many jobs here that they're getting rid of? Division supervisors, 2. Event coordinators, 1. Program specialists, 1. Station supervisor, 1. General manager, supervisor, 1. Support supervisor, 3. Labor supervisor, 2. Accountant clerk, 1. Event worker, 4. Event workers, 11. My question to you guys are, we had a right to vote. My family did when they built Century 2. We had a right to vote on the center that, the bank arena. Why are we not getting a vote for this? And then the other thing that I got to say, and I'm pretty much done because I'm really not a speaker, is that what have we cut? We've cut all these jobs in the city, different places. Where have we cut on the river thing that we're building and everything? How much cuts have gone on there? That's pretty much all I got to say. I can say a lot more, but that's my question, is when are we going to start cutting on a riverfront deal to save these people's jobs and don't destroy or change their lives? I thank you for your time. You guys have a great day. And that's all I got to say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please. Welcome, ma'am. You have 5 minutes.
A District 2 registered voter. And because of my voice, I have asked my friend Celeste to read my paper, and I will finish it at the end. Thank you.
Chair will allow it.
I am here to speak up against the City Council's continued efforts to destroy Century 2 and continued efforts to hamper the citizens' right to vote on this issue. Over 17,265 citizens signed a petition simply asking that the voters have the right to vote on whether a historic city-owned building should be torn down. The City Council replied by the filing of a lawsuit to stop this petition and giving an alternative that would be non-binding and still give them the right to tear down these buildings, regardless of how the city's voted. I consider this an insult and ridiculous. Now you are trying to destroy Century 2 in another way. There is an item in the budget being voted on today that, in my opinion, is inappropriate as a budget item. Whether to privatize Century 2 should not be hidden in a few lines entered in a 354-page budget report. This is an issue that should be presented to the voters. Is the city running this facility so poorly that a private company will be able to run it without the $2.5 million city subsidy? Or is the city planning on subsidizing this private entity as well? There are a lot of items regarding privatization that should be presented to the public prior to the City Council rushing this issue. Destroying Century 2 and the former public library, either through demolition or disrepair, would be an irreversible decision, which I am beginning to believe is the City County's objective.
Thank you, Celeste. I would challenge you to do the right thing and remove the city Century 2 privatization issue from the budget before you vote. Budgets should not be used to hide issues that should be presented to the voters. Where is your commitment to transparency? God bless Wichita, our heritage, our police officers, and our incredible arts community. These are the true legacies we should leave for the young people to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello,
Welcome.
my name is Denise O'Leary. My address is 2610 South Larkin Drive. I am just an average citizen from Wichita. My concern with sending funds away from Wichita PD or even defunding them, I have kids that are in high school, and them SRO officers are very important. I just don't understand why anybody, if we need to give Wichita PD more money, not less. Thank you, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mayor Whipple and council members, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Benna, and I live in District 6, and I am an educator here in Wichita. I just wanted to share that I support the full funding of the police with no reduction in current services or material. And the citizens of Wichita deserve to have a say in something that will affect our daily lives. And as that we have seen has been mentioned earlier, we have seen crime has spiked in many other cities where they have been talking about defunding and dismantling the police. And that is something that we don't need or want here in Wichita. So please put our safety first. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Julian, and this is my husband, JT, and we're here to express our support for fully funding the police department. I've done adoption work for many years. Many of the mothers that I support are in human trafficking and also in abusive relationships. Without an adequately funded police force, to whom do these women turn when they are being beaten and sold? Where do they go to enforce the protection from abuse orders I so regularly have to help them obtain? What am I to tell them is the new plan for offering them even a hope of protection from their abusers if the police are defunded by this body? Social workers are not going to cut it. As an adoption agency, I have social workers, I have therapists. We cannot do it. We need police officers. There is no world where the neighborhoods of Andover, Derby, and Mays, the neighborhoods of College Hill or Tallgrass, do anything in response to defunding police forces other than hire their own private security forces. I believe that this body has the wisdom to not do this. And so for those here today who are here to apply pressure or even threaten this body into defunding the police, when you make this cry, can you see that this cry is racist in its application? Please consider that wealthy white neighborhoods would be able to buy more safety than low-income Black neighborhoods if this body responds to your cry. That is not right. With police gone, the most vulnerable among us will be even more vulnerable yet. My husband and I have a mixed-race daughter. Because of this, perhaps we are particularly interested in the protection of the most vulnerable in our community. There's one and only one thing that prepares human beings to enforce our laws. That is education and training. What causes people to be fully educated and trained? Adequate funding. Adequate funding supports our officers by paying for the training necessary to ensure that the laws of our community are being enforced by people who have the power to do it. Social workers cannot do this. Please do not leave the women that I serve unprotected and vulnerable. Please, council, do not make this the legacy of your service to our city. Please lead us with wisdom by leaving our police force fully funded, trained, and supported. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I appreciate the time to be able to talk and address you. As a journalist for over 30 years, I have a different take on dealing with police officers. I've had a very close working relationship with officers in Joplin, Missouri, Waco, Texas, Tallahassee, Florida, Tampa, Florida, and here. And I think the biggest thing that I take away is the Wichita Police Department is not only not funded enough, but they're horribly underfunded. Comparing all the statistics that I looked up, comparable departments and departments across the United States, we have 33% less officers, fewer officers, and less funding. So 1/3 fewer officers on the street. And that's led to a high rise in crime. And violent crime, our stats are up 210%, property crime up 155%. Those are staggering statistics. And part of the reason, and we addressed this earlier, I think a lot of the accomplishments of our police department is the fact that they have listened to the public and tried to form different organizations that address some of the issues in our community. Mental health, we found grants and we embedded a number of mental health experts into the police department to help them deal with mental health issues correctly whenever they encounter them. We also have a homeless outreach program. 4 officers have been dedicated specifically to help our homeless population. I think that's so important. Community policing programs have been put into place, which I love. Officers are absolutely assigned to specific areas. And I think that's so amazing because they form the relationships and the friendships in those communities. And I think that increases our ability to police correctly. Also, I think one of the great things that they've done is they've put a ban on no-knock warrants, a ban on chokeholds, knee holds, strangleholds. They also have a de-escalation policy, and that means they exhaust all means before actually shooting. And I think that's so important that that training has been put into place. I see our police chief now is taking proactive measures to try to head off issues before they become issues here in Wichita. I've been allowed to go on ride-alongs, and I would advise every citizen, especially if you think we should defund the police, to go on these ride-alongs. I've done it numerous times, and it's amazing to see what officers encounter. I had no concept until I went on these ride-alongs. I think it's great that a lot of people want funding for people to go in and help and counsel people, but I also went on ride-alongs where I was taken to a situation where a woman was being beaten, a man who was beating her drew a gun. If you send just a counselor to that specific situation, I think he's going to be in trouble. So honestly, I love what our police department's doing. I love the measures they're taking. I love the fact that you're going to continue funding, because I think it's so important. If you look at what's happening in cities across the nation where they are defunding or telling their police to stand down, you can look at Chicago, you can look at Seattle, you can look at Portland to see what happens. I do not want that to happen to Wichita. I came to Wichita in 2001. I plan to stay 1 year. I've been here 20 years now. And the reason is, I think this is one of the best communities in the United States. There's no doubt about it. Is it perfect? No. Can things be improved? Always. But I think our police department works very hard to answer any issues, any complaints, and I love the fact that we're going to fund them. And you have to be careful, because collateral damage happens if you defund or cut funding. Looking at Minneapolis right now, they have pulled businesses. 24 businesses are planning to pull out of Minneapolis. That means jobs are leaving Minneapolis. So again, I am for funding. Thank you for giving me the time, and I'm glad that you're looking at adding funding to our police department.
Thank you. Councilmember Bluebog.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you very much, Sierra, for coming in today. You brought up something that I'd like to point out right here, a little bit of history. You know, in 2014, when we were doing this same budget hearing, myself, former Mayor Brewer, and Councilmember Levanta Williams, we all voted against the budget over 10 officers because we were questioning whether Wichita had the right amount of police or not. That's what prompted the staffing study. Just reminding everybody, this was phase 2 of the staffing study that was still underfunding what we need for police. So I appreciate Sierra bringing that up, and I wanted to just go ahead and explain the history on that for anyone that didn't remember that.
Others, questions? See none. Next speaker, you have 5 minutes.
My name is Betty Amend, 2510 North Glendale. Although I was born in Wichita, I was raised in a small town in Oklahoma. I had the opportunity to graduate from a Wichita public high school, and I have spent most of my adult life living in this city. In 2018, almost 30,000 educators went on strike after not receiving raises in nearly 10 years. I knew some of those educators personally. I spent more time with them than I did with my family, just as your children do. We tell our educators, the most important people in this country, to make do with what they have. They take on second jobs while holding master's degrees, just to ensure that the children in their care receive what they need. They buy supplies for their classrooms because they understand that not every child comes from a family that can afford it. They are dedicated to a career they love, despite all its shortcomings. I keep hearing people say, if we take funding from the police, then the good ones will quit. I say, then they were never dedicated to begin with. Reallocate those funds into services that better equip the community. Start by removing our mounted patrol, whose only use seems to be at 2 a.m. when the bars close in Old Town. We know and understand that poverty breeds crime. If you continue to add more officers in low-income neighborhoods without addressing the reasons why crime is rising, you are doing those officers and communities an injustice. You are saying you would rather lock us away than provide healthy alternatives. I do appreciate Mayor Whipple finding a solution for the animal shelter. All it took was Facebook comments filled with outrage about dogs not having a safe place, dogs not receiving adequate care. Mr. Whipple, how is it that the collective outrage for dogs to be able to live full lives can be heard, but not the collective outrage for citizens of this city? Do homeless people not deserve a safe place and adequate care? It has always been apparent that animals receive better treatment than people who look like me. Thank you, Mr. Whipple, for affirming that yet again.
Next speaker. welcome, and you have 5
Andrew
minutes.
Hubbard, 939 South Longfellow, Wichita, Kansas. I am here to speak about all Wichitan lives. I'm here for Mary, an Indigenous woman I met downtown on my lunch break, fleeing from domestic violence and looking for the hot team officer. She needed to be verified to enter an open door and have a shower. I'm here for Minnie, a Black woman who is 7 months pregnant and housing insecure. I'm here for Bella, a trans woman who was arrested for a misdemeanor warrant when police broke up their encampment. And I'm here for Bird, a man I helped perform CPR on for 15 minutes after I attended a downtown protest a couple of weeks ago. I challenge the city council to go out to the streets and look these people in the eyes and tell them you can find funding for our four-legged friends regarding housing and medical care, but not for them. Please tell them that instead of housing, medical, and addiction treatments for human beings, we will be adding 13 new police officers to help harass our already most vulnerable population. Please, Mayor Whipple and City Council, put your money where your mouth is and tell these people personally that their lives don't truly matter to you. Tell them, since they have no ID or address to register and vote, that their well-being is null and void. Every night when I come downtown to speak with our housing insecure population, it boggles my mind that they sleep in front of a beautiful empty building that is owned by the city. It is such a slap in the face to these people that preserving historical architecture is more important than offering these people a shred of decency and more important than saving human lives. Where would the funding for this come from? Well, looking over the budget, the only logical response is the police. We need to end the preschool to prison pipeline and remove officers from school. We need to end the mounted patrol that we only see downtown on the weekends. We need to renegotiate the FOP contract to not hire 13 new officers and not to budget over $1 million in overtime for them. We need to remove the city manager position, which would save us over $200,000. If Wichita is so safe and the police force we already have is doing such a phenomenal job, what is the pressing need for 13 new officers? We need to scrutinize our local budget, educate ourselves about what police do versus what we need done to feel safe. And finally, we need to realign the budget and our social programs to better serve our public safety needs. I also just want to say something about a question you asked Sally earlier about how people can get into treatments. On June 1st of 2018, I went to SAC because I was an addict. It took them until September 11th of 2018 to secure me a bed in an option treatment facility here. With continuing working with a still suffering addict and alcoholic in the community, the wait list for a bed in treatment is now 4 to 6 months long. So no, a person cannot go up to an officer and say they need help for addiction treatment because they will just be put on a wait list. We need more funding for addiction services. Thank you.
Thank you. And we've had 2 speakers in a row address the money going into homeless services versus the money going into, I think, our animal shelter. I do want to make a notation that the animal shelter comes out of our general fund. By adjusting fees, we raised about $390 for that. Sally, I believe, and you might not have to come up, you can just nod if I'm correct, we're about 4 to 5 million projected to spend on homelessness. Is that correct for this year? Okay, so, and that's about 3 million more than last year. Is that correct? Okay, so just so everyone in the crowd knows that Sally did confirm, we are about 5 million, roughly around that number, going into homeless services this year, which is a $3 million increase. Not all that comes out of our general fund. Those come out of other funding streams, including federal funds. So I just want to make sure that if anybody wants to speak to that topic, they had all the information before they did. Ma'am, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for affording me the opportunity to speak this morning. I moved from Indianapolis to Wichita a year and a half ago. Over the last year and a half, I've met several Wichita officers, some on my own accord as I stopped to say hi, took lunch to a district, or reached out about training through an organization I'm affiliated with, and others after I was involved in a vehicle accident. You see, law enforcement is important for all of us, and I have a unique window into that world. I spent 15 years in EMS in Indianapolis, where I met my husband on a fire department. He moved on to the police department there, where he was shot and killed in the line of duty, saving a young mother and her infant daughter from a domestic violence incident. I realize you are being asked to defund the police, just like most all other major cities across the nation. Think about what happens to those victims of other crimes, when there's not enough police to respond, or perhaps not enough funds to give police adequate training. You see, the young mother that my husband saved calls him her Superman, and she keeps a photo of him on her mantle to teach her young daughter who he is. They already had been shot at as he was arriving. You cannot replace officers with social workers in those situations. It will never, ever work. He did everything right and was still killed. But she and her little girl, they're alive. I was blessed enough to meet them and her whole family. You and we need police officers. They hug and kiss their families goodbye every day, put their lives on the line for those that support them and for those that hate them. They never know if they're going to make it home at the end of their shift, but they do it day after day because it's their calling. And if there's anyone that can stand up and support police officers, let it be me, the one that lost her officer, her husband, and the father of her children. I will tell you unequivocally, if I could have him back, he would do the same thing all over again, because that's who he was. And it doesn't matter that it happened in another city. You see, this could be any police officer, and it could be in any city. It could be right here in Wichita. This war is being waged on law enforcement, and police departments are being defunded. More police officers are being killed, and so much of that is due to the violence in the cities and the lack of support from leadership such as mayors and city councils. Don't let that be you here in Wichita. When something bad happens, you call and they come. They are our heroes. Law enforcement is a needed entity. We must have them. We must continue to keep our officers fully staffed and trained among the best in the nation. We don't need to turn into Portland or Seattle, and that's exactly what Project Justice ICT is aiming for. I've met a few of the Wichita men and women, and they're pretty awesome. Please don't cut their funding. Quite frankly, they deserve more. Law enforcement never has enough when it comes to training and updating equipment, or hiring more officers. It's a difficult job, to say the least, and they deserve all the support they can get, especially in the current climate. I'm not saying there's not issues that need solved, but I am here to say that police have been made a scapegoat for problems that are not theirs, and you cannot take away their money and expect to solve those problems. Do not make more victims in a world that's already suffering. People are out there preaching on the other side, and they need to learn about personal responsibility and stop blaming other people. Stop blaming the police officers and stop virtue signaling. Our officers need more, and they deserve more. Please support them and keep Wichita safe. I apologize if I've jumped around here. I've tried to fit a lot into a little bit of time. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for speaking. Next speaker, please.
Do I need to do anything?
Welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. Thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts and my concerns on the proposed budget cuts to the police department. I am speaking to you as not only a domestic violence victim, I was also raised in poverty. My parents are both addicts and substance abusers. And I've heard a lot today about how all of those situations are, causing our problems, and the blame is being pointed at police. And I can stand here today and tell you that's not the case. I could very well have taken that route and chose to point my finger and say it was all someone else. But instead, I saw what I didn't want to be, where I didn't want to be, and I overcame those situations to where I am now. I believe that cuts to the police department are going to result in a lot of risk and danger, not only for our community, but also for our officers. Due to the lack of equipment that they would not have access to, there would be a decrease in staffing as well as a decrease in training. The police need to be a part of our community and our neighborhoods. By having them in our neighborhoods and being a presence, they're able to build partnerships, they're able to build trust, and they're able to deter crime in areas where other people aren't willing to do those jobs. Public safety as well as policing is, and the lack of staffing will cause a lack in the community presence. As in any profession, training is a vital source. Continued training is needed in our ever-changing world. What happens when an officer has to respond to a call and they've not been properly trained for this? Now, not only an officer's safety is going to be at risk, but also the public safety will again be at risk. Experience in these high-stress situations, as well as proper training, is what these officers need to make a difference in our communities. I feel that by cutting the budget, we're going to take away our experienced officers as well as the abilities to train them properly and give them the tools that they need to be successful in our communities. I appreciate your time today. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker, please. Welcome, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, good morning. My name is Larry Bay. I live at 2005 North Westfield here in Wichita, and I've been a resident of Wichita since 1960, so that gives you an indication of how long I put up with everything around here. I don't think most Wichitans really appreciate how good we have it here in Wichita. We have one of the finest police forces in the state, let alone in the nation. And one of the reasons is because of the forward-looking leadership we currently are enjoying here in Wichita. However, even as good as our department is, there is room for improvement. There always is room for improvement in no matter what function or what job you have. I spent 33 years in the military, and a good portion of what I provided for our country at that time was training for aircrew, for enlisted as well as officer folks. And with the training that I've had to put up with, I realized the training is so very important. And there's two phases to training. One is the actual training itself, and secondly, evaluation of the results for that training. And I think one of the things we need to do in Wichita is to provide more evaluation on the performance of our officers and provide the training that we need for those officers. The evaluation portion is extremely important. Had some of the officers and some of the national problems that we're trying to work against now, had they had better training and evaluation and eliminating some officers who don't deserve to remain in uniform, then we probably wouldn't have had the need for Black Lives Matter to start up all over again and try and make problems for the rest of the nation. So I suggest we provide additional funding for our officers so that we can have more officers available for continued training, both in the social aspects as well as day-to-day training and performance of their jobs. If we have both levels of training, the good quality training as well as evaluation of the officers, and occasionally we may have to get rid of a bad officer, that we need to make sure we do that. Now, in order to accomplish that, increase training so that we can have better officers, we need to have the time for those officers to attend the training, which means we need more officers, better training, and continued evaluation throughout the job, that we're providing the proper training to those officers. Basically, that's all I have to add, and I need to make sure that you understand that we do have one of the best police departments in the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
My name is Esther Van Leeuwen. I've been in correspondence with a few of you guys this week. I have started an online petition called Citizens Against Defunding the Wichita Police Department. And as of about an hour ago, there was 11,500 signatures of citizens that agree that there should be no defunding of the department. That's 11,000, like I said, 11,500 signatures are from those that live in Wichita and the surrounding areas, or from individuals that invest into our city. 11,500 signatures of people that have nothing but support and respect for our department. The Wichita Police Department is full of men and women who serve so selflessly. They've all taken an oath to serve with honesty and integrity, and they serve with compassion and humility, and they fulfill the oath the best that they know how. As a citizen of the city of Wichita, I want to speak up for the majority that lately seem to have their voices silenced due to loud voices and hateful rhetoric and gestures that have been spewed upon our Wichita Police Department. Project Justice ICT and other organizations have been working hard on their protest and stance on defunding our local department. The events of the past few months have been initiated in a moment of grief and outrage over the murder of George Floyd by Minneapolis police officers and so many other minorities that have suffered at the hands of injustice. All of us must ensure that this cause is not lost in confusion of so many protesters now engaging in violence and intimidation factors, which many are not speaking against. Vast majority agree that using your voice is an important act in the call for change against injustice. But when laws begin to be broken and the cry for change then falls void due to the illegal acts being committed, unlawful action should not accompany protest. I do want to say to those that are trying to find a way to see change, we see you. Please know that we do. We need to find a way to come together and use our voice as one instead of ripping one another apart. Is change necessary? Absolutely. Anytime there's a loss of life at the hands of someone else, something must be done. But defunding our local police department is not the right answer for this change, especially right now. Through August 5th, 2020, violent crimes in Wichita have seen a large increase in year-to-date research. Local homicides have increased by 48%. Reported rape counts are up by 7%, and aggravated assaults are up by 20%. And this year isn't even over yet. If we are to defund our police, the numbers would only continue to rapidly increase. The solution to police brutality and racial inequalities in policing isn't as simple as defunding our local department. I understand that defunding doesn't necessarily mean abolishing the department, but it means pulling funds from a department that is constantly trying to find ways to be better. Police departments should not be disbanded or defunded, but held to a standardized national regulations which should comply with international human rights laws. One consistent finding in social science literature is that if we really want to reduce crime, education equity, and to lower the numbers of reoffenders, we must invest into our communities, mental health services, and social service programs. But again, the way to do so is not by removing resources from our local departments. The men and women that work for our local department are exhausted because they do more than just local police work. They're performing homeless services, working with children in schools, responding calls for mental health crises, performing social work and welfare checks, mediating domestic disputes, responding to drug overdoses, and so much more. If we invest more into local services that specialize in these areas, it would take some weight off the shoulders of our men and women who serve our department so selflessly. The first step to this is having city officials that believe in this too. Project Justice ICT and other organizations are demanding that we reduce police staff and allow for no new hires, but our already hired officers are exhausted due to the demands of their job. Research proves that exhaustion causes impaired decision-making and judgment and slows the reflexes and responses of an individual. We don't want our local law enforcement to have to make decisions due to exhaustion because the city has taken away proper resources and support for them to simply do their jobs. I'm asking that our city officials truly think about the repercussions that would come if we defund the Wichita Police Department. I ask you to think about what our future will look like if we put into effort the demands that Project Justice ICT and the other organizations continue to make. I read a statement in an article that highlighted the pros and cons of defunding police. the writer stated. To this end, budgetary changes that can impact the culture and action of U.S. law enforcement should preserve and even expand programs and opportunities for police-community interactions that have nothing to do with arrest and prosecution. These initiatives do not require firearms or pepper spray or armored vehicles. They just require humanity and a commitment to public service, and most of our Wichita police officers are there for that. As angry as we are at the problems in American law enforcement, we must be careful to preserve what is good in the profession while rooting out what is bad. Today, I'm simply asking that we support the Wichita Police Department and everything they do for our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker, please. The next speaker will be speaker number 30. Next speaker.
All right. Do I need to stand up? No, you're good. I'm just gonna hold this for you, actually. Oh,
Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Kay Atterbury. On May 6th of 2016, my severely disabled son got on his van from Starkey Daycare and was headed home to his group home, which was at Starkey. Within a few blocks, the drunk driver came barreling through an intersection, going over 50 miles an hour, and crashed into the side of the van, killing my son and one other, and severely injuring 3 other people. If it had not been for the diligence of the Wichita Police Department, I don't think that man would be in prison right now, and I don't think he would have been sentenced to 60 years. He would never. The evidence they gathered, the witness accounts that they were able to give, we need police officers well-trained in investigative functions. They need to be able to not have their hands tied. And by defunding, you tie their hands, literally. And if the hands had been tied in the investigation of the murder, yes, that's what the man was convicted of, murder, of my son, I'm proud of our police force. I'm proud of the men and women that serve and put their lives out there. I'm proud of their efficiency, the training they've got, their investigative skills. We need to build on that, not take away from it, not defund it. I hate that word, defund. Take away monies that are well needed to keep our police department at its maximum efficiency. We have a good police department here in Wichita, polite, courteous people. And like I said, I'm very proud of them, and I'm also obligated to speak for them, or speak up for them, because they gave my son, Dusty, justice. And that's what we wanted, justice for Dusty. And because of the Wichita Police Department, we got it. I don't have my son, but I have justice for his death. Thank you very much for listening to me. I'm speaking, excuse me for just a second, I'm speaking not just for myself. I'm here, I don't know if you can see my shirt, the DUI Victims Center. We serve a function of helping other victims' families cope with their losses and their damage. And we're all made up of other mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, cousins of victims of DUI. And they all depend on the Wichita Police Department. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just before we get to the next speaker, is there, for the council, we've been at this, we've had 30 speakers so far. Is there anybody who's interested in a 15-minute break before we continue? With that, I would, we have a few nodding heads. Let's go ahead and do a 15-minute break or recess for 15 minutes, and then we will return here and we will continue on the agenda. 15 minutes. Thank you. You got 34. Back to Century 2 for the next speaker. Oh, and my apologies, I miscounted. My understanding is, I'm sorry, someone's talking.
This is 36.
So my understanding is, according to the clerk, we actually have 36 speakers, not 30 so far, for anyone who's actually keeping count. Let's go on to the next speaker. Megan, you okay? There we go. Floor is yours, Megan. Next speaker, please. How you doing, sir? You have 5 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, sir. Graham Wing, District Number 4, City Council, Mayor, and City Manager. Thank you all very much for all that you're doing to serve our community and for making the difficult decisions on how to wisely allocate the resources to the best needs of your community. The success of our community and your constituents is impacted by the decisions that you are making. You care about the people you represent, as evident by the way you are taking your decisions very seriously and consulting those in your community. Thank you for what you are doing. Thank you for the support that you are giving the Wichita Police Department. Police officers around the nation have been under intense scrutiny. The Wichita Police Department, while they have their flaws, has done a fantastic job listening to the community and being transparent, as you very well know. Without the men and women who faithfully and fearlessly protect our community, Wichita would not be a safe place to live. Government officials such as yourself, businessmen, businesswomen, teachers, fathers, mothers, and other members of our community have joined hands to transform our community to this place that we call home. However, with the downturn in our economy, our economics are going down, crime rates are going up, thus stretching our current police officers very thin. Our officers are faced with very stressful and intense situations. All you need to do is flip on a radio scanner app, and you can hear the frequent burglary in progress calls, the shootings, the stabbings, the burglary in progress, and officer in trouble calls. Having had prior law enforcement experience, I have personally heard a gunshot ring out and watched as one of your officers scooped up 3 kids in his big arms and shielded them with his body as he raced towards cover with those kids. He risked his lives for the people he protects and serves. Another one of your officers was dealing with a man that was very officer to shoot him in the head. Your officer de-escalated the situation to the point that they were able to have a calm, collected conversation, and they shook hands at the end of that conversation. He used incredible tactics of de-escalation. These officers in our community need the best gear, and they need continuing training. As a former law enforcement officer, I can personally attest to the fact that when I was faced with an intense conflict or violent encounter, I reverted to my training. To the degree that they can be better trained and confident for difficult and violent encounters, the higher the chance of a positive outcome for both them and those in our community. They need more de-escalation training, more range time, more simulation time, more defensive tactics trainings. We need to give these men and women every tool possible to have a successful outcome for both them and the citizens they protect. They operate in a dangerous environment. You are faced with the difficult challenge of balancing a budget with fewer funds than ideal. Thank you for stepping up and making the sacrifice to increase the police budget. Thank you for recognizing the more restrictions and constraints we place on our department, the more we risk losing the safety we so value and enjoy in our community. Without them, who would we call to aid when there's a school shooting, when there's an armed robbery, when there's a rape, when there's child abuse? And the list goes on. When we call, they show up. They risk their lives every day, and without them, our community would not be a safe place to live, work, and raise a family. Thank you for stepping up and supporting them. Your community's satisfaction with your leadership will be greatly influenced to the degree that they feel safe or do not feel safe. Thank you for stepping up and choosing to make our community a safer place by supporting your officers. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, hello. My name's Aaron, and I live in District 1. So I've seen a lot of people talk about the police and how they're fundamentally something that helps solve crime and does good. I mean, from a young age, we are taught to, believe that police are good and fundamental to helping keeping peace in society. But when you look at what's been going on over the past couple of months, you slowly start to realize that police have been a force that has been used as an act of aggression against people who are protesting the murder of George Floyd. Um, there's actually a national database that takes record of all the deaths that of all the people that police have killed, and their race, their gender, how old they were. And 28% of the people who were killed from 2013 to 2018 were black, despite black people only being 13% of the population of the United States. Why is that? It's because police have been built on a racist institution, and giving them $6 million more in a time when we are facing the biggest budget crisis we've ever had because of the pandemic is absolutely ridiculous. We don't need more funding. We need to defund the police, all right? We've seen throughout the years, all right, throughout the decades, that police have constantly aggravated and have constantly been they've been a force who has triggered a reaction for the protesters. All right, you see what's going on in Kansas City. I had a friend over there who was protesting peacefully. All right, they closed an intersection, and that's all they did. And you know what happened? The Kansas City police was ready to tear gas them. All right, you see what's going on in Seattle, in Portland. All right, you saw what's going on in Minneapolis. We are protesting because police are killing black people. They are murdering black people. There is no excuse for this. And yet it seems that the council, it seems that y'all don't understand that this is a problem and that we cannot increase the funding for the police. It is absolutely ridiculous. How do we throw more money at the fundamental problem itself? All right, we need to recognize that police have been built on a fundamentally racist institution to oppress black and brown folks so that we cannot advance in society. People talking about personal responsibility. How about we talk about personal responsibility for the murder of Breonna Taylor, for the murder of George Floyd, for the murder of Freddie Gray, for the murder of Michael Brown? Why don't they take responsibility? It's because they don't want us to advance. It's because they don't understand the fundamental flaws of the police institution, one in which it was built to oppress black and brown people. I absolutely support the defunding and abolishing of WPD. Just yesterday, a video came out of how WPD fails to de-escalate the situation, all right? A young kid who refused to go with his father had his hand twisted like he was an adult man and had his finger broken because WPD didn't know how to de-escalate the situation. They don't need more training. They don't need more funding. They need to have their jobs eliminated. We need to have social workers. We need to have people who fundamentally understand these problems, take care of these situations. You want to know what's been increasing crime? Police. All right. If you look at statistics from like the 1990s to modern era, crime has been going down. It's that simple. Crime has been going down. But you know what's been a constant aggravator? And you know what's been pissing people off? It's police. And it's how aggressive they are. And it's how they choose to kill black people over and over and over. And police and Wichita and other cities continue to fund them and increase their funding and increase their funding. And frankly, that's unacceptable. We cannot have them have $6 million more, all right? We need to invest in the homeless. I know Mayor Whipple said that they were increasing the budget for the homeless by $3 million. That's great, but it's not enough, especially when Kansas doesn't have any protections for evictions and hasn't had them for a while. That's not enough. We need to invest this money in this $6 million in our communities, not in the police. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Sidney Nova. Daniel Dane spoke. Today, we've heard a lot of voices that seem to set us apart as those arguing for the status quo and those calling for change. Those arguing for change have come up with many facts and numbers and sheets and things to convince you. Those arguing with the status quo have mostly come up with to the podium with heartwarming stories of heroic cops, and those anecdotes don't negate or devalue my stories of cops' misconduct or inanities. That said, the same goes both ways, because in a matter of budget discussion, personal stories of isolated incidents don't mean very much. The main difference here seems truly to be vocabulary and fear. People are afraid of the term social worker, and yes, at present, they are not equipped for the situations, but if that social worker used to be a cop that received special training, wouldn't they seem more prepared to handle specialized calls? Some folks here have said cops need more funding or more training, and isn't that kind of what we're asking for too? To simply allocate some of that money towards training instead of additional training for other things? People are afraid of the term defund, but do they realize that there is $100 million in the cops budget? Not only that, but we want to reallocate those funds in a way that will still benefit the cops by reducing the expectations of them. I'm here in support of the Black Lives Matter movement. However, I'm often less radical than others that I support. I don't believe in fully abolishing the police. They still don't need more money, and they don't need to continue buying iPhone 10s, 4 shotguns, and a Dodge Charger for every single officer. If they're so overworked, why do they waste time arresting peaceful protesters for using chalk? In a breakdown of the CARES Act earlier today, I saw none of the funding went to community health care. $200,000 were already allocated, but that's only one person's medical bills. Maybe we could take the additional $5 million increase that has been promised to the police, and more importantly, the community every year, and put that towards somewhere that's made. The police chiefs say that they themselves aren't ready to handle mental illness or small-time issues such as traffic and homelessness. And on a side note, 4 officers to deal with homelessness is not enough. The police should be defunded and deconstructed. 80% of their $100 million budget is still more money allocated to the police force than any other issue facing this city. In this meeting, I saw a 5% budget reduction to our arts and culture. But 1% of the police budget would account for our arts and the animal shelters that the council seems so worried about. What about the most recent executive actions carried out by Trump that leave the state or the city on the hook for millions of dollars in unemployment benefits? Is that going to come out of our art and culture too? I don't know the specific number of officers, but I do know that there are around 900 employees in our current police force system. Is it not possible to reduce the power of one party by taking 20% of their funding and around 200 of their employees to create a structure to pave the way for specialized departments that handle a multitude of issues that are often in the police? The final point in my speech is about accountability. Many of the 900 people in our current system aid and abetted in social injustice and deserve our scrutiny. Until you help and end the Qualified Immunity Act and all good cops hold their comrades responsible, all cops are bad. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning.
Welcome.
My name is
You have 5 minutes.
Rich Gaylord, and I live in Riverside. I'm here to speak in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter and defund police folks. A city budget is a powerful statement about a city's priorities. The philosopher Timothy Morton says that the economy is just another word for the way in which we organize enjoyment. One more way to think about economy or budget is as a reflection of the world or the worlds that we are building together and for each other. What kind of world is that now in Wichita? Looking at the city budget, you get a stark image of a city that looks more like a police state than a community of artists, entrepreneurs, children, and families. Where does public safety come from? Do you feel safer because of an ever-expanding jail or expanding education? Does our collective safety come from rigid compliance enforced by violence or threat of punishment? Or do we experience safety when our basic needs can be met and we know if our neighbors are hungry or short on rent or sick, that there are well-funded programs or options that can help them, no questions asked? How are we caring for each other? With nightsticks, shields, and tear gas? Or with art, community gardens, afternoons in the parks, or living wages? Assuming this budget passes and the police enjoy their increased tribute from the community, what words will we use to sell this city to visitors, and more importantly, to explain this world that we've built to our children? The ad campaigns don't exactly write themselves. Visit Wichita. We don't have much left, but we do have police. What are we afraid of? In a police city, everyone is either a cop or a criminal, so I'm not afraid of criminals. Our most infamous criminals lately have been chalk artists. The pen is mightier than the sword, and in Wichita, apparently more illegal. And if my neighbor steals food in order to eat, the only question I ask is, well, who wouldn't? This budget reflects a disappointing capacity for imagination. And more worryingly, it also suggests a refusal to imagine a better world for our city at all. Where are the so-called safest areas of the city? Do they have more police presence or more resources? What would happen if the city spent the increase in police funding, a mere $6 million, on community grocery stores in each district, for instance, or give people in disadvantaged areas jobs in the parks department, planting trees, growing gardens? How much more crime does food on the table reduce than does a court hearing or a search warrant? We're not naive. We know this council has every intention of increasing police spending regardless of the cost to our community. But most of you do not live in our Wichita. You're not on the receiving end of the nightstick. You are not unemployed. Your children are not hungry each night. People who are hurt in these ways do not call out for more police. Cops do not feed our neighbors. We want a better world, and we can build a better world for everyone. All it takes is disarming, defunding, and disbanding the Wichita Police Department. Thank you. Solidarity.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Tad Williams. I live at 8220 North Oliver. I don't have a lot to say. I don't really prepare a speech. I just want to share what I have witnessed, as my job has me out and on the streets of Wichita quite a lot. The things that I've noticed are that police, places where police stations, police presences are usually the poorest and the least developed, or places where people don't have a lot of resources. Meanwhile, communities where I grew up in that are much more middle class see very little police presence. Yet, counterintuitively, it seems that the places that are policed more feel less safe. The places that people like me don't really want to go. And that may be a societal thing, but that also may be a shortcoming of our police. And I want to ask City Council to think for themselves as to whether a group that cracks down on violence after it's happened is really worth money, or if a group that prevents violence in the first place and contributes much more to the safety of our people, and social workers and other preventative measures are worth more of our money and our time. That's really all that I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Ashley Christie, and I'm from District 6. For months, what Wichita has heard is austerity, budget shortfalls, cuts that would be hard but necessary, how it's only going to get worse. Then the proposed budget was revealed, and there were cuts, some of them very difficult. But while other cities are creating relief programs, what we see when we look at the proposed budget, even though we stand on the same brink of an oncoming employment and housing crisis, was $6 million in additional funding for the police department and 24 new officers. After the meeting last week, it was announced that $400,000 in funding would be added for social programs, but no indication of what those would entail, and without acknowledging that allocating less than 10% of just the additional funding to the police from this year's budget is not nearly enough for the oncoming crisis, much less the already extant problems the city is facing. Councilman Bluebaugh mentioned a staffing report. The staffing recommendations in the 2007 study that has guided the budget were made in regard to the status quo, and they don't allow for reforms or alternatives that are more efficient or cost effective. That same study complimented the Wichita Police Department, stating, quote, "Few departments have such a well-balanced geographical patrol structure," which negates the need for the creation of the new Central Patrol mentioned in the budget. Also, the city of Wichita has budgeted $3.2 million just for police overtime in 2021. Even with the 24 new officers to absorb workload, the overtime budget in every department has either stayed the same or increased over last year. By funding reforms instead of the status quo, the city would save money by investing in community programs to address the roots of problems like homelessness, addiction, and mental health outreach, instead of merely reacting to them. We would actually free up police officers to focus on actual policing. The Treatment Advocacy Center estimates that 1 in every 4 police killings is of a person with a mental illness, meaning they are 16 more times more likely to be killed by police than other people. 16 times more likely, and that's before you account for racial disparities. When police officers are tasked with dealing with mental health crises, outcomes are worse. Not only is it not fair to expect an officer to assess a person in the field, it is also expensive and inefficient to have them deciding what resources are appropriate or available. Last week, Vice Mayor Claycomb and Councilman Clendenin were quick to point out that Wichita has programs and partnerships that are similar to those I mentioned. While it is risky to rely on nonprofits, especially when Charity Watch says that incomes will decrease on average 38% in nonprofits due to the pandemic, Wichita does have a bare bones foundation laid for this type of outreach. However, it suffers from the same problem as this proposed budget. It lacks boldness and funding for the community, and it relies on police even when it is detrimental to do so. While Wichita does have the ICT-1 team, or the Integrated Care Team, and it has seen success, when we compare it to the successes around the nation, there are glaring differences. The Cahoots team in Eugene, Oregon has documented success, answering over 24,000 calls last year with a need for police backup or intervention less than 1% of the time. Our team, which serves all of Sedgwick County, not just Wichita, has 3 members, the medic and mental health practitioner standard to all the intervention teams, but it also has a police officer. We have 1 team, and it operates 10 hours a day, 4 days a week. Eugene has 1/2 the population of Wichita and 1/3 the population of Sedgwick County. They have multiple teams that operate 24/7. Again, in 1 year, they averaged 2,000 calls a month, whereas our team answered about 50 calls a month. The Cahoots team also costs less than traditional policing, while also saving the money in other areas by providing non-emergency medical care and preventing unnecessary ambulance rides. Intervention teams absolutely help de-escalate situations and help to avoid incarceration as an outcome, but they're not enough. Wichita suffers from a lack of beds. We heard that from Officer Ramsey today, or Police Chief Ramsey. Sheriff held the, quote, de facto mental health facility in Wichita. The Community Crisis Center, a partnership between ComCare and the Substance Abuse Center of Kansas, is showing promise. It saved approximately $12 million in 2017 over carceral solutions. However, the efficacy of this CCC relies on there being space, and in 2017, people were turned away due to a lack of bed 485 times. This increases the likelihood that incarceration will be the result. According again to Sheriff Easter, 60% of the inmates at Sedgwick County Jail are awaiting trial, either denied or unable to make bail. Not only is this expensive, with the Vera Institute saying that incarceration costs 2 to 3 times what community-based mental health solutions do, but it also creates a cycle of problems as well. When inmates are detained pre-trial, it increases the likelihood that they will be convicted. It increases recidivism once they are released. It increases unemployment, homelessness, and feeds into the cycle of poverty and disenfranchisement at the root of the problem. And all of these outcomes
disproportionately affect our Black and Latinx communities. Wichita can do this. We've started the process and we have the framework. We just need to be bold and actually fund the programs with which we've experimented. In doing so, not only will we build trust with vulnerable and targeted communities, we will ensure better outcomes and save money doing so. This is the time to be creative and to be brave and to ensure long-term solutions for all of us. We can make sure that Wichita reflects the truth that the safest, best communities are not the ones with the most police, but are the ones with the most resources. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Greetings, Council. I'm Susan Estes. I live at 12224 East Bracken Court. I want to say that what happened to Mr. Floyd was very wrong. No one should ever have a knee on their neck for 10 minutes. That instance makes me so grateful that we have a forward-looking police department that has instituted community policing 26 years ago and has prohibited the types of abuses that are going on in other cities. I also concur that we have a mental health crisis that must be addressed. And again, I applaud the Wichita Police Department for being on the forefront with the HOTS team and working to build a collaborative relationship with providers in our community to get the help to people that they need. I'm also very grateful that that team is there so they can be on the front line. When the police are called to emergency situations, it is not the time to send in a social worker and put their life at risk when that situation is so out of control. I also want to say that you guys know me as a budget hawk, but I really want to emphasize that I do support this portion of the budget because the short staffing that we have puts the lives of other police officers at risk. We need to support them. We need to make sure that we have the right number of people to do this job well. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker. We got 42. What do you have? 42. Nice. Next speaker, please. Oh, hey, Walt. Welcome.
Hello, folks. I really honor and respect your patience. You've listened to a lot of good comments today, pro and con, on a variety of issues. But I'm here to speak specifically to two votes I hope that you'll take today before you pass the budget. You all know that the Racial Profiling Advisory Board has never asked to defund our police department. We highly respect Chief Ramsey and also Bob Layton. These are two courageous men, as well as you as council people. You're trying to do your best with what you've got. But what has happened over the years now is that we now have a crisis on our hands that none of us have seen before. And I'm very concerned about the thousands of our neighbors who are going to be evicted and out on the street in the next few months. We know the moratorium on evictions has been ended, and these folks are going to be desperate. We also have the city already disconnecting water supply to homes. Now, I've talked to Alan King, I've talked to some of the people on his staff. I don't think they want to disconnect anybody. They know how important water is to survival. And I know you do too. So what I'm asking is that, first of all, you make sure that today you give the instructions by vote of the council to Bob Layton and say, please do not disconnect any more water to people's homes in the service area of the Wichita Water Department. Now that's a vote that you'll need to take, and hopefully the action will be heard loud and clear, and the staff in the water department will act quickly to make sure this water stays on. Secondly, I would ask that you take time to put $2 million into a special emergency water fund. That money is a small token amount that will help ease the burden of the revenue that the water department will not receive from water bills being paid, by people who have no income, have lost their jobs or laid off. But we'll make sure that the water stays running in our taps, and we'll all be able to be taken care of. Now, those are two specific things that I know can be done. Now, as far as the budget is concerned, the amount of money that's set aside for the traffic control is way more than $3.3 million you want to spend for 28 full-time equivalents is definitely not necessary. I've sent some emails to you and shared this information before. The accidents are actually down in Wichita. Ever since Bob Layton hired our new chief, in 2016 through 18, I've analyzed all of the citations. Those 137 citations show that the accidents are down. The citations are down from 114,000 a year down to approximately 42,000. So writing more tickets does not make our streets safer. Having these motorcycle units driving around trying to write tickets to people who are just already laid off from work, have no extra money to pay fines or fees, does not make a bit of sense. But we do need those officers to be reassigned to community policing and to do the work that we would ask them to do to help prevent crime. Now, my final point is this: unless we take this pandemic seriously and realize that the people that are going to be displaced from their homes with no place to go, with no water to drink, no electricity turned on to their homes, these are desperate people. They're going to have to take action to survive. We already have a problem with mental health. We have a problem with homeless. That number is approximately 600 in our city. But if we don't take action today, your budget has to reflect the fact that we need to be able to move officers into preventive situations, not responding to crime after the fact, but to trying to help these people very specifically by having mental health professionals going out on the calls, be able to make sure that the homeless find a shelter, that we provide enough food through the food distribution system. That's going to take money and staff. Both of those things, money and staff, are reflected in your budget. I ask you to please make some adjustments today that will help save the lives of our neighbors and friends. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Walt.
Are there any questions?
No, not this time. No one's motioned that they need to ask a question, so I appreciate you coming out. Next speaker, please.
Sir.
Of course, thank you.
This did say good morning, but we're past that at this point. So,
5 minutes to start.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Jake Sims, and I am born and raised a Wichita citizen who left for 15 years and recently came back. I've been employed in businesses in District 1 for over a year, and will also be a resident in District 1 starting this Friday. I came here today to give my support for calls to defund our police, and instead reallocate that funding to social services in our communities. We know crime is highly correlated with poverty and need, and that the safest communities are the ones with the most resources, not the most police. We know police are being asked to do too much in our society, and that many responsibilities they have can be better performed by other specialized professionals who are not under the umbrella of policing. We've heard the saying already once today: when your only tool is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. We know that our prisons are full of citizens who are there for drug-related crimes that in one state over has been legalized and created opportunities. We know that re-entry into society after a citizen pays their dues, even for nonviolent crimes, is rife with stigma and setbacks. This cycle doesn't work. And I lost my page. This cycle does not work. But whether through stubbornness or stupidity, we keep funding, giving it more and more. Public safety is incredibly important, but the funding does not mean less safety. A call to defund or abolish the police is not a call to allow for violent crime to run free, no matter what other citizens here may say. It is a call for new thinking new systems, new professions, and to stop spending money on something that is not working. My parting thought is this. In the years that I was gone from Wichita, I spent my professional time working in the high-growth, venture capital-backed software industry. And while that industry is rife with its own moral flaws and failures, one common characteristic of it that works is supporting the maturation of ideas that were once hard to imagine or niche, so that they can come to life and be transformative, not just to the industry, but the society at large. Wichita wants to be associated with that type of creative thinking. Transforming our justice system holistically from one of punishment to one of prevention will stop the unnecessary removal of people from our society and will help them re-enter successfully instead of being caught in a punitive cycle. This takes many steps across police and prisons, across city and state governments, but little will change unless we in Wichita change how we prioritize our spending. I urge you, as you have listened for a long time now, to be open-minded about what has been said and what is still going to be said, to stop deflecting by saying your hands are tied, and to look for steps today for achieving their common goals of safety and prosperity. Take action today, not tomorrow, to enable Wichita to become the model of innovation you so desperately want it to be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker. Welcome. You have 5 minutes. You're in the right spot. There we go.
Good afternoon, council members, fellow Wichitans. My name is Christy Ochterlony. I am a wife and mother. I'm a professional who works full-time. I've pretty much missed work to be here right now. And I am a resident of District 5. So special good afternoon to Mr. Fry. I mention a few of these things because there are personalities we must acknowledge that treat the voices of those who do not work, do not own a home, or do not support families as second-class citizens. This is a classist and much aligned with the systemic racism we see against Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Most people who call for the defunding of police understand this, and they especially understand how it affects people that are both poor and Black, poor and Latino. Naturally, I am calling for defunding of police. I am in solidarity of that, and I do not support a vote for adding these funds to the Wichita Police Department. I would also like to draw special attention to the people that are here speaking in opposition of that vote came here by a call from the people. A lot of the people that are here today have their reasons for being for this decision, but especially because it was a call by city council members, 2 of them particularly. A man named Chris Nixon, who is a former officer of the Wichita Police Department and a law enforcement officer for over 20 years and works with Law Enforcement Training Center, made a public post that got circulated, generating support that you see here today. And he can do whatever he wants to. He's a citizen, he's allowed to do it. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but what I do know is that 2 council members reached out to him to tell him to bring people here today to speak in favor of the budget. I find that extremely unethical. Naturally, city council is not beholden to a code of ethics like their employees are. Their employees cannot even tell me things that they are doing because of this ethics standards that Wichita Council is not beholden to. I want you to know that there are great comments here today, people that spent a lot of time preparing them, people that put their hearts into this work, and they were here because they are the people and they were called to this task. They were not called by city council members. They believe in what the things that they say. And they had great
educational responses. Educated responses, I should say. That post has since been taken down for good reason, because they probably knew that it was unethical, but not before hundreds of Wichitans already seen it. And this tells me that no matter what I came here to say about defunding, there are at least two of you who had no intention of hearing me out to begin with. You knew what you were voting for, and you generated support to ensure that your narrative was secure. That bothers me a great deal. The lack of ethics within City Council and its inability to hold itself accountable is not a new topic, and it remains to be seen whether they will ever be held to any ethical standard as its city employees, people that work at a library. If the last few weeks of abuse of police authority, and I'm referring to the trumped up charges and arrests against Project Justice ICT activists for chalk, and then no less than a week later, the WPD promoting chalk art on the sidewalk, did not solidify my support in defunding the police, then the underhanded tactics of those in power and influence have. I will say that between 2000 and 2019, we have seen police spending more than doubled. It is $99 million. And yet, we have seen a near record rise in violent crime in the past several years. Can we say that policing and adding to the budget is not doing anything for crime? We do not need to be throwing money at a problem. We need to be figuring out how to make policing work with the $100 million you already have. I know that some of you have the position that at the time, those positions were added because you guys are talking about these were budget allocations, these were accounting allocations, and the funding was already there. Okay, I don't care, because you are saying that at the time those positions were added to the budget and growing the police force was a top priority. Read the room. It is no longer a top priority. A lot of people have stood up and said that they are done throwing money at this problem. I am one of them. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Councilmember Bluebog.
Thank you, Mayor. Just got a question for maybe legal, I guess I could direct it to. I don't know what council members the speaker was making accusations about, but is there an ethical rule that says that city council could not be prompting or soliciting people to come to the meeting, or just kind of wanting to understand the law or the ethics behind that?
There is no specific rule in the ethics policy, other than the ethics policy saying that you should abide by rules of good conduct and honor. But there is nothing specific about soliciting for meeting attendance.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Floor is yours. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Linda Porter Beck Rathbone. I'm a citizen and registered voter here in the city of Wichita. And I'd just like to say one thing about the woman who spoke before me.
Let's make sure that we talk about the comments that were said and not about the person. Thank you.
I just want to address the ethics things. I am with her 3,000% on that. Long overdue with this city council. I'll keep it short. I'm about the end of the line, I believe. In regards to the petition under the banner of the Save Century 2 group, the petition was not to save Century 2. It was to give citizens the vote on Century 2 and the former library. Many, many people who would just as soon see Century 2 demolished would like a vote. It's a sad day indeed, and we've had many of those sad days here in Wichita. When the people we elect to represent us, like my council person from District 2, that never responds to anything, unless it might involve a photo op at an animal shelter to make her look like she's a nice person. It is sad indeed when we elect you guys to represent us and you have such a callous disregard as to the wishes of we, your constituents. I'm hoping that it is a new day in Wichita, and we are and will hold your feet to the ballot box. And if you're not going to represent us, we're kicking you out. Thank you so much. Save Century 2. And I also happen to be just another one of the bourgeoisie in Wichita.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. Appreciate the chance to speak with you again. Didn't come prepared to talk about the business tax, but I think you need to say no to business tax. I don't think businesses need any more regulations. Certainly don't need any more taxes or fees in this challenging business climate. I did come here today to talk to you about the pushback on the police department. I am a supporter of the Wichita Police Department. I stand for so much more than that, but that is the thing that has to do with the budget. My primary message is today, I came prepared to talk about a Gallup poll that was issued that concluded that 81% of the Black population desired either the maintaining or increasing the level of policing in their community. And they're not alone in that. 88% of white Americans, 83% of Hispanic Americans, 72% of Asian Americans all feel the same way. We like our police departments. We want you to leave our police departments alone. If anything, if people want better policing, they want different policing, then let's increase the funding. When we call 911, we want a cop, we want a badge, we want a gun. We don't want a social worker. We don't want a therapist. We don't want comfort animals. We want someone that's going to come and establish law and order. And if you, as our public servants, decide that you want to diminish our police department, you can be guaranteed the crime rates are going to go up. And when the crime rates go up, the public's going to take notice. When they take notice of it, we'll speak our opinions at the ballot box, and that's how it pertains to you. Keep the funding for our police departments. Thank you very much.
I just do want to point out, no one has proposed a tax for businesses. A fee for service is different than a tax for businesses. If there were, so I just want to make that clear that was discussed, but that's not proposed in this, or else that $390,000 increase in animals would actually be a tax for your dog, but we know that's not the case. Sir, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members and Manager. My name is Jerry Hazel, member of the 6th Precinct. Live at 1402 West 35th Street. I wanted to commend the council on your decision to reinstate funding to the Wichita Animal Shelter. I appreciate your move on that, and I don't know if that's been expressed yet today, but you got my vote on that. It's good to know that stray animals that citizens find can be brought to the shelter and given a second chance, if you will. Speaking of stray animals, there's a few of them on the streets of Wichita, and they're not the ones with the tails. They don't know the difference between love and hate, good and evil. They don't know the difference between men being created equal and others being put above other individuals.
I'm sorry, I'm going to stop for a second. I have a question. Did you just call a group of, are you referring to a group of people right now?
What? Hello?
Are you referring to people right now, or are you talking about animals? I just want clarity.
I'm sorry?
I would like some clarity. Are you referring to people right now or animals? Because you just made a confusing comment.
I didn't make that reference, but if you want to infer it, you can. People are not created equal, is the statement that some people say, but I believe that they are. They just don't always die equal. I know the difference between a peaceful protest and civil disobedience. I know that our kids deserve a chance to learn in a peaceful environment. So that's why I know that this is also a budget meeting. It's not to hear my diatribe and others, it's to talk about what you can do to the budget. On that note, I would suggest doubling I'd like you to consider doubling the police presence in the schools when they are reopened for classes. I think the youth, they're very vocal, but they don't always know what other people know. When they're reopened for classes, I think that's going to be a hotbed of activity, and I think that an added police presence will allow those that are there to learn to actually be able to learn. Totally against defunding. I don't think that defunding is the right thing to do these days. I'd also like to consider promoting citizenship to those that are citizen classes. Apparently people don't know what a peaceful protest is versus a non-peaceful protest. Maybe that's not being taught today, but maybe as adults they'll appreciate that later learning in life that they can have, to know what the differences are between laws and responsibilities as citizens. And third, with the call to defund police, a lot of citizens are uneasy about what the future might be. I'm a citizen, police officers are citizens. Citizens also have the right to uphold those laws. I think I would also encourage the city council to encourage education of citizens on the proper execution of a citizen's arrest. Because I think if more and more police officers are feeling threatened and there is less of them on the street, the citizens are going to be the last resort. I'm not advocating.
Sir, you got 1 minute left. Can you go ahead and focus in on the budget?
I'm sorry?
Focus in, let us know your comment on the budget.
I'd like to put budget money in there on education, educating citizens on how to make proper citizens arrests. I personally have seen a number of violations, including disorderly conduct, criminal damage to public property and private property, criminal trespass, violation of noise, the megaphones that are out exceed the decibel levels of parks and zoning ordinances of the zoning, whether it be business, commercial, industrial. But I can't. I've been at a restaurant trying to get a meal. It's been disrupted by chance, and you probably maybe have experienced the same thing. It's not what a peaceful community should have to entail, and it's in many ways, I think 50 or 55 decibels of noise coming out of a loudspeaker is a violation, and it shouldn't be done. So,
right. Well, your time is up, sir, so why don't you go ahead and just finish that sentence.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead and finish your sentence. Your 5 minutes is up.
Okay. I thought you lost my train of thought now, but
in that case, we thank you for being here. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. No question for the speaker. I just would like to highlight that it is unacceptable to insinuate, dog whistle, suggest, or allude to another citizen being an animal. That is wrong. It should not be tolerated. And I would appreciate in the future if we just talk about humans as humans and not in the way that was suggested by the speaker.
Yeah, that's what I thought I heard too. And just in the future, we will have people who can say what they want. They can say their piece when it comes to the budget, when it comes to us. If one person is to completely demote an entire group of people in a manner that is I guess, becoming of this discussion, then I will mute their mic. Thank you. Sir, you're done. You can go on. Next speaker, please.
okay.
It's this button here, right? that hits mute. I never thought I'd have to use this. Do you know if it's this one here? Okay. Welcome. Thank you. You have 5 minutes. Thanks for being here.
Great, thank you. Hi, my name is S. Walker. I'm a resident and voter of Wichita District 5. I wanted to start this by saying God has no place in our city government or law enforcement issues because not all of your citizens are Christian or religious. So that doesn't need to be stated, but I am here today taking time out of my workday to come out in support of increasing calls to reallocate funding from our policing system into programs focusing on the root causes of crime and inequality in our community. Our current policing system is overloaded with specialty calls, causing officer response to be ineffective, overzealous, and often inhumane, like in the recent circulating footage involving WPD officers forcibly moving a middle school age child that resulted in breaking his finger. This happened yesterday. And this system needs to be reconstructed from the ground up. The best way to start that is the long process. At the start here is to deepen our investment in mental health services, homeless outreach, addiction rehabilitation, and community recreation services for at-risk community members. The services provided thus far need to be expanded because they are not meeting the needs of a progressive and community-oriented city like Wichita touts itself to be. Your redirections to how much work you have already put into this is negated by the harm you continue to enact against your citizens by allowing these things to happen. Arresting peaceful protesters, over-policing the impoverished peoples, prioritizing quotas over people's needs. These are all still things going on in our city that can be helped by reallocating funding from the police department into community services. We need to prioritize our people over policing. I want to stress that I understand there are real people in our policing system that would be affected by reallocation of funding. They deserve the opportunity to participate in actually making our community better and safer in a system that does not uphold white supremacy and classism like what we have now. Our current system of law and order was built on white supremacy and classism, and that needs to be addressed actively before we can say that we are improving anything. It's baffling to me that the community partnerships total estimated funding is just over $5 million, while that's the same amount being contractually added to the policing budget this year to give them a whopping $99 million. It's baffling to me. I close with this. What is the point of releasing a budget simulator to the people in which it is clear that a 4% cut to police funding would allow our community programs like the animal shelter, park services, and arts and cultural funding to remain untouched if it doesn't seem to have an access or any impact whatsoever on your decision making today? Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please.
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you.
Welcome.
The one thing that I did notice is we had a lot of youth present today, as a lot of my friends are at work in my age group, so they were not able to be here to voice their opinions as well. So first of all, in a letter from Seattle Police Chief sent out on July 24th of this year, it said, quote, legislation gives officers no ability to safely intercede to preserve property in the midst of a large violent crowd, end quote. I would just like to point out that there was a night on 21st in Arkansas where the Quick Trip was broken into and looted, and also Cabela's windows were smashed out as well, and they tried to get in there to do what they were going to do. Minneapolis, in Hennepin County, their police department put out a letter to their citizens on July 28th in stating, and I quote, do not fight with robbers, do as they say, end quote. And also, quote, be prepared to give up your phone, your purse, and your wallet, end quote. Basically, what they're asking citizens to do is to cower to lawlessness. I don't think that's acceptable. Area Vibes is a website that rates places to live in the United States. And according to them, Wichita, Kansas has been given an F. We have a 164% higher crime rate than the national average. We have a 210% higher rate in the violent crime area, and we have a 155% higher property crime rate. Yet we have 33% less officers to combat that crime. In Minneapolis, there were 43 shootings in the first part of July. In Atlanta, crime rate is up by 265%. New York City, their shootings are up by 130%, the robberies are up by 118%, and their murder rate is up by 30%. And in the meantime, it's being reported that in New York, Black communities have been asking for the return of their police department. Detroit has had 271 non-fatal shootings so far this year, which is up by 30%. 18 of them were children. That's unacceptable. Los Angeles homicide is up by 250%, and their shootings are up by 56%. While we're watching the rest of our nation go through the defunding of police, we're better than that. Wichita is better than that. We don't have to have this. Granted, we've got issues that need to be addressed, but defunding our police department is not the way to go about it. I think that things need to be looked at and gone through a little bit slower and given more thought. They say desperate people do desperate things. Let us not be desperate at this time. I for one do not feel that defunding Wichita Police Department is going to cure some of the issues brought up today, as we are watching other cities basically be guinea pigs to this defunding of the police. It's just unacceptable. Scraping and defunding WPD is not the way to go. Until there are laid out plans and options to deal with the mentioned issues, I support Wichita Police Department in funding them. While our youth spoke passionately and eloquently today, I hear the desperation in their voice to be heard, but getting rid of our police departments is not the way to go. I have a granddaughter. I do not want to have to be the one to protect her, which I will do if that ever comes to light. Finally, I would like to say spay and neuter your pets, also adopt and don't shop, be a part of the solution. Thank you for your time.
All right, next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Kaya Vanes. I'm biracial. I was born and raised here in Wichita by my Black mother and white father, who are divorced. Because of this, I have seen the differences in the quality of life, not only in regard to race, but in regard to education or lack thereof. I agree that WPD funding needs to be redistributed to our social workers, helping the homeless, housing, and other previously mentioned causes. I'm here to advocate that we put our money into our schools as well. There's no reason children should receive different qualities of education based on the resources they do or do not have, or can or cannot afford. As said before, poverty is the root of crime. By giving our citizens the resources we need, Wichita will be a safer city. We need to prioritize the educational competence of our impoverished citizens, enabling them to enhance their lives. The best option at hand is to pull this money from WPD funding. Lastly, I'd like to address to anyone listening that so many have been wildly misinformed on the message of Black Lives Matter. We are not violent heathens who want to destroy the city, nor is the movement racist. Black Lives Matter raises a fist in solidarity, unity, and justice for those who were killed at the hands of police brutality. A mother said earlier that she had justice for her son, and that is a blessing from God. I just want everyone to see clearly that there are countless mothers praying to one day know that same feeling. The difference is their loved ones were killed by racism and their murderers are still walking free. Taking money from the police and giving it back to our community programs is a must. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Patrick Penn. I live at 2507 North Lindbergh Street in the city of Wichita, 67226. I'm coming here today to address you as a citizen, but more so, I hear a lot of people coming up today. I've been here all day listening. The last in your line who are here. I hear people speaking for the Black community. I hear people speaking for parents. I hear people speaking for homeowners and landowners and taxpayers. I'm here to tell you that as a Black father of two young Black men that I'm raising here in Wichita, as a former military member, and in our politics, that one guy that's standing out there in the suit with the red shirt on that calls himself a pastor, he might be kind of surprised to hear that. I'm speaking to you as a Christian as well. I love what one of your earlier presenters said, that the function of government is kind of narrow, that you actually have biblical authority to stand up and say to those that would stand outside of the parameters of the law, that you're holding them accountable. That's something that we are asking you as the tax-paying citizens, the basis by which you levy the taxes to fund the programs and the initiatives that you choose to deliberate and vote upon. We would ask that you would actually listen to those who have the jobs, who provide the taxes, who take care of the kids, who are the ones that are actually serving. You know who I am. You know who supports me. And I'm here to tell you that the 85th district does vote. They support the blue. We stand with the blue. What I'm here to say is that we are not here and we do not support Black Lives Matter, which has absolutely nothing to do with Blackness. We are not here to support defunding the police, dismantling our society, or destroying any of our institutions. What we are here to do is to come together in a prudent, deliberative, respectful, and dare I say, concerned manner to make sure that we are reinvigorating our businesses after this COVID-19 pandemic, that we are actually working to restore and bolster our PD and all of our institutions, and that we are actually looking to rebuild our Kansas society and economy. And anything that comes against that, well, as a father, I'm telling you, when someone's acting up, we have ways of melting the wax in their ears and stopping the temper tantrums. So what I would encourage you all to do is take courage, do the jobs that you've been elected to do. The people are watching, the people are listening, and I really, really, really encourage you to do the right thing. Not only do not defund the police, rather give them an increase. These are the public servants that take care of us. I was in foster care and I had the public servants come and take care of us when our situations at home got bad. In the military, we have military police. They go out on bases and take care of situations. When we have situations going on right now in our neighborhoods, I'm sitting here, as a matter of fact, I'll give you one anecdote. Standing here out of the coals one night, I watched three Wichita fire trucks come up and a whole slew of Wichita PD fish a woman out of a waterway down here off of South Kellogg. I was present that night watching that happen. These are the same men and women that I see respond with bravery. Their families are praying for them every time they step out of that door because they know that they may not come back. These are the people that we're supposed to surround. These are the people that we're supposed to take care of. A lot of these issues that have been back and forth today, I noticed that they have not been called out because they are not germane to the budget situation. I'm telling you right now, this is the budget situation that I'm addressing. Maintain the budget, increase the budget for the PD. Not only do they deserve it, it's the social contract that we have with the people who would serve us. We stand with the blue because they're standing for us. That is all. Thank you so much.
All right, next speaker, please.
Mayor, those are all the speakers we have for today on the budget item.
Are you sure?
I think so.
What's the count?
51?
52. What's the record? I don't know. 52 is the record. And, you know, we kind of make some, I don't know, kind of a bit of a joke about it, but the reality is it's amazing to have so many folks come out here and to voice their opinion on the budget. And frankly, we need more people to get involved with local policy, and want to just thank everyone for coming out and doing so today. If there's no more public discussion on the budget, we will bring the discussion of the budget back to the bench and talk about the budget. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Bob, I actually had a couple questions and then a suggestion. One of the speakers earlier recommended that we delay today's budget vote approval. Statutorily, can we do that?
Mayor, council members, we have a statutory deadline of August 15th for the adoption of the budget.
Okay. Just one question. And then there were concerns brought up about allowing a different company to kind of handle some of the operations at Century 2. I know I haven't asked this, so if I missed this, I apologize. Are there provisions, or could we add provisions to make sure organizations like the one Representative Helgerson talked about, Habitat for Humanity, and others that use that facility at a current discounted rate would still be able to do so?
What I proposed is a fairly open process in terms of preparing a request for proposals, one that would solicit input from stakeholders and that would have the council approve the RFP before it goes out on the street. Okay. I've had a number of groups reach out to me that want to visit after this. Many of them are users, and so they like to talk about what kind of provisions we'd put in the RFP.
Okay.
So it'll be a pretty transparent process, and one that I would think that even on the selection committee, we would have some stakeholders involved.
Okay. All right, and then make sure I got everything. I had one suggestion. So I've been appreciative of all the dialogue we've had and the emails we received regarding the budget and certain items, specifically law enforcement. So with that in mind, I wanted to see if there's no objection from my colleagues if we could do a few things. One, work with you, Bob, Chief Ramsey, and Dante to kind of begin looking at a plan on what it would look like to move some of our motorcycle unit officers into potential patrol positions. That would be necessary before we could look at also moving more officers into community policing like we've heard today. Officer Watson being a great example of what community policing can be, born and raised in Northeast Wichita, being a community policing officer in Northeast Wichita and the impact he's having and now his new program. So I think I did hear that and would love to see what that would look like. Also, if we could continue to foster the relationship with the Wichita State University School of Social Work. I know I've reached out and connected Chief Ramsey, but we want to keep that conversation going to look at what it could be like to get an applied learning opportunity with our police department and get some of those questions answered. I think we're going to look at trying to schedule another meeting coming up. Also, if we could look at continuing to grow the collaborative relationship with ComCare. I know we talked about the one effort of getting a social worker, but continuing to have that dialogue. We've seen a lot of great feedback from ICT1. I think if we keep up this conversation, we might can see some potential continued improvements. And then lastly, if there's any savings from moving some of these officers into different units, maybe look to work for us to work towards having our court staff, community stakeholders, and others review and implement programs that could address issues related to the expunction of criminal history information, helping avoid driver's license suspensions by applying potential community service credits towards fines, and assisting with the reinstatement of such. All of these things have been talked about as well on some of the various calls we've had with organizations and could be a huge benefit to our citizens. And with all of that, I know that's a lot, just to make sure we can remain open and transparent. If we could have that come back to the council as a workshop as we get that developed so we all can see what those details are and how it could potentially benefit the city of Wichita. And I think going this route, we definitely can make a really good impact. and help remove some of the, as everyone talked about, the multiple hats law enforcement has. This really helps kind of ease that, as well as get more social services into the police department. And I wrote that down. I can email it to you. So that was, again, if there's no objection on that, just kind of my thoughts on what we could do.
Councilmember Bluebog.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Kind of going a little bit further with Councilmember Johnson's statements, and last week he had asked specifically to where if we could look at, are we reducing accidents? Are we reducing fatalities with our traffic enforcement? And I just wanted to ask the question, is there somewhere in the budget where we do a forecast for revenue from traffic violations? Okay. I just, we've heard a lot of pro-police, we've heard a lot of opportunities that we could do better on, and I just want to, I know that's always been the policy, but I want to make sure that we're still pointed in the high traffic areas, the high accident areas, and so we can statistically see whether we're making a difference with that or not. Also, we've heard a lot about mental health. I always kind of lean toward the county and the state, and certainly looking for other opportunities, just as Councilmember Johnson said, how can we do more cooperatives in that?
Is there any more discussion on this particular item that Councilmember Johnson has proposed? If there is no objection, then staff will be so ordered to look into that. Very good. And so I want to get back to the budget. Although the budget is statutorily required to be passed today, movement within that budget, as far as programs, as far as how the budget is spent, that's ongoing. Is that correct? Where if some people want to come back and reanalyze certain sections of it that maybe didn't get as much attention today, we can still make those adjustments as we move forward. Is that correct?
Yes, as a council, yes. You're establishing the budget on a program basis and by activity. And if you want to move within your bottom line in those areas, then through council discussion you can. You'd actually make the changes formally this time next year when you amend the 2021 budget. But you do have the freedom to work through that, during the year.
Excellent. Very good. My other question goes back to the Century 2 privatization of management. I've had a lot of people from the arts community reach out to me who are concerned about this. We just heard from 52 speakers. I think that's the record. Not one person spoke in favor of privatizing management for Century 2. Many people spoke against it. In the emails, most of the concerns are how this would look going forward for the privatization of the management of Century 2, particularly since we're not sure if next year, if we're going to, win, or if we're going to be able to have, shows at Century 2. We're not quite sure what public gatherings are going to look like in the near future, so the idea that we have the financial or economic climate to get a private organization to take over the management and somehow turn a profit on it seems like this might not be the best time to do that. So with that, I want to make a motion to take that part out so that we can have a better look at it. As the manager just discussed, we could put it back in as long as it's not affecting the bottom line, but I'm interested in studying that. So I would make a motion to strike or to, table the part of the budget that refers to the privatization of management over a Century 2. There is a motion. James Clendenin.
Mr. Manager, this being in the budget doesn't necessarily commit us to that, but helps us explore it. Is that not correct?
That is correct, and we do anticipate a significant savings, whether it's through privatization or some change in our management of the facility, but that is part of the operating budget, that savings.
So what we would do is go out for an RFP and kind of see what's out there.
Correct.
Not necessarily, we don't have to pull the trigger, but I think that was the whole point of this being in the budget, was to try to put a placeholder at trying to find ways to save.
Right. And again, to bring us expertise as we determine what the future of convention business is, of meetings and events going forward after, post-COVID.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm confused, Mr. Manager. Are you saying that we can't do any of that research if this isn't in the budget today? Because your previous statement said that the budget wouldn't be set in stone, that we could actually make movement within the budget as long as it doesn't affect the bottom line. So is the concerns of the council member that we would need to do this to be able to explore our economic opportunities with that, is that true, or can we actually freeze this part and still find that information out?
Mr. Mayor, your motion would leave us $2.5 million short in the budget.
Can you explain that?
Yes, because what we anticipated was savings of $2.5 million through the contractual operations of C2, and that's in the document. And we talked about that even during the retreat.
Is C2 being operated right now? Are there shows at C2 right now?
We still have some staff. We have, most shows are canceling, but we have some on the books. And so we're still keeping a skeleton staff in that regard.
That's $2.5 million worth?
No.
So my understanding is that $2.5 million was also allocated last year before COVID, and that this year we don't have really anything going on at Century 2 because COVID. We don't have shows coming in. So the idea that we have to supplement to the same level that we did last year when we actually don't have the same level of activity confuses me.
Mr. Mayor, we have no idea what 2021 is going to look like. And that's why the recommendation for private assistance from expertise in the industry to help us determine what the convention business should look like and how we should operate our facility using best practices to try to minimize the amount of subsidy that we have as we come back out of COVID-19.
So our community was very familiar with our Century 2 and I guess the functions of it. None of them reached out and asked for this. So are we not following best practices now, or are they not interested in best practices?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure what the best practices will be in 2021 because the industry will be changing. And this is the time that I think we do need expertise to help us get through that transition. And that's why I made the recommendation.
4 months from now, right? That would be next year.
Correct.
So if my motion was to get a seconded and actually pass, then we would have 4 months to explore this, while still being able to somehow retain the staff we have now and utilize those expertise in the meantime. So it's not like if this doesn't pass today, 2021 is gone. We got 4 months to figure that out. Is that correct? Councilmember Clendenin, I can let you have the floor while the manager's thinks about that.
Just knowing that this projected cost savings does represent a balanced budget, we do have to pass a balanced budget today. So if we take this item out, we have to find it somewhere else in the budget so we can pass a balanced budget. We cannot just take this out of the budget and pass a budget that shows us to be in deficit. So if this is taken out of the budget today, we've got to go to the drawing board, take a recess, and find out where we're going to find it somewhere else in the budget.
I don't think that's true. I think that the 2.5 million is a expense used to subsidize the expenses of Century 2 when Century 2 is in normal function. We have no idea that Century 2 is going to be in normal function in 4 months. So I'm not sure that 2.5 is actually an accurate representation of normal function given a COVID era. Like, we've had to close it down. Are we still, this year, are we still at 2.5 million this year to supplement the funding of Century 2?
Because of the operations at the beginning of the year and because of staff that was still on the payroll, we will still be in that ballpark or even higher in terms of the deficit in 2020. And so we're right-sizing our staffing now, continuing to bring down the staffing, but I can't tell you where we're gonna be in 2021 if we don't bring in some help in terms of just right-sizing the operation going forward.
So a motion on the table, let's look for a second. Is there a second? Is there a second? Third time will be the last time. Is there a second to the motion? Motion is to freeze the Century 2 operations to find more information. There is no second, the motion dies without a second. On to the budget. Further discussion. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Partially to the budget, but also just to the discussion we had today, and everything we heard, what we received. Just want to kind of to highlight the significance of the moment, if that's all right. So everything we heard today in regard to law enforcement, from support to those that are looking at reform and reprioritization. I guess the key word nowadays is defund, but it's really just reform and reprioritization. And again, those who support, I'm hopeful that we can find ways to see through the terminology and the hashtags being used, because I think if you go back and listen to the meeting, folks really want the same thing. And discussions we've had, people really want the same thing. The groups who are there to back the blue just want to support our men and women in uniform who choose this dangerous occupation and want to serve our community. And they want to make sure everyone makes it home at night. And members of the various organizations we also heard from and have been hearing from for years, to include Black Lives Matter supporters, also want to, see folks make it home at night. And they're simply just trying to highlight these issues to the moral consciousness of this country and this city. And again, it sounds as if folks really want the same thing, an improved police department. Of course, there are some that don't want to see that, but the majority of what we heard today, and I think the emails we received, although we haven't got through all 1,500 of them, but most of them are about that same thing. It's just, supporting men and women in uniform, holding folks accountable, which we all seek to do. We all have talked to citizens about holding us accountable as elected officials, and it seems that the community just wants to make sure law enforcement is held accountable as well. And again, I just hope that we can see through a lot of the sides we're on, be open to that. And to be honest, from personal experience over the years, I've been a part of that loud group. I've been one of the ones who protested in the street, whether it was 13th Street or standing in the middle of Kellogg and Rock, trying to bring attention to city leaders before I was on council about issues within the police department. And in 2015, I was one of the group that made it a little uncomfortable for Bob and Mayor Brewer when we wanted to see body cameras. And we demanded that of the city. And Mayor Brewer and Bob committed to that. And I'd say in 2020, I doubt you find one person that says that wasn't good. It's all about trying to make sure our department, our city, the service is better. And I've been there. So I've been on the side where folks have referred to me for different names and things that we talked about today. Again, with the protesters, you look at 2016, there was a First Steps barbecue, one of the largest protests that I've been a part of. And from that, demands were made. But we saw an improvement in the police department, more crisis intervention training. Chief Ramsey had committed to making sure there were outside eyes on the department in regard to excessive force or police shootings, and he kept his word. On the state level, things didn't happen. He worked with the sheriff's department to make that happen. Again, folks really pushing for change. You may not like the tactic all the time, but the end game is always improved service to the community and making sure we're all treated fairly. So again, it's never anti-law enforcement. It's all about that. And I'm hoping, again, that we can see through disagreement, see through terminology, and see the good. Everything that was highlighted today, you can see it in ICT 1 when folks want more other services to help our police department. When you want social workers to respond because law enforcement should enforce laws. So again, I'm hoping that through all of this, through today's discussion, specifically on the budget, but as we go forward, as we have groups that get loud and they talk about issues, that we keep an open mind and listen to the bottom line of what it is and try to work towards a solution. I think we're taking some really good steps today toward that and moving in transparency so people can continue to see it. But again, I'm hopeful that we can work through that, see as a city that we're in a good space. We continue to work together and grow together. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilmember Frye.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to echo a lot of what Councilmember Johnson just said. We've come a long way in the last 5 years in this community as it relates to community policing. A lot of it's because of Chief Ramsey. He's pushed us. He's challenged us. Our community members have challenged us. And for all those people that spoke today, thank you. We're not perfect. We're going to make mistakes, but I think everybody on this council agrees that we can be better. And that's the focus that Chief Ramsey has challenged us as well. I think you heard a lot today from folks that are frustrated on both sides. They want to show support, but they also see that we can be better. I think the overriding thing I heard was liberty and justice for all. No matter your sex, creed, color, race, whatever, everybody wants to be treated fairly across the board. And I think the things that we have done in the last 5 years, from body cameras to mental health training, joint law enforcement training with the Sheriff's Department, ICT-1, there's a lot of things that we've done very well, and we'll continue to push and challenge ourselves and our officers to be better, to do better, and find ways that we can help our homeless and our mentally unstable and our addicted. It's not always going to be money. It's going to be other things. It's going to be our actions. It's going to be the words. It's going to be the programs, the partners that we find. Money's not always going to be the solution, but I'm committed to finding ways, and I think this council is too, to continue to get better. So thank you all for speaking today.
Councilmember Bubak.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And just want to go back, I know I made some of these statements earlier, but I want to say it again. Back in 2014, a lot of these things were pushes by former Mayor Brewer. He wanted to make sure that we had body cameras. We were doing that well before we had any federal funding. We were paying for them on our own. A lot of cities weren't doing that. We believe that was important. The staffing study is very important. A lot of this budget, you read through, some of the media was trying to say this was pay raises for law enforcement. Most of this was driven because we were out there pushing the funding of the staffing study, which I'll say it again, is still significantly under where we need to be. A lot of the comments we have, saying we need more help, we're doing things differently than what you see on the East Coast and the West Coast. The integrated crisis team, the homeless outreach team, community policing, we're doing a lot of the right things. Can we do more? Absolutely more. But I want to call on our partners at the county. I want to call on our partners on the state to help us out with that.
Further discussion, Councilmember Claycomb.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank everyone who took time today to talk to us. I know, people took time away from their lives, from their kids, from their jobs and other things that they had responsibilities for. And I know that sometimes people think that they aren't heard if an idea isn't immediately implemented. And I know from things that I've worked on in the past that's not true. Sometimes it takes time. And I want to let people know that today they were heard, all 50, how many were there, Mayor? 52, 53. And that, as my colleagues have said, we'll continue to look for ways to improve with some reprioritization, with building on changes that we've already made to our policing, and with leveraging our partnerships through housing and community services in terms of social services. So I think we're all committed to those things, and I continue to look forward to making those changes.
Since we're closing out, I still have some questions about the actual budget. So I'm going to jump in real quick. I'm wondering, this budget was presented about 3 weeks ago. Has there been any major changes since how it's been presented, besides the animal shelter?
No, Mayor, other than the animal shelter, it's consistent with what was recommended.
Okay, so all the feedback from the public, no changes?
No, Mayor.
All right. Well, I would like to make a motion to have staff look into a lobbying policy. One of the changes that I wanted to make that would have, I think, benefited greatly was actually an interest group called Members of the Council, and had defeated before I was able to actually talk about it, and which is fine. It's just in the legislature that's lobbying, and I think it's important that we get folks to make their intentions known by actually having a database of those who want to influence policy on behalf of an organization. So I want to make a motion to direct staff to look at a lobbying policy for future budgets, put it on so the 2021 budget that if interest groups try to utilize their professional positions to influence the budget, that they would have to disclose that. Is there a second? I think you need a second to actually be able to talk about the item. Am I wrong? You need a second to talk about the item. Someone has to second this if you guys want to debate.
I will second it for the purposes of discussion. Just to add, I think we should maybe address that with the ethics policy and not separate from the ethics policy. And I don't know when our next retreat is, but.
Well, we got till 4 months. This could be an addition to ethics, but it was seconded. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I actually had pushed the request to speak about the budget, and somehow we switched topics, but I have lots to say about this too. I just think this is an inappropriate time to throw this into the middle of a budget discussion. We've had 4 budget retreats. We have a fantastic staff who's been working on this budget. All of our department heads have spent an immense amount of time analyzing the work that they do and trying to figure out how we spend our city's really precious time and treasure. And to throw something like this in the middle of it, I just think is ill timing. It's something that, as Councilmember Johnson said, would be best brought up during an ethics retreat, but it just doesn't make a lot of sense to try and adopt a policy from the bench or say we're going to have a policy from the bench when we're in the middle of a 5-hour discussion on budget. So I will not be supportive of this. I would be supportive to have a conversation in the future, but right now isn't the time.
So I want to be clear, because I'm not sure if I was clear. This is for the 2021 budget, that before we do our 2021 budget, not this budget, we will have a process in place or a list where if members want, or members of a interest group want to lobby for or against policy that financially impacts their members, they have to disclose that like every other form of government in the state before that happens. This is germane to the budget. That is what I'm asking for. I'm not asking for any policy. I'm asking that we actually get this done by then and put a time limit on it. Because just like Councilmember Johnson pointed out, we should talk about this in our next ethics retreat. We don't even have that planned yet. So this puts a time frame on that. So I'm not asking for policy to put it in place today. I'm asking by the time we decide on the next budget, the money that will be spent, we will let the public know that that wasn't influenced by outside interest groups unless those outside interest groups at least sign their name saying that they are trying to influence the budget. Councilmember Bluebock.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know exactly where you're going with that, but I think if there is someone that's lobbied, I think it's kind of on us to report that. And from what I read in the Wichita Eagle, I believe the Fraternal Order of Police donated $2,500 to your, not your campaign, but your group. So I guess if you want to lead by example, that'd be an opportunity for you to go ahead and share that.
And how do you know that?
Pardon me?
How do you know that?
Well, I said according to the Wichita Eagle.
Right, because it was
It wasn't.
Because it was publicly disclosed.
Okay.
Utilizing statutes that were put in place for transparency.
Okay.
What I'm asking is that we publicly disclose, using transparency, groups that are trying to influence our vote. And I'm not talking about the Fraternal Order of Police. I'm not talking about policing. I'm talking about a policy that I tried to have a discussion about this weekend that I found out yesterday was lobbied for to have it put to sleep, so I couldn't talk about it today. And if you're going to do that right before the budget, you've got to disclose that your organization is trying to influence influence policy that financially impacts their members. If this happened in the legislature, they would have had to disclose that. I just want us to have the same standards as the legislature by the time we work our next budget. I'm not asking or advocating that we do that right now. I'm putting pretty much a due date on having this piece of the ethics policy in place. Councilmember Tuttle.
I just want to say that all of us are required by law that we have a financial statement that indicates everyone who contributed to our campaigns for re-election. And so it is already pretty much in existence. This, again, could be something that we discuss in the future, but we're in the middle of one topic and now we're trying to throw something else in there. So I think that we look at this when we look at our ethics policy or whatever that may be, but we already have a mechanism where we report who has contributed to our campaigns.
This is not about campaign finance. This is about ensuring that if a program is going to be discussed or amendment offered on the budget and an organization that represents members of our community reaches out, utilizing their professional arm and influences the passage or defeat of that policy, they have to disclose that. That is what this is. If an organization reaches out to a member before the budget debate and defeats something without it even coming up for a discussion because they lobbied for it, they have to disclose that they are a lobbyist. That's it. That is all I'm asking for. It is literally standard ethics stuff. And I'm not even asking that we do it today. I am asking that by the next time we do a budget, because it was a problem today, that we actually have this in place. So if you are a lobbyist and you are lobbying city council for your financial gain, you have to sign your name on a list saying that that is your intent. That is what I'm asking for, so that we can work on it, put a due date on it. This motion has been seconded, so there will be a vote on this. Councilmember Bluebock, second time.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm at a loss here because you've made some accusations and I have no idea what you're talking about.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd actually like to make a substitute motion that this be included with our ethics policy and we have a retreat within the next 45 to 60 days, which will be before we get started on budget discussion. And that will give staff to prepare some responses to the mayor's request.
That would 40 to 60 days so that we can address this, and that would be before the next budget?
Yep.
Therefore, I think that I would accept that as a friendly amendment to my motion, because it puts a timestamp so that we can actually have a discussion about this and ensure we're holding people accountable. Any more discussion on this? Vice Mayor Claycomb.
I just have a question to the, I think now friendly amendment. So that is that we'll bring the ethics policy back and include this as part of that discussion in 45 to 60 days. So I have a question of the manager. What's kind of the timing we've thought about in terms of bringing the ethics policy back? I know that staff has been working on it, then they've been working on budget, and now I suspect we'll get back to the ethics policy. Is that possible? Is 45 to 60 days enough time?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, there's no further discussion. A motion has been made and seconded. Clerk will open the roll. You can cast your vote.
Mayor, did you make the second?
Yes.
Did you second the motion?
Yes, I apologize, yes. I will second the substitute motion that was on top of my motion. All right, with a result of 7 yeas to 0 nays, the motion does pass, and we will add potential policy for lobbying to the next ethics agenda when we go over initiating an ethics policy. Other discussions on the, we're back on the original bill, I guess, excuse me, budget. Councilmember Clendenin.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to, first of all, I want to thank everybody who came and spoke today. I know it was daunting to stand in line. I know a lot of people even had to leave that were in line for this topic, so we could have easily had more. I know for a lot of people, they feel like maybe their voice is not being impactful, If you're on either sides of this issue, it is, and it has been. I want to reiterate some of the things that Councilmember Fry and Councilmember Johnson said about their advocacy and the changes that were made because of some of the advocacy in the past. I was on the council during that time. A lot of times we didn't take action right away. We made sure that when we were coming up with policies, that they were concise, that they made sense, that they met the laws of the state of Kansas. And so for those that did speak today and feel like they're not getting immediate action, you were heard, you were listened to. Some of us may agree, some of us may disagree. You may have swayed some of us to take a look into some other areas. But much of the changes that have been made within our police department have been because, in large part, of advocacy and citizens standing up and making their voices heard. This is, I think, a record since I've been on the council in 9 years for people speaking. We've had, I think, as many as 30 or 32, especially on the aquatics master plan. But those speakers were able to make change. And by the way, the first time they came and spoke about the aquatics master plan and didn't like the direction we were going, I don't know if Troy Houtman's in here, much of the park staff, but I think there was a lot of frustration that the council kept moving back and forth in different directions to try to meet the goals of what the citizens wanted to see. So just speaking to the citizens that spoke today, don't be disheartened if you didn't see what you wanted to see today, and continue to have those community discussions. Secondly, Mr. Manager, I want to make sure that as we get through the second pilot project here with ICT1, we kind of extended that pilot project, that we really would start, I think after 2 pilot projects, we ought to be able to see what it would take, especially in a declining budget situation, what it would take to get something funded. I do really want to implore our state officials that are listening today to help the city of Wichita and other cities with funding for these types of intervention services. They are impactful, they do make sense, and they will, in the long run, reduce the need for the police to have to deal with a lot of those calls. At least will reduce the amount of time they have to be on scene once the scene is stable. So I want to see how we can move forward with more of those teams. I know it may not happen, like I just said, right away, but I think we're seeing good results. I think at this point, that's all. Just want to thank the citizens again.
More discussion on the budget or proposed amendments. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you, and I don't want to be redundant. I know we've been here quite a while, but I just want to echo what my colleagues have said. And then also, I would like to just say to the community, thank you for coming out. I had an interview earlier this week or last week, and I said, you know, I'd be more worried if people weren't coming to talk to us about the budget. It's their money, and we're the stewards of it, but we want to make sure that we are doing what's in the best interest of the city. And if you have sent us an email, just know that we're getting through them. We received quite a few, so our lack of response doesn't mean lack of interest or lack of respect. We all know these are extremely challenging times. This is a much different budget season than last year, and so we are trying to be the best stewards not only of our time and treasure. I think that a city's budget is a powerful statement of a city's priorities, and while police has obviously been the emphasis of today's meeting, there's a lot of other things happening within our city and a lot of great work that make our city a great place to live, learn, earn, play, and pray. And so I don't want that work to get overlooked by just this one part of the budget. So a big thanks to staff, especially finance, always for the work on this and making it easy and digestible. But also, again, to all of our department heads across the entire city of Wichita for all you did to make this process and to get us to this point today. So I'm looking forward to us being able to pass this budget. Thank you.
Further discussion on the budget? Seeing none, if there's no further discussion, then the clerk will open a roll, or we need a motion to actually pass it out.
I don't think there's a motion, is there?
I'm happy to make the motion to advance this if that's what we need.
I mean, it's been so long, I think we need a motion, am I wrong? The
Okay.
motion, and is there a second?
Happy to make a motion that we close the public hearing and take the staff's recommended actions.
Second?
Motion has been made and seconded on the budget. That members will open up the roll, or excuse me, by that I mean clerk will open up the roll, members will cast the vote. With a result of 7 yeas to 0 nays, the motion does pass. Chair recognizes Councilmember Johnson for a motion with item 6.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I would like to move for our agenda that we move item 6 up to item 2 to allow the public to give us their feedback and not keep them there all day.
I'll second that motion. Any discussion on moving item 6 to item 2? See none. With that, members will cast the vote. With 7 yeas to 0 nays, item 6, ordinance amending sections 54220 pertaining to the wearing of masks in public places will be the next item on the agenda. That chair recognizes Chief Snow of the Fire Department.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council members.
Good afternoon.
Today, as soon as I get there should be a short PowerPoint, so I'll wait for them to adjust their.
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. Did I get without it?
Are we ready for, is there
I think we're waiting on a PowerPoint.
okay.
I could dance for you or something to entertain you for a few minutes.
No, that won't be necessary. I believe we have one speaker on this over at Century 2, so I'm going to line them up after we get the presentation.
Okay. Go ahead and get started, okay. In a few minutes, whenever IT catches up with the adjustment here, we'll have a short PowerPoint, and probably the most important part of the PowerPoint is the third slide where it gives you a graph. But today, here to present, ask you to amend the current ordinance, sections 5.43.02 and section 5.43.01 pertaining to wearing a mask in public places. On July 3rd, you adopted a mandatory mask ordinance which required the citizens to wear masks when in public places. Today, that ordinance actually expires. What I have for you on the third slide is a dashboard. It's a Sedgwick County COVID-19 dashboard, and what it depicts there is it'll have barcodes. It'll have red barcodes at the bottom, which depicts the COVID-19 positive cases, and then it has, on top of that, gray barcodes, which depict the negative cases of people that have been tested. And then it has a rolling line, which is a 14-day average of the positives of all tests. And on July 3rd, when you actually implemented the ordinance, the 2 weeks prior to then, it depicts a steady increase in the number of tests, a percentage of positive COVID tests. And then the ordinance was implemented. And it's been proven that there's a minimum of 2 weeks of lag time between the outcomes when a preventative measure has been implemented to depict what kind of effect you have on the control of the virus. And the graph is very apparent. It reflects this. And about 2.5 weeks after the July 3rd, which was on about August the 5th, 6th, the positive tests begin to decline. And that's where we're currently at, is in a mode in which it's starting, the effects of wearing masks in public places has started to reflect positively for us and getting us to the point where we want to be. The ordinance, the specifics of the ordinance are to amend, to exclude indoor or outdoor spaces or areas in public or private schools from the ordinance requirements. And the ordinance extends the requirements that the masks are to be worn in other public places until September 8th, 2020. That date is the same as what Sedgwick County currently has mandated, so it would put us in alignment with them. And due to the prior ordinance expiring today, it's necessary to declare a public emergency and pass the ordinance on the first reading. So the recommendation then today is that the City Council declare an emergency and approve the ordinance amending sections 5.43.020 and 5.43.050 pertaining to wearing the mask in public places on the first reading. And here's the graph that I was interested in that you're seeing. And if you take a look at like I said, the red barcodes are the COVID positives, the gray are the COVID negatives, and then that rolling line going across the top is a 14-day average of positive percentages of all tests. So if you take a look at where July 3rd would be, you can see there was a steady increase. The ordinance went into effect on July 3rd. There's a lag time to see the effectiveness of the implementation of preventative measures, about 2 to 3 weeks. And we're right dead on. You can start to see now the decline. So, and I'll stand for questions then.
Just a question. This is taking the ordinance that we currently have in place unchanged and moving it forward. Just the date. Is that correct? Or has there been any significant changes to this ordinance?
I'm going to have to defer to law in regards to any significant changes. I think there's I'll let Jennifer answer.
Mayor, council members, Jennifer McGoniat, City Attorney. In the agenda packet, the ordinance would extend the date and also amend the definition of public space to exclude any indoor or outdoor spaces in areas in public or private schools. That's what was in the agenda packet originally. But now Bob, go ahead.
However, you have an amended version, which is simply an extension of the date of the current order. So there is no discussion of any other exemptions or any other provisions.
Very good. I wanted to just clarify that because I know that what was put out on Friday is a little different than I think where the medical community asked us to go. So
yeah, I apologize. We should have highlighted that because it is different than what went out. Yes.
Very good. And Chief Mayor, can you put that chart back up?
Sure.
Councilmember Bluebog.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking here at the green sheet, and it says in Sedgwick County, there continues to be an increase in COVID. Does there continue to be? Because I'm looking at it, it looks like it's coming back down.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. On the green sheet, when they talk about increase in the COVID, the numbers that they actually report are inclusive of recovery dates or recovery cases. It's the actual test, all tests, the recovery test, and then deaths. So you may have increases in deaths, but it's not increase in positives, in COVID positives. It's an inclusive number.
Since the city doesn't have a health department, I assume you're using most of the information from what the county is giving you?
Yeah, this is the dashboard that you see in front of you. This graph right here came right from the health department, and it's dated 8/6, so it's 5 days old.
Okay. Is the county asking any other cities in Sedgwick County to have the mask ordinance?
That I'm unaware of, sir.
Okay. I'm just curious, if we go another 30 days, won't we just keep going 30 days until there's a vaccine? I mean, will the recommendation ever be not to have the mask mandatory?
I think Dr. Menz, who's kind of the liaison there for the county, I think what his recommendations are is he wants to continue to see numbers that are similar to what you saw prior to the July 3rd. That's where he feels that's a safe zone.
Okay. Have you got a number of how many tickets we've written
Tickets.
for not wearing masks?
So I don't think there's an actual enforcement for writing tickets, sir.
Councilmember Bluebow, it's my understanding that we have not written any tickets. We have given advisory letters to a number of businesses, but we have not written tickets at this point.
Okay, so we're really just driving toward compliance, right?
We've been working towards education. Now, there are some facilities that continue to violate our ordinance, and we're working on next steps with those businesses.
Okay, what other
They're very limited.
What other educational things are we doing? Are we doing any PSAs or anything like that?
We've been part of a partnership that has been working on that. For instance, the mask ads that you've seen from Wesley Hospital, we were part of that group. There's a COVID-19 task force. And so there are also, I think early on, Visit Wichita had some ads. The Community Foundation has put out public service announcements as well, and we've been a part of all of that.
Are we utilizing our own communications department, social media or anything like that to get the word out?
I believe, but I can't, without
a-
Jim here, yeah.
Yeah, the city of Wichita has its own COVID page. And, yeah, I know internally, and I know that the majority of all departments that are into public safety also utilize our social media avenues to get the message out.
I assume it sounds for the most part, we're just trying to drive to compliance. So if we could get a list of all the efforts we're doing to educate and drive to compliance, I'd appreciate that. Thanks.
And I'll just say, and I'm not sure if this is Dr. Min or a different doctor, but I think the goal is to get the numbers down under 6%. I think 6% is kind of that where I guess health professionals recommend you can start to be a little more comfortable around there.
And at that level, you think we could stop the mandatory mask? Is that what,
I
with the
wouldn't-
information you have?
I wouldn't say that. I would say that 6% is where people feel healthcare professionals say is the goal to go at this point until, as you put it, we don't have really anti-vaccination or anything like that. But 6% I think is where you let your guard down a little bit. And I will add that I think the county put about $2.5 million into advertisement before the mask ordinance went into place and didn't make a dent in the numbers. So I think advertising has been tried and it hasn't really shown to be as effective.
Okay, just one last question. Do we have more information as to specific areas of outbreaks? I think long-term care is a large percentage of them, and I know that, the county has made some changes with the bars and reducing numbers and having food. I still see in our city bar counts, one small bar in Old Town that serves food is still have 200 and some people on a Saturday night, where there's other bars that nobody's in. I'm just trying to understand, are the rules making a difference?
To answer your question in regards to, are the county keeping track of where their
where
Yes.
it's originating.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's exactly right. And they are doing more, they have limited staff, and not trying to defend anything, but as they acquire more and more staff through the CARES Act, they're doing more contact tracing, which allows them to provide better information on carriers or where the disease is being how it's being transmitted to notify those personnel too. So yes, they keep track of like long-term healthcare facilities and some of those entities. They have a listing of all of those. And they provide it to us as public safety. If we receive a 911 call, that's part of the information that's given to us.
Okay, thanks, Chief.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a point of clarification just to make sure everybody understands completely. Jennifer and I have eyes here, so we had originally last week talked with the county about having our masking ordinance extend to align with theirs so that there was continuity and consistency between the two organizations to help reduce confusion for our residents, both within the city and the county. And at one point, we had discussed excluding the schools. But then after further communication with the schools and again, just to reduce confusion, the schools are going to be in the ordinance just like they are now. And I did have a conversation with USD 259 school board member Sherry Logan last night, and she was very supportive of that. She thought too that it was sending the message to the community that the school district, the city, and the county are all coordinating together. So just want to make sure everyone understands that the schools are staying in this ordinance. It's like it is now, just for another 30 days. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Claycomb.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question on the ordinance of legal. Do we have, we don't have the full ordinance here in front of us. Do we have an age restriction in our ordinance?
Yes, we have a 5-year.
5-year, okay.
Age restriction for 5 and up.
Okay, thank you. And then I just wanted to comment on the hospital call this week. The hospitals are very encouraged by the numbers as we're seeing here. They were explicitly asked for their recommendation on extension of the masking ordinance, and they highly recommended it. They really believe that this downturn, one of the things that is leading to that is masking. So I thought that was good information that everybody should have.
More discussion on the mask ordinance. Seeing none, if there's no more discussion, I'll make a motion to pass the ordinance or to extend.
Do we have somebody who wants to speak? I thought it Century 2.
You're right. My apologies. Let's go ahead and default over to Century 2. And I think we have someone in the public who would like to speak. Sir, welcome. You have 5 minutes. Oh, I can't hear you.
I'd like to say personally that the mask ordinance is great, and that personally I feel like we should extend it beyond Sedgwick County and personally all the way till October 1st. And the reasoning why is we saw what happened in California. California took intense restrictions as soon as the pandemic started, and they were fine for a while, but when they started getting loose on their restrictions after thinking that they had controlled the pandemic, what we saw is an exponential growth. We're also seeing this in Florida, where they really shut down for a couple of weeks and then opened back up. And what we saw was the lack of a mask ordinance and general lack of enforcement on these restrictions led to a high increase in coronavirus cases. And frankly, I'm in a situation where if my father gets sick because of me, I'm going to have to quit my university and get 3 full-time jobs in order to support my family. And frankly, there are many more out there in Wichita who are immunosuppressed, and I don't think that their life should be at risk for our comfortability, honestly. Too many people have died in this pandemic. If the federal government is not going to take a leadership role in this, then the city of Wichita has to. And I encourage all of you who are in, all city council members to please extend this, and please make the restrictions even harsher. Do not allow for religious exemptions in this one, because frankly, what God would want is that he would want all of us to be safe and healthy, right? But that's a separate conversation. The point is that we should make sure that our restrictions are enforced in all local businesses, and all international businesses that employ here in Wichita, Kansas. And we have to make sure that people follow social distancing guidelines in accordance with the CDC. We have to make sure that we are in constant talks with Sedgwick County and the Kansas State Department of Health to make sure that coronavirus cases keep coming down. Because what we saw is that Wesley at one point was filled up, and honest to God, that was my greatest fear. I don't know what I would have done if one of my parents had gotten sick and they couldn't have gotten in. So what we have to do is keep the mask ordinance until October 1st, and then see the results, see what's going on, see if we are any closer to a vaccine, see if we do have a vaccine, how distribution is going to work. If we don't have a vaccine yet, what are the numbers looking like? How's Wesley doing? How's Via Christi doing? How are these hospitals doing? Because frankly, if we end the mask ordinance now or we end it too soon, we're going to become another California. We're going to become another Florida. All right. And that's the last thing we all want, right? The last thing we all want is for more people to die. And so in order to ensure the safety of all citizens of Wichitanians is to make sure that everyone is kept safe by wearing a mask. Is it inconvenient? Is it uncomfortable? Absolutely. As someone who has glasses, it's awful. But let me tell you something. I'd rather save other people's lives than put my own comfortability as a selfish motive. So I plead with the entire city council to extend it until October 1st, if not extend it at least till the end of September or mid-September, so we can review the results and make sure that we make the best and most informed decision alongside CDC and WHO guidelines. Thank you.
All right. Other speakers?
No, Mayor.
You don't want to say anything, Megan? No? Okay. So we'll bring discussion back to the bench. With that, I'll make a motion to accept the changes, to accept the ordinance. Oh, wait a minute. Motion has been made, but before, I think Clinton jumped right on there.
Yeah, sorry.
If I may, just to clarify, if I may, before the motion is made, for the minutes, for the purposes of this motion that will simply extend the date to September 8th, we are amending only section 5.43.050 of the current ordinance and declaring an emergency declaration.
Yes, okay. Well, I'll remake my motion then once Councilmember Clinton.
Yeah, I won't take too long, Mayor. I have been asked by several people, and I know many others, to speak out on one issue based on this mask ordinance. And I have a couple times, and it hit actually close to in my own household recently. And so feeling compelled to at least speak up for those people that have legitimate exemptions in this ordinance. We build in exemptions for a reason. There are several places that are not recognizing the exemptions or are not educated on the exemptions in this ordinance. There are people, many people, not just a handful of people, that are being turned away because they have medical issues from places of business. These are very discriminatory practices, and if we're going to track or educate businesses on not wearing or not mandatory, making masks mandatory, we also need to educate businesses on exemptions and not discriminating against those that have either physical reasons why they cannot wear them, or other hidden reasons why they cannot wear masks, specifically those of a mental nature. So I feel like this mask ordinance is really causing potentially more damage after we get done with this ordinance than it's causing good. I know that sounds like a very radical statement to say, but we really need to be taking care of everybody, and there are a lot of issues being caused that people are actually just afraid to speak up about. So that being said, I'll yield the floor.
So, Bob, I think the council member brings up a good point. If we wanted to send some information to every business in Wichita about the mask ordinance and the exceptions, do we have a database to do that?
No, Mayor, not at this time.
Not this time, okay, just wondering. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you, and I'll just make it brief, but if you remember back to July 3rd, which seems like a really, really long time ago, but one of my comments at the end of the mask meeting before my decision was that I was really going to encourage staff and to make sure that we get the word out far and wide about this so that our community is aware. And so I did reach out to communications and just ask, and Councilmember Bluebow, this might kind of help ease your mind a little bit, but our communication staff has produced videos, PSAs, they've done extensive social media posts, we have a dedicated website, and I know that I send a lot of people there if they have questions, and then also we've produced signs for business to use. The mayor has recently participated in a press conference with Wesley to promote masks, and again, social media has been something that we've consistently used. So I think we've done a great job of trying to get the word out in the space that we're in this world with a very limited budget. Our county, as we said, is our partner and is really kind of taking the lead on some of it, but we have been able to get the word out. So I hope that answers your question, Councilmember.
If I can jump in also, I'll send this to the council as requested by Councilmember Bluebow. We spent over $4,000 on a mask campaign out of our marketing budget, and used a previous bulk radio buy that we had prior to the mask ordinance, and we used that to get more information out over multiple stations on masks. We also ran Google ads, had over 400,000 impressions. So, but I'll send that to you so you've got that data.
Any further discussion on amendments to this order? If not, I declare a motion to declare an emergency and approve the ordinance amendment to section 543050 on first read. On first read. Saw Jennifer jump out towards the microphone. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. If there's no discussion on the motion, clerk open a roll. Let's cast the votes. With a result of 4-3, the motion does pass. Well, before we get to the next item, and I just want, this is just informational, but my understanding is there are some people who are at a meeting at 3. Is there anything, if there was someone had a motion to adjourn, which is always in order, is there anything on the agenda that needs to be done today in case someone was to make that motion?
Mr. Mayor.
I believe item number 3 is a pre-scheduled public hearing on the tax increment district. And so is, so is number 2,
Yeah, 2 and 3
yes.
both are.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we heard that in case anyone's entertaining a motion to adjourn. Like I said, those are always in order, but let's try to get through at least the next few if anyone's feeling antsy. Oh, Councilmember Clendenin.
Mayor, I just make the suggestion that we just continue with the item. These 2 items will go well into the meeting, and we might as well just
knock it out. Yeah, and I wasn't going to make the motion. I could stay here all night. I just wanted to make sure that we had that information in case someone did.
Perfect. We've been trying to expedite number 5 also for businesses, so hopefully we can continue to move.
That's a good one. Okay, Madam Clerk, onward.
Public hearing and request for a letter of intent to issue industrial revenue bonds, Webb Industrial LLC.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Tim Goodpasture with the City's Office of Economic Development. For the record, the item before you today is a request for a letter of intent to issue industrial revenue bonds from Webb Industrial LLC. On December 17th, December of 2017, the City Council approved a speculative industrial and flex building program. On the industrial side, a building has to be a minimum of 100,000 square feet and is not divisible below 25,000 square feet. The buildings are required to have a minimum of 28-foot clear height, and tilt-up concrete buildings are preferred. The developers, if approved, must start their construction within 120 days of City Council approval and complete the project within 15 months of said approval. The developers have to use industrial revenue bonds to achieve a 95% abatement in the first 5 years and a 50% abatement in the second 5 years if the property is at least 50% leased by the 5-year mark. There is no abatement for the land. Since this policy was approved, 3 projects have been approved and built. The first was Wham Capital, the Michaelis family, which constructed a 100,000 square foot building at 35th Street North and Webb Road. They currently have 25,000 of that building leased at this time. The second was Iron Horse, which is Jeff Lang's property at Seneca and MacArthur. He also has built a 100,000 square foot building, currently does not have any leases, but is in the process of installing the flooring and fire suppression, et cetera, to be at a point to where when he has tenants, he can get a certificate of occupancy in relative short order. And the third one is Webb Industrial, which is Steve Barrett and Ivan Crossland, which built 140,000 square feet at 40th Street North and Tobin, near Webb Road. That is the facility that has been leased to Amazon. Webb Industrial LLC is made up of Ivan Crossland, Dave Murphin, and Steve Barrett. Again, they built 140,000 square foot that has been leased to Amazon. Steve Barrett and Ivan Crossland also built 250,000 square feet of spec industrial space under the previous policy at 29th and Ohio, and Steve Barrett built a 140,000 square foot spec industrial space in 2008. All of those buildings have been leased up, and the 2008 building has run through its 10-year property tax abatement and is back on the tax rolls. Webb Industrial intends to build a 113,000 square foot building with a total investment of approximately $7.6 million. This is at 40th Street North in Tobin, again near Webb Road, and is requesting a letter of intent in an amount not to exceed $7.6 million. Webb Road is running top to bottom a little bit right of center in this area. The gray roofed area is the National Center for Aviation Training. The area outlined in blue is the 140,000 square foot spec building that's been leased by Amazon, and the area in red is where the new spec industrial building would go. These are some of the architectural renderings of what the facility would look like. Again, it'll be 113,000 square feet with 32 dock high doors, 40-foot clear height, which is well in excess of the 28 we require, and 155 parking spaces. The estimated value of 1 year of a 95% abatement based on the $5.5 million that's being invested in the building itself is approximately $153,000, of which in excess of $42,000 is the city's share. A cost-benefit analysis was conducted by the Center for Economic Development and Business Research at Wichita State, which showed an overall return to the city of 1.47 to 1, 1.33 to the city's general fund, and 1.57 to the city's debt service fund. Therefore, it's staff's recommendation that the City Council close the public hearing, adopt the resolution of intent, and authorize the necessary signatures. Dale Ward with Hinkle Law Firm, who is representing the group, may or may not still be at Century 2. God bless him if he is, and can answer any questions specific to the development partnership.
Paid by the hour.
Yeah, he may have. God bless you, Dale, if you're still there. And I would be happy to stand for any questions as well.
All right, questions on the item? No questions? See none. With that, I will make a motion. No, excuse me, this is District 2. Okay, and Councilmember Fry has a question. Councilmember Fry.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to give a shout out and a thank you to Webb Industrial for, despite the crazy business environment that we're in with all the challenges our businesses are facing these days, for them to continue to invest in Wichita, even on a spec project like this, I know has got to be a little concerning, but the smart businessmen, and I appreciate their investment. Just want to thank them.
There's no further discussion. The chair will recognize Council Member Tuttle for a motion since this item falls into District 2.
Thank you, and Councilmember Fry took a little bit of my thunder. I was also going to thank Webb Industrial LLC for investing in our city. It's awfully nice during these kind of crazy times with so many other issues to have something to be excited about to celebrate in our city, and especially in District 2. So I'm really excited to see this development. I also want to make sure that we thank our staff within our Economic Development Department who worked with Webb Industrial LLC so that we could make this come to fruition. So with that, I'd like to make a motion that the City Council close the public hearing, adopt the resolution of intent, and authorize the necessary signatures.
I will second. With that, the motion has been made and seconded to accept the item. If there's no discussion on said motion, clerk will open a roll. Members cast the vote. All members.
Councilmember Tuttle, would you cast your vote? Thank you.
It was an assumed, I thought.
All right, with the result of 7 yeas to 0 nays, the motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Public hearing on the establishment of the Riverside Housing Redevelopment District Tax Increment Financing.
Good afternoon. Mark Elder with the Office of Economic Development. The item before you today is a public hearing for the establishment of the Riverside Housing TIF District. This was set on July 7th. The council took action to set this public hearing today. It does include residential infill within the Riverside area of approximately 40 new patio homes. The developers have currently removed the dilapidated structures that were there. They were old children facilities and are preparing for the next stage. This map indicates the proposed TIF boundaries that include following the river down to Central in order to make improvements to the riverbank and path, which will be discussed in a moment. So the district is approximately 90 acres when you include that land there, and it's an eligible area based on a third-party study that made that determination of blight. The boundaries, again, are Eminent on the east, McLean Boulevard on the west, and then it extends along the river from 13th down to West Central. The proposed TIF improvements, which will be brought at a later time for the project plan that today is just for the district, would include supporting infrastructure for the development and possibly a lift station. The developer would personally guarantee any bonds used to fund the TIF improvements. There'd also be public improvements. They're estimated around $975,000. That would be where the riverbank, river path improvements, including lighting along that stretch, as well as a trailhead on the north end there, just north of the development. This map is just to kind of highlight a little bit more what we're talking about here. The private development is the area roughly highlighted in red. The trailhead that would be trail amenities and improvements in the area is in yellow, and then the riverbank and path improvements are in that blue area. I just wanted to highlight the bicycle master plan and how it indicates this area as being where improvements would be made. This is a proposed site plan. This is possibly not the final site plan. The developers are having continuous conversations with the Riverside neighborhood and making tweaks to this to make sure that they're addressing any concerns that there might be within the Riverside area. So following the public hearing today, if the council votes to establish the district, the next step would be 30 days in which the county and school district can consider the district and see if there's any impact against them. And then after that time period expires, the staff would then present for consideration a project plan that would set forth the proposed TIF improvements as well as a proposed budget for those TIF improvements. That would be first introduced to the MAPC to consider that plan for consistency with the comprehensive plan, and then be brought forward to the city council to consider that project plan. And at that same time, the city council would also be presented a final development agreement to be considered along with adoption of that plan. With that today, I believe the representative of the development team may still be at Century 2 to answer any questions. Otherwise, staff will stand for any questions.
Questions for staff. Councilmember Bluebog.
Thank you, Mayor. Did you say 90 acres?
When you include that the area going south all the way to 13th, the rough count would be that. Their development themselves, where the homes are going to be, is smaller.
What's the footprint of what they're developing?
I don't recall the acreage offhand here, but it's that area highlighted in red to be there.
So when you say 90 acres, most of that's river frontage, right?
Correct. I was just
I think they're probably less than 10% of that, aren't they? Maybe like around 9 acres or something?
That's probably not too far off. I was just highlighting the area that would be within the TIF district as a whole, not so much their development.
Improving the whole area.
Improving the area, yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Other questions or discussion on the item? If not, I will yield the floor to Councilmember Fry of District 6. And by that, I mean the Vice Mayor Claycomb.
Same verse, second.
Yeah, do you have any Gatorade or any vitamin B? Vice Mayor Claycomb for a motion.
Thank you. This is an infill project that's replacing dilapidated buildings, like Mark said, and it is an opportunity for the city to have the funding for that rest area, Pocket Park, and improve the river path along there. So with that, I want to move that City Council close the public hearing, place the ordinance on first reading, and authorize the necessary signatures.
I will second.
Mayor?
So with that,
Mayor, before you take action, I don't think you asked for public comment at C2, and since this is a public hearing, I want to make sure we follow that step. I apologize.
So I'll ask again, normally, and you're right, I'll double check, but normally when I'm checking my phone, it's because staff lets me know if there's people waiting for comments. Is there anybody waiting for comments, Megan? No comments, just got a text back. Cool. Is there any public discussion on this from here? See none. With that, a motion has been made and seconded. There is no discussion on a said motion, therefore members will cast their votes. For the result of 7 yeas to 0 nays, the motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Funding for improvements to Sycamore Street, Douglas Street to McLean Boulevard.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. Paul Gunzelman with Public Works and Utilities. This afternoon, I have item before you is funding improvements for Sycamore Street between Douglas and McLean. On August 14th, 2018, the City Council approved a design concept contract with Trans Systems Corporation to design these improvements. On March 17th, 2020, the City Council approved supplemental agreement number 1 with Trans Systems to complete the design. Currently, Sycamore Street is a 2-lane asphalt mat without sidewalks and provides access to the Advanced Learning Library to the north or to the right on the screen on the west side of Sycamore. Just directly south of that is EPC Real Estate Development, and south of that on the west side of Sycamore is a Hutton office development. On the east side of Sycamore is TGC Group with the hotel site. The project includes complete reconstruction of Sycamore Street, street amenities, sidewalk, transit stop in front of the library, Advanced Library, angled parking on each side of the roadway, and drainage improvements. The final design estimate received from Trans Systems exceeded the budget. Additional streetscape work in front of the Advanced Learning Library is needed. Once we got into design, some of those sidewalk improvements out there or the hardscape improvements, we have to go back onto the library side a little bit further to make the aesthetic transition seamless. So that was some added work. Also, I worked with the library and the transit department, and we are adding the bus drop-off zone there in front of the library. We're cutting the existing median back on the library site to include a transit area drop-off. Again, drainage improvements and further investigation of sanitary sewer was determined that they needed substantial rehabilitation, increasing the cost. And from the original concept, we added more diagonal parking along Sycamore Street, and this will provide approximately 70 on-street parking, including 3 handicap stalls, approximately mid-block near the future Delano Path crossing. This project is included within the West Bank Tax Increment Financing District, and a portion of the improvements will be funded from TIF. The estimated cost of the street crossing and associated streetscaping elements is estimated to be $255,000. The design fee to date is $290,000. The existing budget is $645,000. The recently adopted 2021 through 2030 capital improvement program includes an additional $1.6 million of general obligation funding and $255,000 of TIF that I spoke to earlier. Staff recommends initiating an additional $1.855 million to complete construction and oversight of the project for a total revised budget of $2.5 million. It is recommended to approve the revised budget, adopt the amending resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures, and I will stand for questions.
Councilmember Fry.
Thank you, Mayor.
Shall not
Paul-
be confused with Claycomb. Go ahead.
Paul, on the map itself, if you could go back to the design, I just want to clarify, the angled street parking on Sycamore stops at the alleyway just south of the new Hutton HQ, correct? It doesn't go any further south, closer to Douglas?
It will stop, it does go south of what used to be the existing, the old railroad corridor, so there will
Right.
be, yes.
But it doesn't go any further south than what we're seeing here?
Correct, that's correct.
Okay, just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Claycomb.
Thank you. Paul, I just wanted to verify, I think you said this, how many on-street parking?
Approximately 70.
70, okay. And I think you also said this about the bus stop in front of the library. It's getting some changes, right, to be more friendly?
Yes, currently the bus stop's on the east side of, or the signage is on the east side of Sycamore. Talking to Michael Tan and Transit, we'll put it on the west side and shave that median back so they're out of the traffic lane when they stop.
Okay. And this project also has some restriping on McLean too,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Thank you.
Further questions? I don't think there's any public questions on this. I will refer the floor back to Vice Mayor Claycomb with District 6.
Thank you. I move that City Council approve the revised budget, adopt the amending resolution, authorize the necessary signatures.
I will second such a motion. Motion has been made and seconded. We'll go ahead and vote. With 7 yeas to 0 nays, the motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Ordinances establishing open-air ICT temporary use permits.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. Scott Rigby. Maybe we'll save the best item for last. This is our effort. Now I'm going to kick it off. I'm going to turn it over to Gary and Scott here in just a minute, but I wanted to kick it off. About 3 weeks ago, numerous city departments came together with an effort to how do we help our small businesses, whether it be restaurants, retail, bars, to be able to, I'll call it, survive during this challenging period. So this group came together to create a system to provide either sidewalk, you think of sidewalk cafes or parking area where they can spill out their retail or restaurant or bar activities out into the right of way, as well as out into parking areas within a shopping center district. So I'm going to give it over to Gary, but I just wanted to thank them. Just under 3 weeks, we put together this effort. And the goal is to create a no-cost opportunity for business to have an opportunity to expand their opportunities to, I'll call it, survive and then ultimately thrive down the road in our community. So with that, I'll turn it over to Gary.
Thank you, Scott. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Gary Jansen, Public Works Engineering. Recognizing this is the last item on your agenda, I will be brief. I've got a lot to share. This is really an important program for us, so I don't want to miss out on anything, but I'll try to go through this pretty quickly. As Scott mentioned, the item before you today is actually an ordinance creating the open air ICT temporary use permit, which I'm going to focus on and the things that we're hoping to do with this. The goal with this program is to provide more space for social distancing, a safer and more comfortable environment, primarily for restaurants, bars, and retail businesses and their customers. And hopefully by doing this, we can help businesses that have been struggling during the pandemic. As Scott mentioned, this was a very considerable effort over the last 3 weeks. 6 departments coordinated to develop this temporary use permit that has been streamlined for application and approval. This is based on, we have a current sidewalk cafe permit process that served as the foundation for this program. It's been in place for quite a few years. It's got some limitations and restrictions that we wanted to really open up, provide more flexibility. The application for this is online, which is something we did not have before. I'll talk about more here in just a moment. This permit will allow the use of public right-of-way, as Scott mentioned. That includes the area typically between the buildings and the street, which is where most of these are located now. That could include on the sidewalk, could include on-street parking as well as the street itself, which comes with a little bit more that I'll talk about here in a minute. And it will also allow the use of on-site or off-street parking, which I will also talk about a little bit more here. One of the biggest things that comes with this permit program is there is no fee. Currently, there is an administrative fee and annual fee that comes with these sidewalk cafes. The proposal before the council today, which is part of the ordinance, is to have no fee associated with these permits. The process will still include staff review for public safety and pedestrian access, but we've got several things in place to expedite that also. Uses of the space could be for a variety of business needs. The typical applications will be for restaurants serving food and beverages. Alcohol sales require proper licensure and fencing to delineate the space, which is something I'll talk about more here on the next slide. Other applications could be for display of merchandise. The cost for the furniture, fencing, traffic control, and other necessary items will be the responsibility of the business, but again, we are changing the requirements for all of those things, especially the street furniture and the barriers, to make this a lot easier for businesses to get this done and get it done in a short period of time without a lot of cost. We are proposing that temporary permits be valid until August 1st of 2021. I wanted to highlight a couple things on here real quick. This is included in the permit that was part of all of your packets today. The biggest thing I wanted to mention, we worked closely with law on this. The law is associated with serving alcohol because it's been a question we've had already in working with some businesses, are at the state level. So the licensing for the businesses and where they can serve alcohol is through the state of Kansas. We don't provide anything. The city does not have any requirements on that except to follow the law from the state of Kansas. So that's included in all of the information that we provide. Something I'll talk about in a minute, looking at some different examples, is that there has to be a delineated area if alcohol is going to be served. That's one area that we want to, again, make it easier and cheaper for people to do that, and that the area be adjacent to the building. So looking at a few examples of our current sidewalk cafes, just to give you some idea of what's currently in place and what we're going to do to try to make this easier. Even if alcohol is served, it doesn't happen to be at this business. The barrier does not have to be permanent fencing, which is required by our current sidewalk cafe permit. But the ordinance before you today, again, really lightens up on what those requirements are. We spent some time talking to the state through a law department about that, and effectively they say any type of 3D barrier can work. So I'll show you some pictures here shortly of what other communities have done to do that without having the cost and the time it takes to put in something like this black steel fence that you see today. The furniture itself within our current sidewalk cafe permit, it requires steel or galvanized furniture. What we have in this permit basically says that you've either got to have furniture that can be fastened down or effectively won't blow away. We don't want something that's littering the streets. We won't have something that's going to be a problem for the neighbors, but that allows more flexibility. It allows to save costs and to get something done a lot quicker. Adequate pedestrian space has to be provided, as we've mentioned here. And as you can see on this picture in particular, to the left is a existing bike rack and a transit facility. Within the permit and the language in the ordinance, business owners will not be able to do anything with those, and they have to stay in place. This is just another quick picture, effectively showing the same thing, just so you get an idea of what is currently in place. But again, we want to allow as much flexibility as we can. One of the parts of the permitting that's probably going to take the most time, even though we hope to get through all of this within 48 hours, is submittal of a map for what the business owner would like to do. Typically with the sidewalk cafe permit applications we see now, a architect or engineer submits the plan. I wanted to show this as an example of what we do allow. that somebody can submit something by hand. They don't have to hire someone, they don't have to have fancy software to be able to do this, and this is something that we will work through with them. Our plan is, once the application has been submitted, that we have staff dedicated to meeting the business owners on site every single time to help walk through this process, to help fix anything that we need taken care of at that point and just get it resolved so that we can move on and approve the permit request. One of the biggest things we've seen over the years with the current permit process is the back and forth between staff and property owners, and that's where you lose a lot of time, and I think we can really gain on this. This is a quick example of, if you see in the background, there was an existing sidewalk cafe within the fence. This business happens to be one that has retail merchandise. They've got usable right-of-way space they could use to put clothes racks, whatever else it might be out there. Literally, almost no cost, whatever it takes for them to get things outside, provides more space, provides the ability for people to see that the business is open, and better visibility. Again, we've got to provide pedestrian access throughout this, and that's something we'll work closely with the businesses on. So I've got some examples I want to run through with you real quick, and I won't spend much time on any of these, but we wanted to show these from other municipalities. This information will be available to anybody who applies for an application. We've got a resource section on the website that I'll show you in a minute. I talked before about using on-site or off-street parking, which this happens to be a private parking lot. One of the things we worked with MAPD on in the law department was parking requirements. As part of this temporary use permit process, we will allow businesses to use up to 50% of their required parking spaces for this use. They still have to maintain handicap parking. This will allow them space, again, for social distancing and to create the space that they need, hopefully to help them out. It's inexpensive seating. You can see that these are polymer picnic tables with umbrellas. That's something that we would allow. We're going to work with people to essentially utilize whatever they can for a quick and easy setup and approval to have in place as quick as possible. This shows an area where they are serving alcohol. You can see I talked before about the state saying that a physical barrier is required. They're using some planters and some rope here. That's obviously something that can be done a lot quicker and a lot cheaper than black steel fence. We think this is where we can gain on this a lot and get people to be able to have this in place in a very short period of time. This appears to be a business that probably took tables literally from inside and displaced them outside. We could have a permit like this approved in no time, probably the same day, with no additional cost to the business at all, but it gives them the ability to utilize that public space. The last few I wanted to show you utilize on-street parking primarily. There's some additional things that come with this, some safety factors, some things that we need to review, and again, we plan to spend time on site. There's traffic control. I talked before about alcohol. If they want to serve alcohol, that's something that's still got to be part of their license that the city does not necessarily regulate. But the one thing we do say is if alcohol is going to be served in the street, and this is also by state law, the entire street has to be closed. We're not proposing that, but if anybody wants to, we'll work with them specifically on that. I think there are some good opportunities to use on-street parking as this is done. You can see the barrier that was used is just planters. So again, they may be able to use existing facilities that they've got to make this happen. This one is kind of interesting. You can actually see the barriers come from a contractor. We have provided on the permit and application contact information for local traffic control contractors so that business owners will have that as a resource to contact them to be able to get this type of facilities. And the last one I wanted to show, I think again, is a fairly inexpensive and quick way to provide a barricade, especially something that is needed for if alcohol is going to be served. We have created, again, an online application. We've got a website is wichita.gov/open-air-ICT. That's where all of this is going to be housed. You can see from the screenshot here that this is where business owners can go for permits, for contact information. It's got frequently asked questions and the resources that I talked about. So we were trying to take a stab here at how long this meeting was going to last today and have this ready to go. IT staff has been tremendous to work with and really did some amazing things here. They've been conducting some trials all morning. And not to push you into a decision, but assuming that you will approve this item, this actually is live already. So we are ready to go as soon as this item is completed. I wanted to show you the permit real quick. Again, this is included in your packet and actually is live online right now. We had some trials in working with Greater Wichita Partnership and contacting business owners, and our communications team reached out. We've had some trials of this already to see how it would work. That really helped us out over the last few days to kind of walk through this and find out where some of the critical issues might be. So I think we're in a great place. This is going to continue to be a fluid and adaptable process. 3 weeks might seem like a lot, but I would tell you that I think we did probably 90% of this just in the last week. So some of it's still coming together. I think we're going to have to walk through it with some of the business owners, and I'm confident we're in a good spot. Our goal is to turn these around in 48 hours. Ideally, that means to approve a permit in 48 hours. Some of that's going to depend on what is being asked for. I'm confident we can respond quick enough to make that happen. We're just going to have to see how that goes. One thing I mentioned again is this requires a submittal of a map, something that we're going to work with them on and not require anything fancy at all, but just enough so that we can obtain the information that we need. One thing I didn't mention in here and we did not show, but I wanted to mention real quick is liability insurance is still required. Use of public right-of-way can present some issues with liability, and speaking with our law department, they thought it was pertinent that we keep that in place, so that information is included in here too. I want to mention again, and this won't be the last time, but I want to make sure that's clear. There are no fees will be charged for these temporary permits, but the cost for furniture, licensing, and other things will be the responsibility of the applicant. We're going to do everything we can to help them with that. We have approximately 25 sidewalk cafe permits in place right now. All of those businesses will be notified after today that their fees will be waived from August 1st, 2020 to August 1st, 2021. It's really the only fair thing to do is they're in the same situation as the rest of these. We developed these badges for approved businesses to display, so I wanted to talk real quickly about how we're going to promote this. These badges, depending on what type of business it is, the one on my left and in the middle, or to the right here, would be for restaurants and bars primarily. The other would be for retail businesses, those that have merchandise. This badge will be sent to them electronically with their permit approval, so they can display this on their website or however they might want to. I mentioned before, we've got approximately 25 businesses who have sidewalk cafe permits already. They will also be sent this information. What this does is provides a great resource for residents to find places where they can drink, dine, or shop safely outdoors. So also on our website, one of the resources lists all of these businesses so people can go to one place and see who's going to be offering this. Our communications team has worked with external partners, including the Chamber, Greater Wichita Partnership, and the Kansas Restaurant and Hospitality Association, all who have committed to spread the word about this program. We've got a great communication plan in place to form the businesses, including on social media. We're working on an open-air ICT plan. One-page highlights document is being developed and will be done soon. The idea with that was especially for council members to be able to provide that information to anybody they wanted to through district advisory boards, however it might work. It's got highlights of the program, where to go, what to do, and how you get additional information. There will be a media release about all of this after the council today, and we do have a quick video to show, if you can bear with me here right at the end of this, that we're going to use to help promote this program. Last time I want to mention on financial considerations is that no fees would be charged for the temporary permits, and the renewal fees, again, for existing permits would be waived for this entire year from August to August. Prior to asking you for a recommendation, I just want to mention one more reminder that the website is wichita.gov/openairict. It is live as we speak. The city's already received positive feedback from local business owners who are excited about the program. I mentioned that we had some business owners that helped us try out the permit process One did that, and he also wants to get a permit approved, so we're working with them already. With that, we're going to go ahead and play this video that will be used to promote the open air ICT. I just want to make one more quick comment, just to reiterate. There were a tremendous amount of people that worked on this from 6 departments, and I'm amazed to see what we were able to pull together so quick, which is everything you saw today. So we're excited about this. I think it's going to be a great opportunity for businesses, but we'll let you watch the video.
Safely by expanding outdoors. Sidewalks, parking lots, and side streets are being reimagined during the pandemic. Think dining al fresco and shopping in the sun. Wichita is joining cities across the nation, working with business owners to transform areas around their venues into usable spaces that encourage social distancing and attract more customers. Janelle King, owner of the Workroom, was an early adopter.
When we were completely shut down, it was just kind of one of those things that I was like, we have all this great merchandise and great product, and how do we still make it accessible to our customers and to the community? So what we decided to do is take it and bring it outside.
King found success selling from her shop's parking lot. She said it helped her avoid the challenges of operating only indoors.
Taking all the additional safety precautions inside is costly, it's time consuming, it's taxing on my staff. And so by being able to take it outdoors into what's naturally already a safer place is huge.
Under the Open Air ICT program, restaurants, bars, and retailers across the city can apply for a free permit to expand their businesses outdoors. They can start the process by filling out an online application. City staff will follow up and schedule on-site reviews for businesses which qualify.
As a city, it's so critical for us to work efficiently and expeditiously with businesses so they can get out and actually open their businesses out on the streets and sidewalks. That's why as a city, we are taking bold steps to streamline our process.
Andrew Goff, owner of Reverie Coffee Roasters, sees the perks of this opportunity.
I believe our staff and a lot of our customers would appreciate an alternative seating arrangement. Right now, we don't offer any indoor seating, and so having an outdoor seating option would be a really good opportunity for customers to come back and enjoy a little bit about what our business is about.
For the city, the program offers a great way to support local businesses and help keep their customers healthy.
For those that are more likely at risk and things like that, it gives them options that without having to put themselves at a higher risk by going indoors and to an environment where they feel less safe.
King and Goff believe the Open Air ICT program has great potential to be a success. Business owners can take advantage of this new opportunity now through August 1st, 2021.
By and large, we're definitely going to consider it as part of our long-term plan. If it works really well for a lot of us, please make it a permanent option.
Business owners can find more details and start the application process at wichita.gov/openAirICT. Residents can also find a list of participating businesses there. Prepare to enjoy more shopping and dining opportunities outdoors in Wichita soon. The sky's the limit, thanks to the Open Air ICT program.
Awesome.
How long was that?
A minute and a half.
I don't know how long that was.
Do we have 30-second and 15-second spots, or is that the whole promotional video?
That, as we set right now, is the video we plan to use for promotion. I think there's opportunities to take pieces out of that, but right now we were going to use that. So it was a tremendous effort just to even get that done and ready for today.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm just saying that the 15 and 30-second spots also. All right, I'm done.
No,
All
I
right.
understand, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't
I'm done.
complaining.
All right,
I just want to
fine.
let you know we
No
were not
motion
going to
coming
get to
from me.
that. So, I appreciate you asking that. Anyway, with that,
I thought it was an amazing video, by the way, for the record.
Thank you. We're happy with how it came out. So staff recommends City Council declare an emergency and approve the ordinance on first reading, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Got lots of questions. Councilmember Tuttle.
A couple questions and then just a request more than a question, I guess, a couple comments, but I'm going to be enthusiastically supportive of this. I just think it's a fantastic idea, and I want to thank the staff who all worked really quickly and hard together and applaud their creativity. I think it's challenging times like this where I consistently say those who thrive will be the ones who are able to be adaptive, and that's what we're doing, so I applaud that. I've been involved with Scott Wadle in placemaking in the past, and just as a quick note, one time we did something for Riverfest where we used bale bales of hay. So, I mean, it doesn't have to be fancy or expensive for the businesses. So I also like that. The only thing I would just like to know, I was also going to ask about how it's promoted, but you already beat me to it. But just updates on the numbers. I'll be really curious to see how many participate in this. The only slight concern I have, and it's not even really a concern, let's say Tettle Cafe, which is, you know, the coolest cafe in town, and then I do this and I do my permit, and then Fry Cafe sees me doing it but doesn't know he has to have a permit. So just some way to make sure that it's being monitored. But more than anything, thank you, good luck, and I'm going to look forward to seeing the numbers and maybe get updates quarterly during the next year. Thank you.
Mr. Manager, we at least have a list of service industries, right, that we could send this information out if we needed to?
We have a list of businesses that have licenses right now.
To do
And
food.
we're going to, or as Gary mentioned, we're going to reach out to all of them.
Okay, so we actually have a list of that we can reach
Yeah.
out and ensure that those who want to do this go through the proper process. Councilmember Clendenin.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, you need to watch out for that Fry Cafe. They're sneaky. They're sneaky. Gary, thanks so much. I think this is pretty exciting. Being in other cities over the last few years and visiting them, they've been doing things like this for a while. Always come back, why can't we? Why can't we do this? Why can't we do that? And looks like we've managed to come up with ways why we can. And that's, I think, very important right now, is to find out ways we can do things. Quick question, though, as the months start to get colder, there's going to be the need to still be outside, obviously. In places like Washington, D.C., you see temporary structures that come out onto the sidewalks. There may be canvas sides with clear plastic, so they can have a little bit more environmentally controlled area. Does this take into consideration that, or do we need to modify this maybe later on and take a look at that?
I think your latter comment is where we were planning to be. We've had that discussion. Some of the businesses we've talked to already, that was one of the first things they brought up was, gosh, before you know it, it's going to be September, it's Kansas, you never know what the weather's going to do. But I absolutely think this process can accommodate that. We can make the change easy enough. I don't even think within the permit anything needs to change to accommodate that. Within the ordinance and what we're allowed to do, I think it's a pretty easy change, if you will, to make, to work with the businesses to allow them to put up those facilities, sure.
They're obviously more expensive, but I think if this is successful for those businesses, I know there's probably fire codes and those sort of things will probably be looked at once the area is enclosed, but I'd love to move toward that for sure.
Right,
And
so the best thing about our approach to this, which we've already had with sidewalk cafes, is we've got a great team approach with MABCD and Wichita Fire Department. They're involved in reviewing every single one of these requests. So anytime anything like that comes along, they're a part of the decision making, so.
And last thing, I would love to see these end up being permanent additions. I know Andrew said it on the video, and if we can make these things permanent, I mean, I think that just makes our city better. So, my 2 cents. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Gary. This is, the flexibility of staff on this is fantastic, so thank you. I have a question. Could you go to slide 104, please? I know you might not be able to. Oh, there we go. So on this slide, they're out in the street in the parking, and then on 106, I think they're out in the, so my question is, can they serve alcohol in these spaces? This is what
So
I'm
our
trying.
understanding in working with the state and what the permit language says, on-street parking is considered part of the street. They can serve alcohol, but only if the entire street is closed for that section. So in that regards, you know, our thought was to try to spend as much time as we can with businesses. I suspect at some point in time, someone's going to ask about this, and what we've been able to find from other communities who have implemented this, or some level of this, is it took a collaboration of businesses coming together for it really to make sense. Because if you got multiple people on the same block, it's a lot easier for all of us to consider closing a street.
Oh.
One of the things, and we don't want this to be preferential to anybody, it's going to be a lot easier probably to not close Douglas than it is to close St. Francis or whatever it
Some
might be. I'm
side
just giving
street.
you an example.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that's going to drive our decision. But I don't know where we're going to go yet. And it's going to kind of be driven by talking to people and seeing what their desires are. But according to following state, you cannot serve alcohol in the street without the street being closed.
On this one, on 106, part of that is on right-of-way and part of it's in the street.
Yes.
So they would be able to technically sell alcohol.
Well,
on that.
technically, the way we understand it is they could serve alcohol if they're licensed, if they have their license for that already, they could serve alcohol in the part behind the curb, but not the part in the street.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to say great work. This is exciting, not only because of right now, but I guess a question comment would be as we look at redoing the Douglas streetscape, will this be a item of consideration as we go forward and kind of designing that road, maybe not businesses that are there now, but thinking future businesses that could be an exciting activation of Douglas?
It is, and I appreciate you bringing that up, and that's something I actually still need to talk to our new planning director about. It's kind of overseeing that, but you know, we look at a variety of things, especially downtown with the streetscapes and landscaping and everything else that we do, and I really do think we need to look to the future and what we're doing if we're limiting potential space, because there are places downtown right now that businesses are going to struggle to have much space and still provide pedestrian access. So we need to definitely keep our eye on that going forward. I agree.
One question I have to Vice Mayor Claycomb's point, are there any barriers to having an outdoor, I guess it would be called like a space heater that would go over this area? And I only asked, last year I was in San Francisco and it gets chilly, more chilly than I thought there. And there were these heaters these businesses had out over the, I guess the area that would be enclosed. So are there barriers to that here? And if so, can we maybe look at working through that?
I don't think there is. I can't speak as the expert on that. I know some businesses already that have outdoor dining areas on their property that utilize those heaters. Again, the value in this for us, the Wichita Fire Department is involved in this, and I'm sure they would advise what can and can't be done. We have no interest in trying to restrict that unless it is such a public safety issue that it just can't be done, but I would hope that we could find a way.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Fry.
Okay, thank you. Now the questions. Because I like the idea, but I also have some issues that I think will probably come up that need addressed. One, when I see on and off street parking adjacent to the business, I immediately think of Delano. And so areas with central business district parking where it's at a premium, would they be allowed to do this? Secondly, what is the required pedestrian clearance minimum and who enforces that? And then finally, businesses are very competitive, whether it's Tuttle Cafe versus Fry Cafe. Someone who sets this up, maybe it's a retail, and they put out all their merchandise and they don't maintain it, they don't take care of it, it becomes a visual eyesore. Does the adjacent business have a grievance process so that they can be heard as well? Because it might affect their business in terms of visibility and so forth. So those are my three questions.
Okay, first question on the parking. We're trying to be as flexible as we can. I mentioned on the, basically there's no on-street parking requirements. However, you bring up a great point that it's a premium. Effectively, we had a picture here at one time I probably should have showed you. What happens here on the space that any one business is allowed to use is projecting their property lines, building lines straight out to the center of the street, if you will. Any parking within that area, we would allow them to consider for use. We're trying to be as flexible as we can, recognizing that businesses could use parking, but in a perfect world, that parking is only directly adjacent to their business, so they know the sacrifice that they're making, if that makes sense, right? We would not allow anybody to encroach outside their building line, their property line. Most properties, and I want to emphasize something, that this program is meant to be for across the city. Now, when you think about the typical nature of what we're talking about, it maybe doesn't make as much sense in some other areas. But we actually had a request just the other day, coincidentally as part of all of this, down at 47th Street South and Seneca maybe somewhere, for somebody wanting to use their parking lot for this very reason. So using the front right of way and the sidewalk maybe doesn't make as much sense at Bradley Fair, but parking lots do, same at New Market Square. So there's going to be a lot of variables here that we've got to look at. But ideally, everybody uses their property straight out from their property lines. And in the downtown area, that's a little easier to define. But we're allowing them to stake claim to that on-street parking in those areas.
But in a central business district area like Delano, it's not their parking because they all share it.
I understand. We're hoping that we can make, I don't know how many people are even going to want to use the parking. I suspect, based on, and it's only because just kind of how it's worked for all the years we've had the sidewalk cafe in place. I don't remember anybody even asking to use the on-street parking. Because we are selling this more that way and promoting it as a use of more space, we may get more. I would plan on explaining this to every single business owner the way I've explained it to you, and that's not trying to hide anything from them. I agree. It's parking, it's open for everybody, but we're trying to look at this again in a way that anything directly adjacent to that property could be space that they could utilize.
Mayor, council members, recognizing that this is a new program, I think what we need to be flexible. So if we have
I'm just highlighting
Delano businesses, for instance, that have a concern, then we'll work with the business association to try to work through that. Because I think you probably have, I'm sure there'll be some businesses that are concerned. Old Town's another place where we have a parking district. But I think a majority of business owners will be supportive of it, but will be attentive to the concerns that are raised.
Councilmember Clendenin.
I had two more questions, sorry, real quick.
Yeah.
Second question was on minimum space.
Pedestrian clearance.
Yeah, so within all of our permit and everything, 6 foot is optimal. ADA requires a minimum of 3 feet. And we try not to get to that too often. One of the two of them actually I showed you down on Douglas are probably pretty close on the corners to 3 feet, but ADA requires that. That's something that we will go out and look. Our staff will go out for a final inspection, not to take any more time, but to make sure everything that they said they were going to do has been done before we issue the final permit. We will look at those things. Third question was, as far as the permit requires them, for what it's worth, there's very specific language about keeping things clean and in order. We will do periodic inspections on these. It's something that we don't necessarily do now. It's generally driven by adjacent property owner complaints because they can't do that. Assuming and hoping we get a fair amount of applications and people wanting to move forward, we are going to drop back on these and take a look and make sure everything's working well. And I think we can do a good job of policing that, at least to start. And over the course of a year, I think it's something we can keep an eye on to make sure it's working. We have the ability to revoke a permit at any point in time if they're not following what's within the requirements, which is also within the ordinance.
That's spelled out in the permit
application. It is spelled out in the permit and the ordinance, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All righty, Councilmember Clendenin.
Thank you for indulging one more question, Mayor. So that brings up, talking about parking lots, that brings up one question that I kind of has been brought to my attention, and that being food trucks. I could see food trucks possibly wanting to use parking lots, set up tables, maybe fence in an area. Have we taken those into consideration? One reason why I mentioned that in Derby, they have a funnel cake truck that is set up in a field, and they put tables and chairs out. Obviously, Derby is promoting that. But if a food truck is wanting to do something like this, do we have an answer for them on whether or not that would be permittable?
I might actually let Scott Wade, I'll talk about that real quick. He gave me the answer, but he'll do a better job.
Sure.
I'll do what I can. Well, under the permitting process for the food trucks and licensing, there's a requirement for a certain, if they're within a certain distance of an operating restaurant established with a physical presence, a business, a building, that they need to get permission.
Sure.
So hopefully that will help absolve kind of those situations.
Well, I'm thinking maybe out in the middle of Bradley Fair, or, something where they maintain that distance they're supposed to maintain, or if they're trying to set up in a field or something,
Sure. You're thinking of areas of potential conflict.
Yeah.
Fortunately, with a lot of these, with these larger parking lots, the property owner would have to give them permission before they
Sure.
could operate there anyway.
But that would be acceptable if they receive permission from the property owner, correct?
If it depends on how much parking they're required to have by zoning, but then again, they can eliminate up to 50%, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Any more questions on this item? Any more discussion on this item? Seeing none. With that, I will make a motion to declare an emergency and approve the ordinance on the first reading.
Second.
And authorize the necessary signatures.
Sorry, thought
No,
you
you're
were
good.
finished.
Sorry,
Second.
it's been a motion and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, members will cast their votes. For the result of 7 yeas to 0 nays, the motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Zone 2020-23, zone change from multiple family residential and general commercial to limited industrial to allow for uniform development with the lot to the south addressed 203 North Handley, generally located 515 feet north of West Douglas on the east side of Walnut Street.
Good afternoon, Scott Wadle from the Planning Department. I think there was a comment about saving the best for last. Okay, maybe not, okay.
And you're an hour away from good.
It's all a matter
good
of
afternoon to
perspective,
good
right?
evening.
All right, so this item is it's an application for a zone change from B multifamily and GC general commercial to LI limited industrial for properties located near North Hanley and the former railroad corridor in Delano. The nearest major intersection is Douglas and Seneca. The zoning change is requested in order to allow for the expansion and growth of the Ludeman Insulation and Supply Company. I'll go to a quick schematic of that. The business has been operating at the site for more than 40 years. The company plans to construct a new warehouse and distribution building at the site. The building would be located on the rezoning properties and additional properties the company owns to the south. So here's an illustration of those. The the property surrounding the zoning request, immediately north is zoned B multifamily and is developed as a single-family house. The property to the south is zoned LI limited industrial and is part of the Ludeman site. The property to the east is zoned GC general commercial and is part of the Ludeman site. The properties to the west and across Walnut are zoned B multifamily and GC commercial. They are in use for a single-family house and a car wash. Because of the residential zoning to the north and west, the zoning code requires solid screening on those sides if approved. The MAPC recommended approval of the request 10-1, subject to staff recommendations, including a protective overlay that limits the uses at the site, a requirement that the site conform to the Delano Neighborhood Design Guidelines, and that the applicant submit a site plan and elevations for approval prior to issuance of the building permit. The DAB voted unanimously 7-0 to recommend approval of the rezoning with the following conditions: that the rezoning should include the protective overlay limiting the uses, but excluding the application of the Delano Overlay Design Guidelines. The request can be approved as recommended by the Planning Commission with a simple majority. No protest petitions were submitted for the zone change, an important detail. The request can be approved with modifications to the Planning Commission recommendation by a 2/3 majority, so 6 out of 7. The request can be denied with a 2/3 majority, and the request can be returned to the Planning Commission with a simple majority vote. And here are some slides showing illustrations of the area. So the area in red is the area that's requested for the rezoning. The dashed orange is what they're proposing to use for the campus of the Ludeman's company. There's the zoning, aerial, comprehensive plan. This is illustrations of the proposed path to the south, immediately south of the property. Here's a rendering that was provided by the applicant. The white building would be the new one. Here are photos of the site. Again, looking at the site, this is the single-family house to the north. This is to the south, across from the old former railroad corridor. This is the Little Joe's Car Wash across the street to the west, and the single-family houses to the west. Former railroad corridor. There's the site. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions or comments? Seeing none, with that, I will defer the floor to Vice Mayor Claycomb as this falls into District 6.
Thank you. This case has been a little bit of a challenge, but when it came back to the DAB, they released, their recommendation was based on that this case is an expansion of an existing business on property they own. They're not getting new land or a new land use that's coming into the neighborhood. And the business has been in the area since the 1960s and has been a good neighbor. And we had a neighbor at the DAB that spoke to that. And while the Delano Neighborhood Plan has been adopted, it has not yet been implemented into the zoning code, which is what gave a little bit of concern to Ludeman. So the expansion, also, they decided it was an improvement to the neighborhood. So with that, I want to move to approve the zoning request subject to the proposed protective overlay, but excluding the application of the Delano overlay design guidelines.
I will second the motion. I just got a text. There is no public comment on this. So, okay. With that, the motion has been made and seconded. There's no discussion on the motion. Members can cast the votes. The result of 7 yeas to 0 nays, the motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember comments and appointments.
Let's start with appointments. I will, upon the request of Jane Burns, I will ask that that the who has resigned from the plastic bag task force, I would ask that we accept her resignation and that the council appoints Kelly Johnson to take her place on the plastic bag task force.
Second.
Is there any other appointments? See none for appointments. With that, we'll go ahead and just open up the rolls and.
Do we need a motion?
Yeah, he basically did.
Result of 7 yeas to 0 nays, that motion does pass. Back on comments, and technically still back on appointments, if anyone wants to still get in on that. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to let the council know Jane actually asked for Kelly's appointment. I hadn't had a chance to let you all know that, but she resigned and asked that person to replace her.
Other comments? See none. Thank you, council. With that, I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. There's no discussion on the motion. We'll go ahead and open up the rolls. The result of 7 yeas to 0 nays, that motion does pass. We are adjourned.
Remember in the good old days in January?